We need a better view. 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 Come on, fuckwads. Come on, fuckwads. Come on, fuckwads. Join my live, fuckwads. I know you're awake. It's a Saturday. I know you're awake. It's Saturday, fuckwads. Wake up. Mushi Mushi. Patrick Desu. Come on, fuckwads. Come on, fuckwads. We're not in any type of apocalypse. We're in a transition. It's only ending for the bad people. Mushi Mushi, Kawaii Desu, this is Patrick. Hello, is anyone in there? Mushi Mushi. Hello. I'm the king in the north. I'm the king in the north. You thought you could fuck with a Hellcat? You thought you could fuck with the cat god? You thought you could fuck with the cat king? You thought you could fuck with the king of cats and crows? You thought you could fuck with the king and cats and crows, chat? Well, I had an agenda the whole time. You think I didn't know? You think I'm stupid? Huh? Kawaii Desu. This is Patrick. Mushi Mushi. Kawaii Desu. This is Patrick. Aww. Mushi Mushi. Kawaii Desu. This is Patrick. You thought you could mess with the king of cats and crows, huh? I hear them rustling in the bushes. Kawaii Desu, this is Patrick. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Kawaii Desu, this is Patrick. Mushi Mushi, Mushi Mushi, Mushi Mushi. I've quit cigarettes. You know what that means, chat? You know what that means, chat? That means you're gay. Mushi Mushi. It means that my brain is healing, chat. It means I have enough cancer to feel pain all day. But I've cleared out my brain, chat. Do you know what that means? That means my forehead is twice the size of yours. Think about all the things I can think about. Mushi Mushi, Kawaii Desu, this is Patrick. Mushi Mushi. They thought they had me in the cage. They thought they had me locked up, chat. They thought they had me under wraps, but I was brewing. I was fermenting down there. I was brewing. I threw a drywall screw in this witch's brew. Mushi Mushi. Mushi Mushi. Who's in my chat? Who's in my fucking chat? Where'd they go, guys? Where'd they go? They thought they were better than me, huh? They went on a better than Casey arc. I saw you all fall into pride. I saw you all fall into pride. You're very predictable. You're a bunch of predictable nitwits. Nitwits. Nitwits that get punished for watching me suffer. Nitwits that get entertained by my suffering. Don't you know that views don't matter? Do views matter? Yeah, I guess so, huh? But I guess not, huh? I'm invading the collective conscious regardless. Mushi Mushi. Mushi Mushi. I could headbutt through a brick wall. Kawaii Desu chat. Kawaii Desu chat. Mushi Mushi. Mushi Mushi. Every day I wake up, I stomp over the heads of my enemies as I march towards victory. And I'm only growing. My merch is being fed to me from the other side. I'm very grateful for this experience. You're a bunch of nerds. I'm so grateful that I had you in my life because now I know what not to look for in a wife. Everybody do it out of spite. I just do it because it's right. I left them speeches when they tried to read my rights. I got a gun and I keep that bitch on sight, but I'll knock a bitch out like Iron Mike. I said I'll knock a bitch out like Mike Vick, and I got about 1,000 kids bumping my shit. Get the fuck off my dick before I cancel y'all like Christmas. I'm on 1,000 women's wish lists and like 15 rappers hit list. Get the fuck up off my dick before I cancel y'all like Christmas. Mushi Mushi, this is Patrick Desu. They flood in when I focus. I have to get into the algorithm spiritually, and then they start putting me in people's feeds. Kawaii Desu. I'm waiting to see if my regulars have survived Milton. A lot of my regulars have died in Milton, probably. We haven't heard from them since. So I want to see what happened to my kingdom before it was usurped by the earth. Mushi Mushi, this is Patrick Desu. I saw a deer man in the woods today. You have survived. That's great, Westy. Westy! Are you in Florida? Is Westy down in Florida? Which one was Westy? Westy? Westy, were you the one that wanted to do the meetups? Who else is here? Pemba Tamang, hello. You're in Illinois. Are you in Chirac? Are you in Chirac? Westy. Pemba. I want to see what your face looks like, Pemba. Yo, what up, Bruce? What up, Pemba? What up, Westy? I'm making sure everyone survived Milton. I'm making sure we're all survived Milton. And then I might make us all do some fucking push-ups. I don't know yet. I'm making a lot of progress, fam. I'm doing pretty well. Making sure everyone else is doing well. Mushi Mushi, this is Patrick Desi. Mushi Mushi, my ears are ringing. Yo! I can rail out here. Would love to organize a legitimate fan meetup. I don't have that many fans, man. I'm glad you call yourself a fan, man. This is more like would Rick from The Walking Dead call the people that answered the radio his fans? I don't think so, man. This is, are you alive or not, fam? This is the world. The world makes you crazy, so I'm out here healing the zombie apocalypse for real. You wouldn't believe the shit that I see on a daily basis. Hope you get a warm place to stay for the winter, bro. You know, it's not that bad. Mushi Mushi, this is Patrick. It's not it's not that bad for real. When I have 2 sleeping bags in a tent. The problem is the wind. The wind chill. It gets through the tent. And it's like the wind knows how to get exactly through the tent and then around, bouncing off, and then under the sleeping bag, and it gets me. If it wasn't for the wind, and if it wasn't for the people that I see in town, life would be beautiful and perfect. But I think that I love going to town and seeing that there's an obvious clash between me and the townsfolk. There's something that makes the birds love me, and the birds will chirp, and it's like everywhere I go, it's trumpets. The birds will chirp when I walk around town. And then I go into a store, and it's like I've entered a hell cave. It's like I've entered the lion's den, but then they're not lions, they're a bunch of stupid little goblins. Little dick losers. Then when I walk in, they all go, and they have to get near me. One of them fought, they're like, and I have to stand there like, you have no idea what I've seen. I'm like a volcano waiting to erupt. You'll donate if you need anything. We'll donate if you need. Man, I don't know, are you well off? Do you have money to donate? Because if you're just getting by paycheck to paycheck, I'm not going to ask for your money because I'm not going to die without it. But I am working on a GoFundMe. I'm really on the fence about it because I like saying I got it on my own. But there's time is the most valuable resource. And if I had more money in my pocket, I could do more with the time. I find deals on Marketplace for 5K cameras. I could get a drone. I saved up and I have some stuff on the way. I'm taking a bus about 60 miles on Monday to pick up some stuff. And I'm hoping that I can get the things charged and I'm going to vlog the zombie apocalypse because I'm going to be going right through it to get where I need to go. I'm going to be going right through. I wish that I had a way to, that's what I'm saying. Like if I had a computer and shit like that, I want to save for an Acer Triton, I think. Something with it needs like more than 32 gigs of RAM, or like 1 terabyte or over hard drive. And then I think it's like 480X or something. I don't know the right specs, but it's got to be a lot to run Unreal Engine, run FL Studio or Ableton, run the Serato sampler and the sound design, run all the mixing plugins, run all the Adobe Cloud. And then I have the means to infiltrate the content space. I'm already like, GG33 knows who I am, John Zerka knows who I am, Andrew Tate knows who I am, Justin Waller, Owen Cook, Elliot Hulse, Matan Evan, Epic Mealtime, MGK, Chris Webby, Annoyed, Spizzy Spose, C.416, March Davis, North Ave Jax, Real Ricky, Love Kelly, A Boogie with a Hoodie, Mac Miller before he died, 21 Pilots, Young Thug once. I met Young Thug once on the phone when I worked in music studios. But I'm finding needles in the haystack. My algorithm is giving me a lot of really talented artists that have less than 1,000 subs that I'm really excited to meet once I do that. I don't want to give up the so that's what I'm saying. Like if you were well off and you had money to give, if you have some to spare, that's what I think other content creators do. Buy me a coffee for people to throw $3 here and there. I think at some point I'll be able to do super chats. It's more like a revolution thing. It's just like I'm not gonna stop. So it's like throwing money just adds fuel to the fire. If that makes sense. I have tons of merch designs. I have tons of really cool stuff that I'm working on in my head. I'm just taking it slow. Enjoying what I have because I know that honestly, man, like this state is gonna be gone very soon. About 2 years ago in the biggest town in Vermont, Burlington, we only had 80 homeless people. Last year, we went from 80 to 800 homeless people. This year, we went from 800 homeless people to 2,400 homeless people. And that's just in one town. And they've been coming in from 3 different towns. They've been coming in from Burlington, Brattleboro, and St. Johnsbury, and they're flooding. So I'm in the direct center between these 3, the last town to be affected. And that's why I'm just hanging out here enjoying what it looks like. Because I know when I go on my epic quest, when I return from my hero's journey, it's going to be a much different place. So I'm just enjoying it. But that's what I'm saying. Like if I had a camera and a drone, I would be able to capture what this is like before it ends. That's the only reason I would be asking other people for money. It's not like help me buy cigarettes, help me buy McDonald's, help me indulge in things, help me live. It would be help me for the purpose to capture the beauty of the environment that I'm in and the things that I've seen before it ends. That's the only reason I would ever ask for money. So I've been on the fence about a GoFundMe for months. I really tried 6 months ago, and then I'll get off top and start talking about something else. I really tried 6 months ago, and it was like I went to all the different Facebook groups. If you look up Ask for Help, and I had this big, long, beautiful message about what I would do to save the world and how there's a lack of heart in the content space and how easy it would be to cut through as an attractive young man with a head on his shoulders when people like Andrew Tate are dominating the space. how easy it would be to come through and wake kids up to be like, yo, let go of all of that and just go outside for 6 hours, put your phone away and go hang out with your friends for 6 hours. And you'll recognize that Andrew Tate is a fag with a lot of trauma and a lot of problems, that was groomed as a child with a dad in the CIA to adopt that position. Andrew Tate is a broken man that got so rich he fell deep into his delusions, and he only has those paradigms to keep himself centered. Without that, he is nothing. He panicked about staying in a nice jail cell for months, and he blew it up out of proportion because he was making billions of dollars. How much? $45 a month from over, like, it was probably 2 million kids. So $90 million a month he was making. $90 million for 2 years. So, and he was trying to promote all that positive masculinity, all this stuff. He was taking videos of him with 10 girls at once, talking about how he's going to get them all pregnant. And then Aiden Ross was on the other side of the spectrum, gay, being a homoing out. They had nobody. Their space had both sides of the spectrum, and they were both completely delusional. So that's why we have a mass suicide in youth right now. Like, there are tons of kids I know that are 15 to 18. Like, I went to Waterbury, which is 20 miles south in the middle of Vermont. And it was just a bunch of kids that were getting ready to go take their dad's gun, go down to another small Vermont town and start catching bodies. And they were bragging about it and cackling on drugs, drunk, running around possessed, being so excited to catch a body. And they were talking like they were from the hood. But I was like, do you have any black friends? And they're like, I don't think I've ever hung out with a black person. But I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You are 15. I tried to play cards with them, but they panicked and they couldn't handle it and they freaked out. So I said shit like that on the GoFundMe, and it was a bunch of fat white people in their 40s saying, you gotta work for it. Get a fucking job. And I'm like, how's that working out for you? How do you like working? And they never answered me, because I know that they're not doing well and they're close to asking for money. Use FL Studio. We should get a GoFundMe going. That's what I'm thinking. Little Dick Losers. Yep. How about merch that says all cops are nitwits? All cops are nitwits. And then something on the back that says little dick losers deserve no opinion. Me and all my homies hate cops, cunts, creeps, crows, and crackheads. And then I had a clothing company called the Kingdom of Creative Champions. That was also going to be a music label. It was just my whole crew mutinied. I had a bunch of, like, the thing with Vermont is that people don't have any social conditioning. So they get way out of it. They get really delusional. So I had people that, like, as soon as I built the music studio and I had like a following, I had like 100 followers on Instagram. All my friends started acting like they were famous. It was so weird. It was like a snap of my fingers, and they all became like the snake archetypes that the rappers would talk about when they were coming up, like Snoop Dogg and his boys. And then Snoop Dogg had to leave his boys. It was like they like couldn't handle their ego and their image. It like possessed them. They lost all humility and they became like these like disgusting pieces of shit. Like one of my friends, as soon as he got 100 followers, he immediately got in trouble for trying to sleep with a minor. It was like, what? It's 100 followers. We came from such a small town where that was like 200 followers was pretty big. That's how small our towns are. To have 100 kids across 2 towns, that means you were well connected, and when you posted, everyone saw your shit. Yeah, he hit like 200 followers in 2015. My graduating class, if I didn't move, because I went into government custody at 14, if I had never left, my graduating class would have been like 22. Like Twin Valley High School graduating class was like 22 or 23. And then I moved down to Brattleboro and my graduating class was like 150. Max. I'm from the toughest town in America. For real. I'm the king of the north. I'm from the toughest town in America. Brattleboro, Vermont, where you can walk down the street and you'll see a crackhead with a cone on his head and two eyelids going out, and he's dancing to the Macarena. And then you'll see a very rich millionaire eating lunch with his wife. And then you go further down and you see a person in full drag having a full conversation with a World War II veteran. And they're cracking and having fun. And then you wait like 3 minutes, and then there's a drugged up loony from the Brattleboro Retreat, the oldest insane asylum in the world, that got carted off from Utah and wound up here. And he has no idea what to do. He's like weaning off a heroin, and he's got a hatchet, and he's looking for someone to kill. And he's just wandering through all these kids and people in this very, very small town. It's a very beautiful and weird place. It's one of the coolest places I've been to, and I'm so glad to have grown up in it. And I swear, I guarantee you, in 2017, the girl that took my virginity was the hottest girl in town. Swear to God. But she eventually had a kid, and now I think she smokes crack recreationally. Even though she works at a bank and she has a lot of money, she's now fat with kids, which is all her dream was, but I'm pretty sure she smokes crack. Lil Weezy says I'm not tough. How long have any of you guys been here? How long have you guys been subscribed? Were you here this spring? I want to know. Don't listen to the haters. No, his name's Lil Weezy, bro. His name's Lil Weezy. What they're like mosquitoes. I just see them as little mosquitoes. And I keep them around because I hope that been here for a couple months. That's dope. That's cool to see. That's cool to see you watched it and you came out and started commenting, man. I appreciate that. A couple months was like before the Capitol building, when I was in like with when the tornado happened. That was a cool time. That was a really cool. That was when I had rainbows out in the sky every night, and deer would come hang out with me. And there's a bird here I was thinking about back when I would sing to the birds all day, and a bird has shown up and it started chirping. That was nice. I had a whole small town to myself because no one was around. It was just me and the whole college campus was empty. There was a giant graveyard, like a big veterans memorial that was huge. And then there was a bunch of fields that hadn't been harvested yet. So it's really like this whole year has been me with big open spaces, and then me in really confined spaces. So that was a really cool time. If it was after that, I think then I got arrested, right? I went to jail. They're watching you at your lowest. I appreciate that, Lil Weezy. Lil Weezy is woke. Lil Weezy, I've seen I see so much shit out. Where'd they all go? I see so much shit out here that I keep my third eye closed, and I kind of edge it, like I do a little bit. Because when my third eye is open, it's so vivid for me. I can see all the entities around me. I can see I can like see the structural integrity of the simulation, and I see like all the different floating bits and pieces keeping the simulation going. And usually like I achieve this kind of open, like I kind of raise my vibration too much, and I start to literally break out where I can't be affected. It's like I'm not even a part of it anymore. I'm out, like past the fifth dimension. Like my natural state is so far out that we have, and this is on lives, like on live streams. We have cops that come in all the time. We have people that just walk by the camera with their head down, angry like this. People will follow me through grocery stores. I'm literally looking up, what the fuck is this? That's crazy. What the fuck was that? They always surprise me with new shit. What the fuck? So it's like a tiny little spider strand of a spider's web. There's no wind. Okay, the wind is blowing this way a little bit. Basically, it was like a spider jumped off. And it's like, for me, it's like this giant shining strand of a web that flew off of the building and is reaching towards me. So it looked like it was coming out of the sky, spiraling, and then it came right at my face. No pause, no diddy. Oh, so to me, it looked like what I was imagining when I was talking about breaking out of the simulation. To me, it looks like a bunch of tubules or tornadoes that keep me attached to some type of higher vibration that kind of come in my back. No diddy, attached to my back. And then I kind of pilot myself like a marionette from the fifth dimension. So I don't usually open my third eye because then it makes it, I become so aware of everything, and there's usually some type of like interference. Like I tried to go through the store today. I stayed out in the woods all day. I opened my third eye. Things went well, like I didn't have any opposition. Then I started recording a video, and then hundreds and hundreds of crows showed up and landed right above me. So I left and I went to the store. And then as soon as I got to it was an empty Hannaford's parking lot. As soon as I got there was about 15 kids that showed up, and they followed me through the store. Every aisle I went down, they came behind me. And then when I got to the register to get out, the worker came up and stood right next to me looking at me like this. You feel me? I sounded gay. What do you do for a living? Like his third eye not open? Which one? You saying Pemba sounds gay? What are you talking about, Lil Weezy? No, I just have a high-pitched voice. True story. It's tough, man. I've been completely disassociated for a long time. No, it sounds a little retarded, bro. I said the tubules would come and attach, but I said came on, so I said pause. As a joke. Bruh. I just saw a giant flashing light. No, but I smoke a lot of cigarettes. I recently quit. I stopped, and I got a lot of headaches now. Yeah. I can call the birds and they chirp, and then they fill me up with high vibrational frequencies. Weezy doesn't understand comedy. How old are you, Weezy? I want to see his profile picture. Why? I don't understand why the kids are so negative. From what I see, the kids aren't smart at all. When I was younger, we were smart. I'm only 24. But I think I had an advantage because I was in the Irish part of the country. Everyone I grew up with is really smart. It just seemed that for the most part, my peers were really narcissistic and privileged. Like one of my neighbors, they used a wood stove and they went hunting, and they had a 3-bedroom house. No, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They had 5 bedrooms, a basement, and a giant boot room, but they only had 1 wood stove, and the bedrooms were small. It was like the house was kind of falling apart, so they had to use a wood stove. And they were there were 3 of them in a room. They had 11 kids. And then next door there was a bunch of hillbillies that lived in like a 2-bedroom house. And then I lived in the Section 8 complex, and then the rest were just a bunch of old people. And we never really like the other kids didn't really hang out. It was just me and the Keyhoes. But I mean, they had like there was the doctor's son, and he was from the Philippines. We had one kid that thought that he was from the hood, and I mean, he had like an attractive girlfriend, but she had mental health issues. And before that, I had like 2 or 3 friends, and we'd all adventure through the woods. I traveled around a lot because my mom had PTSD, so she lived in Section 8, moved around the projects of Vermont a lot. We didn't really talk to anybody else. I had a whole room built full of Legos. But then when I was 14, I had to kill my father in self-defense, and I went into DCF custody. And then I started traveling around through homeless shelters, and I was homeless. And I've been homeless since I was 14. But I graduated honor roll, and I was dating the hottest girls in school. Wheezy's 15. How do you know Wheezy's 15? It seems like Wheezy is a lot like a kid named Rowan Lynch that I used to... Yeah, it's a pretty good guess. He seems like the kids that I knew from Brattleboro that did acid young, and they have Instagram. And where I did acid young, and I sat out in the woods alone, playing Minecraft and hanging out with all the pretty girls and going skinny dipping at the lake, Lil Weezy sits in his room and plays video games. Or he does drugs with his friends, and they go on Snapchat to talk to girls and try to pull them, and then they hang out together in groups. So I was like the last generation that would go up and talk to girls on the street, and we'd have conversations, and we read books, and we only really used our phones to play music. And the memes were like with the, the Facebook font with like the Minion font. I still had the Minion fonts, man. I had the Minion, but like I remember it was really funny. It was a picture of a guy with a ski mask on a couch with like a flip phone, and the meme was when you're robbing a house but your crush texts you. And it was like the overcooked letters. This was like 2013, bro. Like I was 11 when memes came out. Like I was the first batch of people that had Facebook. I was like the very end of MySpace. I had like just missed MySpace because I was in an institution. I jumped off a bridge when I was 13 trying to kill myself. So I missed MySpace, and then I came in when I was a freshman. And then I made it freshman year, and then I did acid a lot with a bunch of 18-year-old kids. And when you're out in the woods and you do acid, you go so far out, and then you have no way to come back because you don't have all the people that you have in the city or bigger towns. I was in the birthplace of Mormonism, where there was only like, I think the population was 1,500. So I would just sit by myself. And then the parents of the kids that gave me the acid, either they felt bad or they noticed that I had gone a little too crazy. Because I would just show up, and where I used to make jokes and I would talk to the kids, I would just show up and just stand there because I was processing all the energies and emotions. So I would just stand there. Like one time, one of my friends, one of the 11 kids that were there, asked me to wake him up in the morning so that we could go running in the morning. So I was like, okay. And then I got to the door and it was locked. And I was like, fuck, I don't want to wake all of the 11, or there were 13 people. I don't want to wake all 13 people up. So I snuck in the back and I crawled through the window. And then I was just standing in the living room. And then the mom came out. I was like, what are you doing here? I was like, oh, Jack asked me to wake him up. And I was standing there like this, completely disassociated from the acid. So after that, she was like, I don't know what happened, but they met with a therapist and were like, I don't think we should hang out with Casey anymore. I think he's kind of going down the wrong road. And all these kids were homeschooled, and I was like their first friend before they got into high school, and they were all of them were gonna go to Twin Valley High School. So they kind of ditched me, even though they fucked me up in the head. Then they ditched me. So I was heartbroken because I really loved all of them like family because I was an only child. So I dropped out of school and I started working doubles. I was working 16-hour shifts as a dishwasher, and it was like 200 degrees, and I was with a bunch of old heads, and I was working harder than they were at 14. So they put me on the main dish line. And I was pulling doubles, and then I did acid again, and I did acid, my last acid that they had given me. I used it again by myself, and then I hung out with the famous rock band Cheap Trick, and then I went home, and my dad had a psychotic break, and he ended up having a heart attack, and then I went into government custody. Yep, I'm putting it on this in case I die or we all die, so that this was just my, like, this channel was really just my digital legacy. But there's so much obvious symbolism that I think when I put down and people figure out that it was true, there's no disputing God. There's no disputing a higher power. There's no disputing that this is just a stage or a testing chamber, like Portal 2, like Portal. And it's just a hallucination. Lil Weezy said, "Open your third eye," and then he says, "Was you in special ed?" So I want to see what he looks like afterwards. I can't really get a view of his profile picture, but it looks like he's doing the crouch thing and he's wearing a shiesty. Life is a dream, yeah. But there's more to it. Like, it is real. And I feel like time, I want to think that time is linear. And that you pop in and you pop out, but the machine is going to keep running. And all the things that we added to this server, all the contributions we did to it exist somewhere. Like, I know I'm probably an alien piloting a mech. And I know that I probably have some type of power. And that's why people are always after me all the time. But I don't want to think that I'm in a private server and that nothing's real. I want to believe that we're all in the same thing, and it's all about how we contribute to it and what we do with what we have. I don't want to think it's all predestined and it's all like running an ancestral simulation for educational purposes for the beings that evolve after us, and they're just looking back through our epigenetics, and they're getting to relive all the things that we left in our genetic code years and years and years and years and years down the line when we evolve into whatever we evolve into. I don't want to think that this is just them reliving it through their epigenetics, and that it's already happened. And worst case, like best case scenario, we're just the composite code of what was left behind, running in simulations about what might have happened if it was different. What if Casey didn't do this and Casey did this? What do you think would happen? And then they just go off probability, and that's entertaining for them as we farm out the infinite. I'd like to think it's more of that. I mean, how the secrets of the industry, if you look at all the music videos they did in the 2010s, like Diddy and Katy Perry and all the people that were right in our face, but we had the veil over us. They say it's futuristic. It's like our souls are older than we realize, and they drop us in the body every morning when we wake up, and then they put us through the gauntlet to see what we do in a day. And they just put us through tests and trials and tribulations, and we see if we can get over it. And it's like an interactive experience that they're watching, kind of like Gary's Mod Death Run. But for whatever reason, the constellations have gotten brighter, and they get closer. Is that good enough for Lil Weezy? Lil Weezy, if you're here, bro, I've killed people in self-defense. I've been to jail like 15 times. I could whoop your little ass, Lil Weezy. Why are you so mad all the time? What's got you down, bro? You can talk to me, fam. Lil Weezy's mad because of something inside Lil Weezy, man. Or NPCs. Yeah, it was Lil Mule and then it was Lil Weezy. It was Lil Mule and then it was Lil Weezy. He's on drugs. Lil Weezy's high. And I'm not high. So I come through a little fragmented, man. Lil Weezy wants me to play a character. It sucks. Proud of your sobriety. Appreciate it. He's in Illinois. You're in Illinois and you're 20. That's tough, man. Are you in college? I'm gonna eat a MetaRx bar. Once I have money for a second phone, then I'll be able to do. No, you're just working. Then I'll be able to do go lives together, and Discord calls and everything. I'm waiting until I have a means to really farm the content. Right now, I just talk. And I'm not going in the woods because I saw a bunch of crazy shit tonight. So I'm waiting until it gets closer to like 5 o'clock. I saw some crazy shit tonight. If Lil Weezy's still here, man, where'd Lil Weezy go, man? He asked me a bunch of questions. Yeah. He asked me if I was special ed. He asked if I was on meth. So I was guided into the forest. I got scared because I was alone and it's pretty deep in the woods where my shit is. So I went into the woods. I got right to the tree line. I felt this big pressure. I was like, I don't want to walk in there alone. I've seen too much in the forest. I know when the world gets kind of like the veil is thin and it feels like reality isn't real. I know when this feeling that I have, that's like I'm getting close to some type of interaction with a higher dimensional being. And that higher dimensional being is usually, it's just like the game developers or the scientists running the test or whatever. I have some type of experience with something else outside of reality, and it breaks down a little bit with like some spiritual experience where I'm able to perceive it easier. So I opened my phone and then I got hit with a bunch of vibes suddenly like, don't do it, go alone, don't go live. They don't deserve to know. They're going to fuck you up. They're going to mess up your experience going by yourself. And I'm like, I don't know if I can do it. I hit go live and then this loud ringing over the forest went, Aah! And then it felt like everything went stagnant. Like all the energy just stopped. The whole environment just went stale. I felt like I had no connection to anything at all. And then right in front of me, like this hazy deer man that was crouched down like this, but it was obviously a deer face, but it had a humanoid body. And it was just standing there and it phased in and out of reality real quick. And it was staring at me right in front of my face the whole time. But I had no way to see it until that ringing went, and then I looked. I was like, oh, and then I backed up and it's on the live. I just have to unlist it and make it public. You can see me freak out. I don't know if it caught it. I haven't looked at it yet for real. But that happened. So then I was like, fuck that shit. Turned around and went to go get some food from the grocery store. And then when I showed up, there were 15 other people that followed me the entire way. So imagine you get to an empty parking lot. Hannaford's closes in an hour. It's completely empty. There's only 2 workers on and 1 worker at the register. But as soon as you pull up, so I have to walk out of the woods, and as soon as I get there, all of a sudden I look over and there's 15 kids, and they're all smiling and looking at me. And then I get in and they come in on the other side, and then I'm walking through the aisles, and then they just walk with me through the whole aisle, just standing behind me. Like the whole way. I go through like 3 aisles and they're following me, so I'm like, I'm just gonna get the fuck out of there. I get to the front, I'm looking, and the guy at the register is just standing there like this, completely frozen, not breathing, not moving, just standing there. So I was like, that guy's not even here. That guy's not even real. I turn around, I'm like, I'm not even gonna deal with this dude. I start checking my items out, and then he comes up to me and he stands right over me like this. And then I was like, okay, so that's obviously something out, like the developers of the Matrix or something is making it obvious. Like, I chickened out. I didn't engage them to, like, sometimes I'll go up and talk to them and see what they have to say. Sometimes I'm like, I really call them out. Like, I hold that intention. Like, I know nothing's real. I know there's a good chance that none of you are real. And then it's all a science experiment and I'm in a pocket dimension or something. So I go up and just see what they say. And they usually have this weird smile and they talk to me and they say things, they talk in code and they just talk to me weird. And they all have this weird sly undertone about what they say. And I'm like, is it not real? Is it that they've checked out and they're connected to a system that I'm not because I'm not in society anymore and I'm not employed? Is it just like I'm dreaming and I stepped into a different dream or something? Or like the transitional multiverse, like we're always going into the present moment in different infinite timelines? And I just, because I held that intention, I drove myself into the world where nothing's real. But for whatever reason, it's like they talk really creepy. They talk, it's like they're always, for people that are awake with their third eye open and you look at them, it's like they're obviously pretending and they're obviously keeping a secret. Like it seems like they're in on something that I don't know about. There's something that I don't know about that everybody's in on. And then when you go and talk to people, it's like they have the same coy, weird smile. And they always like, even my mother, my father, my cousin, my aunt, everybody that I talk to for real. And for, like, honestly, with my third eye's not open, it seems like I'm running from a script too. Like, I know my third eye's not open. I'm watching myself and I'm watching where my presence would be if I had opened my third eye. And I know this is coming to me without me having to do much thought. So it's kind of like I'm running from a script. But for whatever reason, it seems like everyone else is too. And then the more I get aware of it, the crazier it gets. Like it's like I become so present to the moment. I can see all the energy of the birds jumping to each other. And like, that's when I start to feel like I can get transmissions from stars and that I'm never alone and that I have like a spirit team. And then when I get to that level, I start to check my algorithms. That's when I go on YouTube and I hit refresh because I'm like, okay, I know it's an AI. I know it's a simulation. I know they're in the phones. If this is really the case, let's see what my YouTube gives me. And then it will give me a tarot reading from 8 months ago. And then the tarot reading from 8 months ago describes exactly what I'm feeling and exactly what I just went through with like all the different processes in my head. And it walks me through what's going on. And it tells me about all the different beings around me that I was like scared to be aware of, that I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing like bright lights of people's faces around my face. And it explains that to me. But then at the same time, man, maybe it's just facing my fears. Like maybe I'm supposed to be doing this and it's a test, but for some reason it's like, then I go through, in the past, I went through really horrible things. But then I get through it and then I get to this like transitional point where I get back to myself and I'm more complete and I'm more grateful and I like understand myself a lot more and I've gained strength, wisdom, knowledge, confidence. So I'm able to be more of myself. Like I think I'm more complete because of the things that I've been through. But I went through a lot of terrible stuff, man. And I think that kids that smoke, like kids like Lil Weezy, because they're younger, they're more in tune with that world that I seem to be pushing into. It's just they don't have the foundation. And I really think it's Freemasons say that because of the collective conscious, when people like me were born in 1999 and like all the people that were born in the 1900s, because of that one, for some reason, that one at the start is imbued with masculine energy. When it changed over to the two, it became a lot more emotional and feminine. And that's why we have Lil Weezy's and Lil Mules that come in, and they're obviously they're operating from their feminine. They're reacting emotionally. They're negative and angry and aggressive and all this because they don't have that sense of that backbone that comes with the masculinity that we grew up with. And I get it specific. Like the reason that I have it is because I've been traveling, and I've been traveling around places like the sticks, and I've been traveling around hoods, and I've been in and out of jail, and I've been in and out of gangs, and I've been in and out of institutions and shelter programs. So I had a buffet of different role models and experiences that I just picked apart, and I picked apart what I liked and what I didn't. And then through persevering alone through life without any parents or like anyone in my corner really, other than these beings that I'm talking about. It's called it. I just grew into a person that has a strong sense of right and wrong, and just a foundation of hard work. Like I used to do bodybuilding, and I used to do pickup artistry, and I used to do stand-up, and I used to have a studio, so I would have a bunch of kids in the studio. I used to work in studios. I went to college, and then something happened. Like I got drugged in college. I appreciate that. From what I'm hearing, it's formative experiences. Like I needed this origin story. I needed to go through what I've been through, and I'm proud of who I am. Like I don't think it wouldn't be like I just did the Robert Baratheon audition. There's my bird. It went around me. I just did the Robert Baratheon audition, and I remember like if you go back 6 months ago to the first Robert Baratheon audition, where I walked around the woods yelling. I walked around the woods. I can see how much I've grown. I dropped it, whatever. It'll feed a mouse. So I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty happy with what I've done. I mean, just what I've been through this year would be a pretty good TV show or a movie. Or a YouTube series. It could just, I mean, I could start it at the Year of the Dragon. Or I could start it at when I first got to Randolph. And then just to name the events. Broke down. Joined a crypto group called FAM. Helped FAM out. Like I was freezing in the back of a car, broken down in a park in sub-zero weather. And I was charging my phone down the road at the outlet outside, and then I would come back, and I was trying to be a mod in FAM to get money. I was returning cans in sub-zero weather in a small empty town. So I was like sneaking into people's back porches and stealing their cans to return cans to get money for fam. And then I was doing crypto trading where I was turning 30 cents into $30 in a laundromat at like midnight to 6 a.m. every night. Then I went one day, it was really cold. I started playing basketball and some guy came to press me. And that was the video Crazy Vermont Suburban tries to attack me. And that was like my first real introduction to Northern Vermont culture. You can see it like I did the other video I did the other day, the other live. I talked about the way the cops and crows twitch when they're stealing energy. You can see a lot of that behavior there because he falls under creep and crackhead. Right? So then 12 hours go by and I have a Kundalini awakening where I like awoke to the nature of the simulation. And then his wife comes up and she wants to hang out with me. And I danced with her in the laundromat. And then he showed up and tried to kill me. I ended up winning. Like I had to rip the hatchet from him, pick him up, and I threw him on the ground, and then I beat him. Like I got him really good with the hatchet. He ran off coughing and bleeding. I chased him out screaming. I fell, did a barrel roll, got back up and started slamming on the window. And then his getaway driver, who was on heroin, smashed into a telephone pole and left. And we're not sure if he's alive or dead. Except I think that I think one time, because then it was like everything changed. The police started being really rude. They started ostracizing me from the town. They made my cut like... That's when I realized that there was a Michael Casey O'Brien that had already stormed through the town the way I was storming through it. But where I was trying to better my life, he was trying to get heroin. And he was like pissing everybody off. So Michael Casey O'Brien had already pissed everybody off and gotten trespassed from everywhere. So when Casey O'Brien showed up, he had to like be like, I'm not that Casey O'Brien. I'm this Casey O'Brien. I'm me. I'm not this guy. And there was tons of drama with that. Then they ended up moving my car. And then when they picked up my car, because it couldn't be fixed, when they picked up my car, it was like, they were talking with the same sly, like there's some sneaky agenda going on that I don't know about, that I'm like picking up on. Why are they talking like this? That's not authenticity at all. It's like they're both like, there's something coy about the way that they're speaking to each other I don't get. And then they call a tow company. The tow company that was supposed to show up was late. Suddenly, like some big thing got in the way, so the other guy showed up. The other guy showed up and he was talking with sly like they were. He picked my car up and he moved me to the park and ride, and then he put the car in wrong, like where my car was halfway out of the parking spot and halfway right in the road, and he just left it. And there was a giant RV, like almost like a normal RV covers 2 spaces. This RV covered 3. It was huge. It was called a 4Travel. And I was like, that's the coolest RV I've ever seen. He was like, I know, isn't that dope? But he was talking like, it's kind of sentimental and weird. Like it just seemed like it was, to me, it seems like if I were, the only reason I would ever talk like that is if I knew something that if I was him talking to me and I knew something that he didn't, so he being me, that's how they were talking. Like there was some secret that they had that was something beautiful. Like they were ancestors or Truman Show characters or aliens, and I was like a soul being guided through. I just saw a giant light up in the sky right in front of me. That's how he was speaking. And that for him to leave my car halfway out, so I had to struggle and figure out how to get my broken car moved back 6 feet. And then the guy that was supposed to tow my car that got suddenly blocked by something. And then he's talking authentically, and he's talking like a normal person, like that's grew up with a life. And everyone else seems to be talking like they know something that we don't, and that we're like they're, the best way to put it, either like they're possessed, they're part of the system, they're part of the matrix. They were talking weird, and they were all talking like that. And then there was a group of us that I would see like needles in the haystack that were normal people, authentic, that weren't a part of whatever that was. And they were all those people were Michael Casey O'Brien, me, Casey O'Brien, a guy named Michael, and a girl named Casey. And all of us got together at Ray's, a guy named Ray, thrift store, when we would plot how to get Casey out, how to get me out. We'd end up at Ray's, and the only reason we had to go to Ray's was because the rumor of me being violent with this guy had gotten so bad that people were throwing cigarette butts at me. Every time I walked to the McDonald's, people were chucking beer cans at me. People were swerving at me. People were screaming at me. I got robbed twice. Somebody showed up and put a gun at my head while I was in the car this winter. It was sub-zero. I was freezing. I was spending all my money because Heather was still helping me out. So I was spending a lot of the money on McDonald's every day, just going back and forth, trying to find jobs. And nobody would hire me. It was like they would pretend that things were going to go well, and then they never respond. And then I'd go in and they'd trespass me. And I was like, I haven't done anything. I'm just trying to work to get my life better. And then people with the same names would show up. People would show up and then they would record TikToks of themselves helping me. Like somebody gave me a shower once and she recorded TikToks about it and like tried to get clout off me. And I was like, what the fuck? So eventually it got so bad I had to go in the woods because at that point the police were after me a lot, and I had already gotten trespassed and almost arrested because people were just lying to police. They had just decided that if Casey shows up, this guy that's nice, he's never done anything wrong, but there's just so many rumors about him that people made up because it was a small drug addicted white American town. So it was just everyone was so aggressive and hateful and violent towards me. And I was literally suffering freezing in sub-zero weather in the back of a car where a group of rednecks were trying to kill me because one of their nephews was on drugs and came at me, and I won the fight in self-defense, freezing outside when he had a house and everything. I was stuck out trying to trade crypto in the back of a 24-hour laundromat, freezing to death. Literally freezing to death. Frozen fingers, and I'm returning cans and trying to trade crypto because I want to save the world. And then this guy comes to kill me, and I end up winning. So I had the whole town against me, basically. Everywhere I went, there was someone in some store everywhere. And it got so bad, it was so violent, and I had no one in my corner that I had to go in the woods. And the place that I ended up, the way that it looked, Vivek's cabin, the way that it was set up when I first found it, was exactly the same way I had drawn a year before when I was writing my TV show. I drew what the castle that my character lives in looks like, the decrepit, abandoned castle. And the whole scene looks identical to Vivek's cabin. The same way that I stood and looked at Vivek's cabin in awe at how beautiful it was. The way the trees was better than I expected, but exactly how I had drawn it. Hopefully I can find, like if I get my car back and it's still around, I can show you I might actually have it in my backpack in my tent. I can show you the old drawing that I drew of what the castle is supposed to look like. And then I can show you a picture of Vivek's cabin. And it fits perfectly on top of each other. The way the hills are, the way the trees are, the way that the staircase goes up and the trail, and the way that the keep opens up is the same way the cabin sliding door, and then the trail that I carved out, not realizing. Which would mean that time isn't real. Or at least there are beings that can look into the future, and they inspired me to make that. I don't like Lil Weezy, man. I might ban you. You got something wrong with you, Lil Weezy. You got some problems, Lil Weezy. You got some problems, man. Do you live in a city? Are you from the projects, Lil Weezy? So you have a lot of trauma that beat you down. Are you mad at your dad and taking it out on me, Lil Weezy? Or do you lack trauma and it's caused you to be a little brat? Are you a little brat? I don't know. Why? Why would I do that? I think Lil Weezy's 10. Why not? It's snowing. The only problem is I like this place. So I totally would. But if I get in trouble and I'm on camera and I get an arson charge because the cops here have been such fucking nitpicky little bitches. They have nothing going on and they only really target people they don't like. So I know if I have any type of slack, they're gonna go hard and then I'm gonna have to be in court with judges and shit. So I'm thinking about buying a gorilla costume and then buying a ghillie suit. So if I get that gorilla costume, I'll start burning shit down. For real. If I get a gorilla costume or a ghillie suit or a bear costume, should I get a bear costume or a gorilla costume? I want to know where Lil Weezy, where did you learn about meth? You guys always say meth. What content creator gave you the phrase, are you on meth? Because it wasn't, I didn't really watch a lot of Aiden Ross. Every time I opened an Aiden Ross stream, it would crash. Not gonna lie. Every time I opened Aiden Ross's stream and John Zerka's, it would crash. So I never got to watch any live streams live because it would always crash. Every time. But I would watch their clips. And I never heard them say, are you on meth? But every time there's a kid in my chat with Lil in his name, they always talk about meth. So what content creator coined the phrase, are you on meth? I see the sun. And how much can you bench? Where'd everyone go? I know there's more people than zero. You look, you a meth head. How many meth heads do you know? Lil Weezy? I don't think you know any meth heads. I don't think you know any meth heads at all, Lil Weezy. Yeah, sometimes it says there's nobody here, and then I check my peak concurrence, and there was 70 people in the chat. Sometimes I end my live stream, and it's been one person the whole time, even though there's like 5 people talking. I end the live stream, and there was 70 to 100 people. Sometimes there was 1,000 people this in August. Mm-hmm. You know me. I've never smoked meth. I've never done coke. I've smoked weed. I've never done heroin. I've never done PCP. Never done salvia. I've never done K2. I've done mushrooms a few times. I've done acid a few times. And I've smoked weed a few, like, I used to live with kids that would smoke 4-foot bongs. And they would smoke. My friend Dakota used to blow up people's brains, and they probably fucked them up for the rest of their life. He would really, like, if you wanted to stay at Dakota's house and he brought out the 4-foot bong, you had to smoke. And then it was bad, man. I don't think I ever really recovered from that. Like, I blame Dakota a lot more than I blame Alex. Like, I did acid a couple times when I was 14. But the shit that the amount of weed that we smoked at Dakota's house was bad. But I was still functioning. It really breaks you apart. Weed kind of disintegrates everything you hold dear. What happened when I did acid? The first time I did acid, I was at the Veterans Memorial. I was at a Veterans Memorial breakfast, and it was full of like World War II and Vietnam veterans, old guys. And I had the decaf coffee, and my friend Sam had the regular caffeinated coffee. Oh, God. I don't know. Probably a mixture of both. So I was on acid, he was on acid, and the old guys would call Sam up for regular coffee, but I thought they were talking to me. So I would just get in front of Sam's way and pour the decaf coffee on a veteran that's probably killed many people and is like suffering with bad PTSD. And he wanted caffeinated coffee, and I would pour him the decaf, and then he would look around like, "Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?" And then I think I got on the piano and I started playing, and I know I got a standing ovation by the old people. I don't know what I played or how I played, but I remember turning around afterwards and everybody was clapping for me. So I must have did something. And then I don't remember anything else about that day. And then the next time I did acid, we went to the Big E. I told this story a lot, but we went to the Big E in Massachusetts, which is like a 4-hour car ride from where we were in Vermont. And it was me, my friend Alex, his brother, my friend who was also his brother Sam, his younger brother, who was a bit younger than me. And then Alex was 18, Sam and I were 14. And then Alex's friend Jacob, who was also 18, and he was this really uppity, autistic Christian kid that had never done drugs in his life. And all 3 of us were on acid. So we could not let him know that we were on acid, or he would bring the car around. So I was just sitting in the back out of my mind trying to just focus, trying to like figure out how to like process emotions and be there with all the shit that I was seeing. And like I was just uncovering truths about reality and like why my friends talk the way that they did, and just understanding a deeper level of emotions and people's consciousness. And then I realized I could zoom out. So I was like, what the fuck is back here? So I completely went into my body and went into the spiritual realm and like zoomed out further and further and further. I was paying attention to like what was happening in my head as like a little dot inside of my own brain, inside of my own mind. And then I felt like there was this buzzing in the back of my mind. So I like really I tuned into the buzzing, and I saw these like tiny little whitish aliens, and they were like working machinery. And when I realized what they were doing, they like looked at me really quickly and very quickly transmitted to me in like thought codes, the reptiles are gonna fuck your shit up. And then as soon as that happened, like as soon as it and it registered, going 80 miles an hour down the highway, and then somebody else, or down the interstate, we were speeding for a second. Maybe it wasn't 80. It seemed like, I think he said 80. But he's not one that would go 80. So I don't know why 80 is coming to my head. But that fast, we were going down a big intersection that was like 60 to 80. And it's Massachusetts, so maybe the speed limit was higher. But it was one of those things where you had people going in both directions. So as soon as it said the reptiles are going to fuck your shit up, going that fast, some kid punched right above my head in the back seat. No cap. Somebody punched right above my head, probably breaking their hand. But I thought that the back tire exploded. And I didn't know how to communicate to the driver, who would have gotten us in a lot of trouble, that the tire had in fact exploded and that our car was now going to fall apart. So I'm like panicking. I look over and my friend Sam's on acid and he's eating a water bottle sideways, like, yum, yum. I know it's a joke, but I break down crying, like really bad. And then Jacob looks back and he's like, "Are you okay, dude?" And I'm like, "Yeah. I'm just come from a broken home." We get to the Big E. I get out. I look up. And then those same aliens are closer. There's just another voice in my head. And the voice goes, "Look at the sun." I look at the sun. And the voice says, "That's everything, everywhere, all at once. That's the infinite. That is everything ever. And this place, that's a hole to the infinite. And this place is just a really condensed version of the infinite so that you could experience more and adventure and enjoy life. And it's a gift and a blessing, and you won the lottery. So what are you going to do with it?" So I turn around and my friend Sam is just standing there. I'm full of bliss. It doesn't seem like anything else is real. It feels like this is just my gift and I'm the only one here. So I'm like, "Sam, keep lookout." And I pull him close over here, and then I start stealing all the sunglasses from the store. And I start putting all the sunglasses in my pocket. Then we go further down the road. And isn't it cool that I'm a cowboy and my colors are red and black? Because the second thing I did after I stole all the sunglasses, isn't that cool? Cute. Right when I said it. Is anyone real? Can any real person pick up that as soon as I mentioned cowboy, cute pup put cowboy? Is anyone real? Are any of you real? So what else did I do? Yeah, I'm talking about being a cowboy. I walked in to the next flea market stand at the Big E, the next market stand, and it was a bunch of cowboy clothes. So I stole the cowboy jacket with the black denim with the red designs, and I stole a black cowboy hat with the red designs, and I just walked out, and he didn't notice because I just waited for the end. Most people are out of their mind. So I was focused. So I just waited for him to turn around and I just took it and walked out. And they were all bots, NPCs. So you're as real as The Sims. You might think like Heather the other day, Heather said, "I'm real because I piss and I bleed." But I'm like, so do my Sims characters on my phone. I was just talking about being a cowboy right when Cute Pup wanted to ask me if I'm a cowboy and hit send. Right when I mentioned it, at the same time that I said the word cowboy, Cute Pup's comment came through. So then I was on acid. I walked up to Jacob and I was like, "I stole this." And he was like, "Fucking put it back." And I was like, "Okay." So I went back and I tried to bond with the guy. Am I real? I mean, it's my experience. I can see your guys' opinions flying off the screen. I can see your energies hitting me a lot. I can see your experience and your kind of bias about me, your opinion of me. When as soon as the live stream goes on, it's like I can feel all the different tweaks in your judgment. And that kind of, I put a barrier up, and then I kind of just talk freely and I see what comes to me. So I'm as real as that is. I could all be running a script. It could all just be AI, and it's just God expressing itself. But I mean, I've lived a long life, and I'm able to pick up all the motifs of that life and how it all ties together. So I know that I'm on an amusement park ride. I just saw a UFO. So if I see a UFO, it means they're just revealing themselves to me. It's not like I accidentally glimpsed one that wasn't supposed to be seen. It's a level of intelligence way higher than any AI we can come up with. So if you see a UFO, it's because the UFO wanted you to see it. It was a scripted canon event. I don't know if I'm inside my own mind. I'm pretty sure that's where we're at. It's like Inception. I'm pretty sure that I'm in a deeper level of my own mind, and that we're all going towards that, and that we might just be connected by like telepathic wormholes. Louise, you're retarded. Listen. Stop it. Get some help. What was I saying? Oh, here's the next thing. So, see if you can pick up all the themes of my life. I was with two people named after an Irish horse, Kehoe. I'm a Sagittarius, so I'm the horseman. It was in the year of the horse. In 2013, 2014, it was in the year. Yeah, because 2013 was the snake. It was 2014, the year of the horse. So we're just walking in a straight line. And it seems like time had gone really, really quickly. It was just like three things. So somebody popped in my chat earlier to talk about, yeah, you're gone. You're gone forever, bro. I'm sorry. I'll add you as it's just, you're not smart enough. Like, I can see you're creative, but, and I think it's trauma. If you're real, I think it's trauma. I'm glad you were engaged, but I'll never hear from you again, bro. You're with the other people with Lil in their name that act the exact same way you do. Exactly. Like, there's no difference. Literally no difference. I think everybody that comes in with an LIL in their name said exactly the same things he does. He's a bot. And I feel bad for him. But yeah, there was this giant. I can feel you're sad, bro. I can feel the angst and the sadness, the complex emotions that you're seeping out. Because if he's a kid, he's being harvested for his adrenochrome. If he's a kid, he's being harvested for his adrenochrome, so he's probably in a constant state of fear. And who knows what TikTok algorithms that are personalized to what they're watching. So it's a conscious entity on the other end of the screen watching through the camera. And that thing is building his algorithm. And it's programming the kids en masse. Like, all my kids that I grew up with, we're in small towns across the country. My generation grew up in small towns across the country where we didn't have access to internet, but about the game where you don't think about it, and if you think about it, you lose the game, right? You lost the game. I definitely don't remember anyone teaching us tag. Like, I can remember, I can go back that far. I can remember the first days of kindergarten. to when we taught each other tag. And I can remember that we made up that game. I can remember that like the 5 of us stood in a circle. Me, Derek Harnish, James Earl, and then somebody else. And we all just talked back and forth and we came up with tag together. Across all these small towns across the country, the kids came up with the same game. It came to us collectively, like there was a higher level of intelligence monitoring the children. And we thought that those were our own thoughts, but they weren't. They were inspirations from a higher dimensional consciousness. And then we grew up with people like Markiplier and Slenderman that were scaring us ritualistically every day after school. We'd come home and get scared. And then all of a sudden we'd get pumped full of emotions, and that would be like a high for us as kids. And then the emotions would just wash away, and we'd feel tired and lifeless, and then we'd play truth or dare in the group chats, and then go to bed. They farmed us for our adrenochrome systematically, because in God we trust. The banking system is spiritual. See ya, brother. Oh yeah, there was this big display that said, "Pay $5 to come see the legendary magic horse," and I was like, I gotta see this. So I walked in, and it was this long, complicated maze of mirrors that were tripping me out because I was on acid. And then you get to the back where the legendary magic horse is, right? And so I'm a Sagittarius. And I was around people with the last names that mean horse. And it was in the year of the horse. And I go see this magic horse that's supposed to be this epic thing, this legendary thing. And it's just a pony. And the pony is trapped in a tiny box where it can only fit diagonally. And it's just standing there frozen in place. And I just look at it for like 2 seconds and it can't move its head, so it's just stuck there. And then I get carted out. And they're like, "What was it like?" And I was like, "Oh, it just, don't worry, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." And then that's where my memories stop. Like, I don't know what happened next. I just have those specific memories about being on acid. So that it could be completely fake. It could be implanted memories. And then my life really started at 19 when I crashed my car into the pole. And I would have really no idea, other than I have bits and pieces of my memory that feel real. But I know that I went to school for like 180 days of the year. But my mind only plays like 4 or 5 specific moments, and the rest is non-existent. I have no idea what happened in the other 170 days, because my brain only really remembers like 10 to 12 memories per year, and those memories feel like it's running a TV show. Like they're all episodic. I was playing a character. I had like dialogue options, like in Detroit Become Human, of what to say. And I would choose what to say, and I remember playing chess and making decisions. And then everything else just doesn't exist in my memory. We supposedly went to school for 180 days a year. But I can tell you that I only was conscious for like 5 days out of the year. And I have no idea what happened in the other 175. And it's not like you get older and you forget. It was like I literally just wasn't conscious. And what's weird is that neither were my parents. When I ask my parents to name their memories, they can only name the same memories that I have. I've prodded my parents like many times about, can you name memories? Like, what was your favorite memory of us? And they only ever remember the same handful of memories that I remember. So there were days like 250 out of 365. Maybe even, let's say there's 365 days in a year. 300 of them, and probably 350 out of the 365 days, none of my family remembers. And all my family remembers the same handful of memories that I do when I ask them to name memories. And that's why I don't think they're real, and I think that they're possessed. I think that they're possessed by a demonic force. I think that my mom is born to play a character. I think that she was, like, the reason I came out of the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, and my mom was literally trying to kill me, and that she only comes into my life to ruin my life. And it's so obvious if I just let her talk. So I turn the phone on and I just wait for to see what comes out of her brain. And then she makes it like 2 sentences, and then she's completely possessed. And the thing is talking to me the same way the thing talks through my father, and the same way the thing talks through my cousin, and it talks through my aunt, and it talks through strangers that I meet on a daily basis every now and then. I can tell the pattern recognition. I can feel the energy. I can see the light glowing from inside the spirit realm. I know what it is. I know when it comes in and when it's out. It's a demon. And I think that my parents are NPCs. I think that my parents have been severely traumatized their whole life. So I think that they're able to shine through, but I think all their stuff, and I hate to say it because I love them so much, but it's like in SpongeBob with the anglerfish in the SpongeBob movie where there's all those skulls and you see there's a woman's body and she's trying to talk to you. It's like a restaurant and they go to get food from the food truck, and then turns out it's a giant monster that was puppeting her. And they have to run away from the monster on their quest to become men when they turn into cowboys, and then they become rock stars. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Maybe I'm probably in a coma. It would make sense. I hit the telephone pole, the airbag didn't go off, and then I remember vibrating out, and then suddenly I'm next to myself outside of the car with all my money flowing outwards everywhere, even though it was safely in my pocket when I hit the steering wheel. All my money just flew out of my pocket all over. And then there was the strangers that were, everything's been different since then. So I could be, but then who are you, Sagittarius goddess? Are you a motif? Are you real? You said you're real, but I don't know. How come nobody else is going through what I'm talking about? Is it just that they're not aware of it? So if you don't have that level of knowledge, you're not going to get that type of experience? I don't know, but I'm cold. Lil Mule said, go back to your meth. What do you mean? Can I not get any help back with my parents? My parents don't think there's anything wrong with them. My parents have no sense of accountability. They mostly, all they know how to do is gaslight. Any conversation that you have with them is just them. They only know how to do one thing, and that's trying to control other people. My dad's gotten a lot better, but he's getting older, so it's harder. And I mean, I don't know if you were present for what I just talked about, but for the most part, it seems like they live very sedated lives where they spend most of their time on the internet, and they don't leave their house. But my mom has been in Section 8 for over a decade, and I think she's watching. How long do you think she's spent outside of her house in the past decade since I went into DCF custody? One time she couldn't make rent, or she wanted to save money in rent, so one of her landlords let her set up a tent outside in the yard with 2 cats. And that was the most she spent outside in 10 years, was living in a tent and the tent had AC, and she built like a room for the cats with like a cardboard tube for them to get to and from, and she lived in a tent in the yard. In the hood. She lived in a tent in the yard. And her neighbor was a crack dealer. But he's a motif in my life. Every 2 years, I have a tall black guy named George that's a mentor for me. Every 2 years. So that was just one of the Georges. There's a Sean every year. There's an Alex every year. There's a Vinny every year. There's a Jesse every year. There's a George every 2 years. There's a Todd every year. There's a Heather every year. There's a Brian every year. Sometimes there will be 2 in a week or 3 in a week. And they're just the same reoccurring characters over and over and over and over and over again. It's been the case since I was born. And I have alien blood on both sides. I have Rh negative blood, which they say comes from aliens that came down like 10,000, some type of years ago, where all of a sudden genetics mutated and then this bloodline showed up. And that bloodline has gold rings around their iris. And my dad has it. Any Edwards? My cousin's name is Eddie. My uncle's name is Eddie on their side. The first thing that came to my head is Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist I watched 10 years ago. Ed, yeah, I don't meet Eds when I'm mobile. When I have a stagnant place, when I'm not going anywhere. So let's say I'm in a shelter, or I'm in my house, or I am stuck and my car's broken down and I'm living in the car. Those are when I have Eds. And every single one of those Eds has something to do with surviving outdoors. So do you have, as an Edward, do you have any ties to deserts? Do you have any ties for off-grid living? Or do you have any ties to cowboy hats and living outside, like that rural sticks culture? I'm gonna take everything you said with me. Sagittarius goddess. I mean, you're Sagittarius goddess, so you already know about astrology. It's just seems like learning to let go and surrender to your higher self. And then like different self-care routines just to be more present to the moment, and then use that being present to the moment to actively change your life and dig your way out of whatever problems you have. Because you know when you're sitting there, you know that there's like a list of 10 things you can do that would improve your life. When you change your daily habits towards improvement, it's like a domino effect that shifts everything in the right way, and then you gain momentum. And that momentum as a Sagittarius is what you thrive in. So you're going to feel like this, you're going to start running again. It's going to be like this this amazing perseverance that you've been missing for a long time. And then just do the most, push it as far as you can and grow, and then you'll be able to relax. And then when you relax, it'll all come back, and you'll kind of come back to terms. Like you'll be able to get more control over your mind, and you'll realize that we're momentum-based signs. We're supposed to be momentum-based. It's just my sun is in my 8th house. So it means I will be permanently trapped by social conditioning. Having a sun in the 8th house means that your duty on the planet will be imprisoned by social conditioning. So no matter what I do, I will be pushing back against the cultural norms. So that's why I tend to feel overwhelmed and trapped because of that, and because I have a Taurus rising. The Taurus, and apparently you have to earn your Taurus rising by going to war and winning many times in past lives. Like, so I had to win some type of major battle in a past life and be a skilled war hero to be able to develop those types of codes that came with me in this incarnation. And I'm a 33 life path, which is supposedly the oldest soul possible before I'm not allowed to be on this planet anymore. And I'm born on the 11th, which is the most powerful emotional sign of the numerology. It's like the visionary, it's the bridge between the dark realm and the light realm. It's like all the different stuff that's outside of the third dimension. The 11s are gateways for that. And my name means a tree of life, exalted, which means outside of this with a high authority. So it would make sense that I'm disassociated in a fifth dimensional plane and I pilot my body like The Sims. So it's literally in my name and in my numerology and in my astrology. They all tie together so perfectly. Sagittarius are the incorporation of the ferocity of nature and the philosophy of man. The 11 is the gateway to higher and lower dimensions. My name is the oldest name in the book. It's older than Jesus. My name is older than Jesus, and it means the tree of life. And it traveled from Africa with the acacia tree, Kehasa, all the way to Ireland, all the way to America, through Casey. And then my middle name, Francis, just means French king. And I found this on the ground last week. I have an Eiffel Tower pendant. And it just means free. French just means free. The free lands. And it's Gaelic. French people were Gaelic. Were Celtic. So it just means that I probably picked up the French culture as my genetics traveled from Africa through Rome, and then Rome got taken, and then the Celts probably traveled all the way up and then became Brian Boru, who my dad and I are identical to. So it would make sense. And then O'Brien means descended from giants who gave their life fighting to free the Irish from slavery. Brian Boru, the first and last, or the last High King of Ireland, the most famous Irish king in history. And he had the same bloodline that I have, with the gold rings around the iris. And I mean, I can't go into a town without somebody coming up and reminding me about Brian Boru, even if they don't know my name. They have to come up and talk about it. So I'm assuming there's a good chance either I'm definitely descended from him, but I don't know if I was him in a past life. I don't think so. Maybe. But it's definitely like I can't escape it. Like, people come up to me and tell me I look just like Brian Boru. People come up to me and just talk about Brian Boru, and they don't know my last name. So I'm assuming that it's just a motif in my story. So it would make sense that when I went into DCF custody and I was on acid and my mind was fucked up, and I thought that I killed my father in self-defense. I didn't see him for a month, and then he showed up and I had a panic attack. And I was in a little shelter program on a mountain in central Vermont, and all the staff members' names were after Irish kings. There was an O'Neill and O'Connor, and there were these big buff women that were in the Navy, and I'd have panic attacks every day, and they would come and console me, and then I would get my guitar out and I'd start singing Ed Sheeran, the Irish songs. And then all the people that were in the shelter program are the same names that follow me all the way. Brian, Vinny, Noah, Alex, John, multiple Brians, Sam, Jack, all of them. The same names in every shelter, everywhere. It's the same names, different people, with occasional guest appearances from people from my past. So I don't know. I don't know if, like, that reminds me of a tribe. Yeah. Yeah, my dad's too. And I mean, look at me. Go look at a video of Robert Baratheon, who they cast to play Robert Baratheon. Robert Baratheon's character is based off of my ancestor. And when I went into the government programs, I would hide in my room all day reading Game of Thrones, and he was my favorite character. And then it turns out he's based off of my ancestor. So I really was resonating with the story of my ancestor. And my ancestor, Brian Boru, lost his family to the Vikings and lost his kingdom at 14 years old, and he was homeless his entire life. And I lost my family at 14 years old, and I've been homeless so far. Brian Boru knew that his people were getting enslaved by Vikings, and he spent his whole life trying to free them and convince them to fight back. And his peers just ostracized him and bullied him the whole way, beat him down and left him homeless. As a child. And it took him until he was 60 before they listened. And then he rode with them into battle after he spent 50 years fighting alone with whoever would come with him. And I've been trying to get people to realize that the rich people are going to buy us up and the crackheads are going to invade us and this will be gone. And nobody gives a fuck. They're too depressed and they don't care and they beat me down everywhere I go. So I'm literally living the story of my ancestor. And I look just like the guy designed to play my ancestor. And my dad looks identical to the statue of Brian Boru completely. And my dad's name is Gary O'Brien. He was a ski instructor at Mount Snow. He started off as a ski bum in a van. And then he was on the yachts with the rich people, the elites that are supposedly reptiles that eat babies. He would just found his way onto their yachts after that long of being a ski instructor. And they call him Gary the Legend O'Brien. That was my father. And we just stayed building Legos in a ski chalet on top of a mountain by ourselves with a dog. Alone together. And that was my childhood. And then I'd go to my mentally ill, probably schizophrenic mother that has alien blood, and her eyes will go dark like the aliens, the black eyes with the white iris. Her eyes go dark, and my grandmother's eyes go dark, and they both have full Rh negative blood. And then it turns out that having the gold ring around their iris is a big quality of people with Rh negative. And that's what my dad would always talk about whenever we hung out. He wanted to tell me about the iris, how we have gold rings around our iris. So I'm assuming that my dad and my mom, who were always 11 miles from each other their whole lives, except when they both got married and they had 10-year marriages, and then they both broke up at the same time, and then they both wound up in Wilmington to conceive me on St. Patrick's Day. And then I was supposed to be born on the winter solstice, but I came out on the date that makes me the most powerful soul on earth, according to the people that built the numeric system. Pythagoras, like Pythagorean theorem. The Freemasons that go all the way back to ancient Egypt, through the Rosicrucians, the Rothschilds. The people that are the occultists that are hiding the information about the secrets of reality, but they put it right in our face with the marble arch and the podiums and the pillars and the checkered floors and the black sun and the red carpet. All that hidden secrets that I don't tell you because nobody asks. All that stuff, according to them, I'm the most powerful soul on earth. With the most, literally, if you look up the most powerful name in Freemasonry, it's Acacia. Let's Google, is Casey the most powerful name in Freemasonry? And my mom said she was just inspired to name me one day. So I know that I'm getting tarot readings from across the world that are telling me this stuff. And I have so much trauma you wouldn't believe, bro. What's up, Derek? Take another look at that bitch. I'm cold. I'm fucking cold. Derek, I'm good, man. I wish I didn't block little what's his face. I want Derek to talk to him. Derek, we had some kid, I think he was like a little white kid, and he's angsty and dumb, and he kept going off on us about stuff that I wanted someone that was younger to decipher what he was saying. Because there's a type of kid that comes in my chat and they say the same exact things. Like they always have Lil in their name, Lil. They're always white. For some reason, like not that it matters, but they are. And they say the exact same things. Like they just keep talking about meth. They insist that I'm on meth, man. And that's all they talk about. And they have this like snotty, bratty attitude in the way that they speak. And they can't really come up with anything smart. So I want to know where they got it from. I want to know what YouTuber you guys watched that has you asking everyone if they're on meth. Because I see them in the comments and they all have LIL in their name. There's a bunch of little kids in every comment section that's like, when are you going to get off meth? You meth head. So I want to know where that came from. Was it Aiden Ross? And then we talked about a bunch of crazy spiritual stuff. A bunch of stories about my life. Lil Casey, that's me. Asking everyone if they're on meth. No, Lil Casey is my father. No, Lil... Oh, God. Okay, I've been up for a couple days. Lil Casey. Yo, Derek, do you know who Lil Boosie is? Do you know Boosie Badass? I want to know if he knows Lil Boosie. I want to know if you know Charleston White. I think you probably know Charleston White. You know Boosie? Yeah, you know Boosie. I know Boosie. When I told you I live with Vice Lords because my car got impounded in Canada and then they deported me and then I had to live in New York for a couple months while I saved to get my car back. And one of the guys I live with, he had been in jail for 5 years, but he was from Mississippi and he's Boosie's cousin. So I met Boosie on the phone and he likes my beat. He liked my music. But I didn't know if you guys knew about him. I didn't know if people still like Boosie because I know he only had I like Crazy by Boosie, but he only really had that one song. I pull up at the club, VIP gas tank on E. I remember that. What are you talking about? Sagittarius is leaving. Man, I hope I helped Sagittarius. I hope I offered some insight that helped you. That's why I'm here. I'm not mobilizing anybody yet. I don't even have merch or anything. I've got a lot of cool designs, but I'm pretty close. I might stay here. I don't know. We're at the election, right? I think there's a pretty good chance that like if Trump and Kamala get into office, there's a pretty good chance that neither of them are going to leave. And they're just going to be like, yeah, this is kind of outdated. We're not able to make any progress in the 4 years. It's just been a cycle. Yeah. There's no clouds now. But you see those shorts with the wind yesterday? That wind was crazy. Someone check in on you. Word. Just keep improving your life. Give yourself more potential to do more things. And then in the future, when we reconvene, we'll have more opportunities for greatness. If you have dreams, if you want a life that's more than what you're living, keep taking small, consistent actions and keep like a piece of paper taped to your bed that has all your goals on it so that when you go to bed, you can think about it and just train your brain for progress. And then just your day just is making small, good decisions. and then you'll leap to a higher timeline pretty quickly, where you're thinking quicker, everything you're doing is quicker, you're moving better, you're more efficient, you're utilizing more of your brain because you're changing your daily habits towards progress. And then the next time we reconvene, like the next time I go live or whatever I'm doing, because I'm about to go on another big journey tomorrow, and the next day I'm headed straight to a bad place. So as long as people are making progress consistently, I'll keep going live. Otherwise, damn, yeah. I think it was man-made. I know there were like a couple people that are usually in my live streams haven't answered. Like they have not come back. I had a couple people that were like directly in Milton, like right where it hit the hardest. And they were talking about it on the live that they're not prepared and they don't know what to do, and that no one has heard from them since. We just got Susie back. We had Susie and James, who are like an older couple, and they said that they have a lot of damages, but they're fine. They're like hiding out at some like community place, like a gymnasium or something, while they clear out all the damages on the roads. But it's probably because it's Trump's home state. It depends on, like, it's gonna come out. There's tons of conspiracy theorists now that are gonna go look in who's buying up the properties. So if it is the same companies that are buying the lithium mines and that are buying up a lot of Canada, then I'm sure it's an agenda. I'm sure it's the government trying to buy land to control it in the future. Elon Musk just rolled out his robots. I'm good, man. I'm just worried about the world and not sure of my place in it. I know it's something very important, but yeah, I'll keep it secret. But there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I'm doing a lot better. I moved areas, so I'm like 2 miles away from where I was, and I'm out by the woods, and I have all this property to myself right now for the next couple of days. And then I'm headed to a bad spot to try to pick up some cheap deals I got for things that'll help my life. And we're just talking about the elections right now. We're pretty sure we haven't heard from a couple people that were in Milton that we think are not around anymore. And I'm just like, whoever pops in, I'm giving them advice on self-development and spiritual stuff. And then I talk about all the crazy shit that happens to me on my end that it seems to not be happening to anybody else that's speaking about it, at least in my chats. So I don't know. I know that I was talking about getting followed by crows all the time. And then I pelted one with a rock today. And then how many showed up? Probably like 400 crows, close to 400. And they're all just sitting over there by my tent. So in the mornings, when I'm going to be trying to sleep this morning, when the sun comes up and I go back out in the woods, because the night times are getting too weird. I literally mean it like I'm 100% being completely honest with you when I tell you that a literal voice in the forest whispered slingshot. Like the veil's been getting thin, and I've been having dreams about spirit walkers, and they whisper things at me. Like one of them pinned me and I had sleep paralysis, and it was in my face going, liar, liar, liar. And I was like, no. And then I woke up and I could see its haze in this reality. So either last night or whenever I posted that on my community tab, it really was something out in the bushes going, slingshot, slingshot. So how the fuck I'm so calm is beyond me, bro. I don't think it was a skinwalker. I think it was a spirit walker. Because that's the skinwalkers are like these slimy four-legged things that shift and molt and change. The spirit walkers seem like they exist in another dimension, and then they're bleeding through into this one. And whatever, I saw it clear as day. I was able to Google it, and other people had already drawn pictures of it, and there's already lore behind it. So it's not like it's something that my mind made up. It's something that exists. But it could also be the internet. It could be like we're in the 5G, and maybe my brain is just like, that's just a transmission through the same way that we can download a movie really quickly or play a video game. Like the dream I had could just be something operating through the 5G. But whatever reason, I knew it was a spirit walker, and I was able to Google it and find out spirit walkers. Bless you, Yonaldoshi. It's not a Wendigo, because I've seen Wendigo. I've seen Cernunnos. I've seen some type of slimy thing that walks on all fours. It's a bug, but it's able to look like animals. I've seen whatever that is. I know that that thing is real. I know that there are things that are like, hold up. When I was younger and I'd walk through the woods, I used to see these, in my imagination, I would see these hooded figures with deer skulls. And they would be talking to me when I was a kid, and I thought that I was imagining them. And then a couple years ago, I started going on hikes by myself. And when it was really foggy in the mornings, I would see them again in my head talking to me. And they were always amused because I would get terrified and I'd run away. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'd leave. And I could feel like they were laughing at me. And then didn't hear anything of them for a long time. And then I was up on that mountain a couple years ago. And then I saw a live one, like a giant deer man. And it told me it was the god of the wild. And then later I figured out that the Celts also had talked to that thing, and they call it Cernunnos, the god of the wild. And then I figured out Cernunnos was Baphomet, and there's images of that creature everywhere. So everyone was also seeing the deer man. And the craziest thing is that I started seeing them again in Vivek's cabin. These things with the deer skulls. And then one day I didn't tell anyone about it. I didn't even talk about it on the YouTube because I was alone out there. One day I came back at like 3 a.m. and there was a deer skull next to my tent. So I had like a pathway to get through the woods, and it's deep in the woods to this abandoned shack in the middle of the woods in like deep in Vermont. And on the way, a deer skull popped up just right there. And I walk that every day. No one else goes that far in. So for there to just be an obvious, like almost bleached clean skull of a deer. Coyotes have started barking far away. It's like it's too quiet. Yeah. That same night that I saw the deer person on top of the mountain, it told me in my mind, it said that I'm the embodiment of the forest and you're protected, and it's a test. And that as long as you keep going, because I was 7 miles up a mountain. It's a 7-mile hike to the bottom. And it's steep. It's like long winding hills to get down. And something was following me the whole way, like rustling leaves behind me. It was about the same time as this year. It was like late September, early October. And halfway through, I had a mile marker and there was something following me. So I was like hiding on this cliffside in between a chairlift post and this big drop off in this tiny little alcove right there. I was hidden like this with a mile marker, waiting for whatever was following me to jump at me so I could try to push it off the cliff with just a dull mile marker. And then the spirit of an animal that I had saved the first day that I set off on my journey when I was 22, when I got in the car and I left my hometown, for real. There was a porcupine walking in circles, and I put it in a guitar bag and I brought it to a wildlife rehabilitation center. And huge themes in my life have been, dealing with brain parasites through fasting, dealing with things running me in circles, controlling my mind when I'm out of it, and then wanting to care for wildlife, wanting to care for the birds and the skunks. So the fact that when I first left, the first day of my journey from leaving home, I saved a raccoon's life that had a brain parasite walking in circles that needed to fast. And then I brought it to a wildlife rehabilitation center. Like, I keep finding animals. Like, the next year, a bird flew right above me and then landed right next to my hand. And I had to bring a bird back to life and then bring it to a wildlife rehabilitation center. And then when I went to Vivek's cabin, I really wanted to turn that into a wildlife preserve so that I could have bears and raccoons and have a bunch of really cool exotic pets that I could treat them the way that they deserve to be treated. So it just makes sense that happened. But the point was, that raccoon's life that I saved projected into my head, and it had died, but it was like very loving, and it just told me to get up and keep going. Just keep going, get to the bottom. And then when I got up, because I was just gonna lay there until the sun rose, because there was something following right behind me, something loud. So I look, as soon as I choose to get up, giant UFO with a big yellow streak, and it's like a black dot. It looks like a sperm cell or a tadpole. Flies really slowly over my head, and then it just drops down behind the mountain, and a voice in my head said, "They just let an alien loose that's gonna hunt you if you don't leave." And it was a porcupine. It wasn't a raccoon. It was a porcupine. But yeah, it was like a big light hit the front of my face, and I could see that it was the face of the porcupine, and I knew that it was the porcupine. And it said, it just said, "Keep going." And it wasn't with English words. It was just like the thoughts were being beamed into my head. So it could totally be an AI. It could be aliens. It could be ancestral spirits. It could be something, but it was definitely not me, unless it was my higher self or Jesus or whatever. But it happened, and that's the only reason I left. And then as soon as I made the decision to get up, I saw the giant UFO, and then I had to go down. And then when I got to the bottom, they had fenced off the place, so I couldn't leave. And I had the mile marker, and I couldn't speak English anymore. I was just going, slamming the mile marker on the ground and trying to get the thing to come out of the woods. And then I heard a coyote go, like, "Stop, I'm trying to sleep." And then somebody that looks identical, like literally genetic twin to someone that had just randomly shown up and taught me MMA a couple months ago, showed up, but he was an EMT, no relation to the other guy, even though they look identical, like they were wearing the same Fortnite skin. Barrels out of the woods and saves me from these monsters, and then does a wellness check on me, and then drops me off in my car. And then right before we leave, I look back at like 4 miles up the mountain to where the chairlift was, and you can barely see it, but it was this giant slender man that wasn't in a suit, but like a tall figure with tentacles that was darker than darkness, so you could see it really well. And it was just standing there watching. And then I left. I got in my car. I took off. I recorded the video just for proof that I'm telling the truth. Look up the God Gave Me My 300 moment on my channel. Just look up Casey Francis O'Brien, God Gave Me My 300 moment. And you can see that I'm not making it up. It really happened. All of that really happened. And then when I got done recording that video and I got to a gas station, the first person that came up to me walked up to me like this and said, "You saw the shadow people, didn't you?" And I said, "Yeah, I wasn't going to tell anybody at all, but I kind of figured this is a simulation. So I figured you were going to be here. It's all divine timing, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm a witch." So we all see them, but nobody talks about them, and I could just tell you did. So that might not be true for you guys. I might be in my own little world. I don't know, but it's real for me. Like in my reality, we have people that can read the present moment. We have people that talk to ancestral spirits. Maybe it's just whatever your belief system is what the reality you get. So maybe for some people they don't have that. I don't know. But I like just it is what it is. I went through it and I've seen so much consistently that it's just a part of life. I can't deny it. I don't want it to be real because then it means like when I'm out in the woods by myself, it means that there are things around me at all times. Yeah. So it's just like shit we have to deal with. And that's why like I really like I've had the opportunity to be famous many times. Like since I was really, really young. People wanted my family to get into modeling, which is sex trafficking. People wanted me to get into acting. People wanted me to get into porn. People wanted like I've met so many famous people. I just walk down the street and then I'm suddenly next to one of the biggest names on your For You page. So it's like the simulation of the Matrix has really put me in position to go down there, and I never do because there's something that's really uncomfortable for me. For some reason, it's like I can't function if I try to go down that road, and I just take in what they tell me and then I keep going. And then it turns out that like I'm so glad I didn't, because it turns out that like if I had done it in 2018, I would have ended up like Mac Miller. I would have been at a Diddy party getting raped like Justin Bieber. But I'm saying those people would show up in my life a lot for whatever reason. I didn't plan it. My dad didn't have any connections. So for them to show up like that, and then it turns out that they're all like satanic pedophiles that let demons possess their body, and they eat babies, right? I remember once I had this dream, and it wasn't a dream, it was like a trance state last year where I was like shown something, where I was like transported in the like through daydreaming. Something else showed me something, like I imagined myself climbing a mountain, and then I imagined a portal, and then the portal is the most important thing that my spirit team wants me to know. Those are the exercises that like help you do like past life regressions, where you imagine like a being of pure love coming down from the sky, and it takes you by the hand and it guides you to a giant closet. And then when you go to the closet, the being of pure light hands you an outfit, and then you go to the mirror, and what is that outfit? And then it's whatever your mind shows you is like really important for who you were in a past life. And then you put that outfit on, and then you walk into the portal into your past life, and then you say like, what do you see? And then the people describe what they're seeing. So I learned how to do that past life regression down the road from here, over by just in a field. And I was looking at a couple trees and the mountains in front of me, and I was thinking about having to be there for my friends and having to close myself off to be disciplined, to be able to be in a position to control the outcome. So I knew that everyone in my family and everyone that subscribed to me and everyone that I see down the street, I can make sure that I'm like a good leader that's going to be able, if shit hits the fan, I'm going to be able to make sure that things are in check, and I'm going to get as many people to safety as I can. And I was listening to Anthony Padilla from Smosh do a past life regression. And then during his past life regression, when he got into the mirror and the thing showed him his life, and he was describing what he was seeing in the past life regression, he was describing what I was seeing with my eyes at the time, and he was describing what my emotions were at the time to me, listening through the headphones. He thought that the being of pure light and love was guiding him to his past life and showing him his past life. But what it was showing him was my eyes in the future. And when I was trying to do my past life regression, and I imagined the being of light, and it took me by the hand to the closet, and it showed me the mirror of my past life, I didn't see anything. I just saw a bright white light. And then in that moment, Anthony Padilla described what I was seeing with my eyes in real time 8 months into the future from when he recorded that video. And he described exactly what I was thinking about and exactly what I was feeling at the time. Like he had, instead of showing Anthony Padilla his past life, it projected him months into the future to give me a psychic reading about what I was going through in a way that opened me up and healed me, because Anthony thought it was himself. So I got to see the insights, kind of like he mentored me in real time from one of the most famous people in the world, like the original YouTuber. Smosh was like the first ever channel. It was before YouTube existed. So the OG of YouTube gave me insight into my life, like a therapy session, thinking that it was his own past life regression. And my past life regression didn't give me anything at all, so that I would listen to what he said and I would pick up the fact that he was reading my life in real time, and he unpacked things that I had problems with because he thought it was himself. So my life healed him, and his articulation of my life healed me. And it was 8 months apart. I was 8 months in the future when he did the reading. Bruh. So other exercises are like, if you imagine a giant hole opening up in the sky and you imagine all of your ancestors there, and then you can kind of look at them kind of like characters in like a top-down menu, like The Sims or Fortnite or something, where you can like look at all the different beings, and then let your imagination fill in the gaps and then find out what feels true to you. So for me, it's mostly just one person. Like I look up and I imagine myself with a top-down view, the way that they tell you to do, and I really just see one guy looking over. Sometimes I see like my grandmother, or like sometimes I see other things. And then the tarot readers in my day-to-day, the tarot readers will tell me about those things that I'm seeing. So I'll look up and I'll like imagine myself with my ancestors, and I'll just like let my imagination fill in the gaps. And then those things that I'm seeing, my tarot reader, like I'll have a YouTube video that will pop up in a couple days from when I did that. And the tarot reader will tell me about those things and say that those things had a message for me through them to let me know that it was real, and then told me this, and this about the future. Which is the only reason that I keep going and that I keep doing this, because I have obvious things pushing me forward. And I have a skill set that I've developed. I've always been a type of person. I've always had, like, I came into this world with a way of life and like an authenticity, I guess. I came in bossing people around. I literally came out of the womb telling my parents how to fix their life so that we could all get rich. I literally came out of the womb and then led children to victory against their bad paradigms. I would lead, like, my life has just been living war games for fun. I would like grab groups of people that had no friends, and I would throw them all into a friend group, and I would take them out to restaurants and on adventures because I thought it was fun to watch them grow. And I naturally feel like everyone's my child. I don't think I'm Jesus, but I think that I'm probably an ancient old soul that probably led people to battle in a past life. I don't know if I was Brian Boru. I'm seeing that like psychics have told me, like, from what I was, I basically get to live. My life is like every year has different themes to my life. So because I've lived so many lifetimes, I get to experience like the rewards of what I did, like the results and the outcomes. So like I have this constant changing theme and style that's evolving over time, because it's a constant cycling of all the different lives I've lived. So I guess I was like a Ronin, traveling samurai, shogun warrior at some point. I was a giant that had a band of Celtic people behind me, and we would like do raid parties against Vikings in the past, or against barbarians and other Spartans and stuff back in those times. Like I was in World War II, and I was a fighter pilot, and my foster brother at the time was like a dock worker that would help the plane when we took off. And was like my cousin was a Roman emperor, and I was like his wizard advisor. Like I was like the guy that studied the magics and the rituals. I was like a shaman in Egypt. I was like close to a god at some point. And that's also like in my genetics. So in my family line, I am one of my ancestors, if that makes sense. So at one point I had like gotten to this god status where I had like seeped into the entire public and I was like growing like a tree. And then I chose to dip out when I was ready, like Thoth. Like I had just left and decided to go. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the afterlife now. And then I came back in as another again and again and again until we're here. And like that's a consistent reiterated story through many different people. Like I like being a Native American war chief and riding into battle, and then being the cowboy on the other end in the next life and experiencing both, like two sides of a coin in the same generation. And we both died early on both sides, so I could be a part of that generation. Just many, many times over and over and over again. And I think that all of that's accumulated in the exalted version of myself that speaks through me, so I don't have to put much thought into what I say. Because there's a higher form of myself that's speaking through me. Exalted, like my last name means. And whether or not you believe it, like just chalk me up as crazy, but at least it's entertaining. And wouldn't it make an amazing story? Isn't that so cool? Like think of a TV show. Wouldn't that be an amazing TV show? So at least I have that in my head. And that all that thinking, all that stuff helps my art immensely. It really does. And the only thing that keeps me like believing it is because then I look around at my life and I realize that I like pick up a Native American coin while I'm listening to Native American music. And then the next place I go to, people are angry at me because they think I'm a Native American nomad. And then I'm like so tied to the bear. And then I thought it was polar bears. And then I find a shirt that says bear. And I'm thinking about going to California and it's a Bear California shirt. And my album cover is red and black and it's a red shirt. Or a red and gray, and it's a gray bear with the red star. And then I look up at night and there's all those red sprites that I posted, and the scene looks just like my album cover that I imagined in my head. So there's just such an obvious correlation between my thoughts and reality that it would make sense that all it just makes more sense that these things are probably true than not. Like the stuff that seems really out there, like all the past lives I might have lived. But those could just like those things that the psychic could just be going into my bloodline. It might not be my past lives. That could just be what they're reading from my genetics. Your family wants me to join the army next year? Don't serve a government that wants to keep you, that locked you in a room until you got an injection, and then they openly admitted that they lied about what was in it and why they wanted you to get injected, and they lied about all the things they said to scare you into getting injected. Don't fight for your life for those people. If they want you to be militant and disciplined, get into MMA. I'm pretty sure they just don't want you to be a gang member. Like they see that you have this sense of camaraderie, and they want you to find that camaraderie in something positive, like having strong role models that are working towards a better future. So if you do end up like this, if you join the army, bro, it's gonna be robots. You're in Black Ops 3. Black Ops 2 is done. We're in Black Ops 3 now, where you're going to be like using exosuits and running along buildings, which will be fun. But I mean, like, just look at the video, look at GoPro. There are people in Ukraine that have GoPro strapped to their head and they're recording what the war is like. And the people that would be your squad mates don't have any type of head on their shoulders at all. Like, if you look up the footage of people in Ukraine right now, they're retarded, bro. Your generation is not, they're not war ready. They're not war ready, bro. They just want me off the streets. God, I wish that, like, that's why I want a big property. If I had a big property, I would have a ranch going, and then I would be a good escape for people that needed places like that where they don't know what to do in their life. And then I'm like, bro, just come ride horses for a couple months. I'll teach you how to ride horses and train horses and cows and work on a farm. and then you'll get buff as fuck. You're out in nature all day. You could make any music that you want. I'd have a whole studio ready. And then I show you like all the bad bitches in Vermont that are healthy, that are smart, that have money in their pocket, that are good cultured, that are thick as fuck. Bad bitches from riding horses through the wilderness. And they're easy because there's no competition out here, because they're all drug addicts and from multi-generational retards that are still addicted to drugs, and they've smoked so many cigarettes their dick is shrunk permanently, and they're praying for someone that isn't a rich entitled prick but also is taking care of himself. And then I just build an army of good people from my ranch, and then we ride into town like a legitimate brigade of fucking badass kids. But I just don't have the money, man. If I were to start adopting people, they'd be just as homeless as me out there in the tent, smelling like shit, getting beat up by the town because I just have a bike. Right? That's why I don't do it. Because if there was any like disloyalty, or if I brought in the wrong person, then I'd have to watch my back at night, and I don't even have a guard dog. I don't even have a real gun. I have a pellet gun that can kill, but it's a pain in the ass to load. Like if there was somebody close range, and I'm not even sure far range if I'm a good enough shot yet, because I haven't even bought ammo. So that's the only reason I haven't like had all these guys that come in my chat be like, come to Vermont right now. The world's ending. Let's go fuck some shit up. Let's go make some Hicks mad and then take over the land like they did to my ancestors. Or else I totally would. And we'd hit the streets every night and we'd show them all how retarded they really are. But for now, it's fucking cold out, bro. It's below freezing. So for now, I'm fishing for money on the internet because I'm trying to get a cool coat, and I'm trying to get a gym membership, and I'm trying to get a probably a winter coat, and I'm trying to get just an upgrade to my tent, so probably a new tent, and then I need ammunition, and then I'm trying to build a slingshot and finish a couple of songs, and then I'm probably good enough that I'm gonna go back into the war zone, and you're gonna see like I'm gonna be like Ukraine, but it's gonna be me against a bunch of crackheads with guns and dogs and hatchets. Like I'm going to a dangerous spot next, and it's to get money to be able to keep going. I'm gonna be homeless. Like hopefully this year has taught me enough about dealing with police and dealing with like the horrific parts of society out here in the wild east where there's no police presence at all. The police are the abusers. The police are out here raping minors and getting away with it. It's terrible out here. And I'm going to a place where they had 80 homeless people 2 years ago, and now they have 2,500 homeless people just out there killing each other, and the drugs have gotten out of hand. So I'm going to be going back there, trying to work at FedEx to try to work full time, get as much money as I can, and then just elevate to a higher status of life where I'm no longer in the trenches, and I only go back into the trenches to fuck shit up when I have a guard dog. I'm trying to save money, get out of the bucket, level up my armor and my gear and my skills, and then I'm going to jump back in the bucket. And then if other people want to come with me at that point, then I'll feel confident in my ability to lead others and help guide others through this experience. But until then, I don't want more people to suffer out here with me. Even though it's like life is short and for the most part places suck. And this doesn't seem to be that bad of a place. And honestly, these people could use diversity. People that are from other places. the amount of kids that think that they're hood and they think that they're gang members and that's all they talk about. And these kids are like, these are middle, like suburban, middle class, all white, no diversity, that are acting like gang members and acting like Young Thug, and they're actually going to other towns that they're beefing with kids on Snapchat with, and they're killing them. They're shooting kids. Like these kids are like 15. They're beefing with somebody on Snapchat. They want to slide on the ops. They take their dad's gun. They pay an 18-year-old to bring them, and they slide on the ops. And they've never met an OG. They've never had a conversation with an adult man from a city at all. All they have is whatever they learned from Instagram and YouTube and Twitch. Like they sat and listened to Duke Dennis for 3 years. And that's what that's what they've become. I don't know how, because I'm not a part of it. And there are some bad bitches here. I ain't gonna lie. There are some bad bitches here that I'm not seeing in the city, and the ones I'm seeing in the city have sunken faces and dark eyes, like they've been destroyed physically and spiritually. They just, every time I see a pretty girl from the city, it's like it's a hollow shell of nothing. And then I see pretty girls here all the time that are beacons of hope in society, that seem like they have a life going for them and they have a strong connection to God. And then a couple weeks go by and I see them and they've been ruined. So I'm like, okay, fuck. maybe that was God showing me like I should catch them right now while they're still here. Catch them while they're alive before someone else ruins them. I'm like, I don't want them to smell my smegma when I open my mouth, bro. I don't want them to smell my bad breath and then have it waft out of my fucking how bad I smell. Because I don't want to sneak into the gym and get in trouble because the police here suck and it's too cold to go swimming anymore. So I'm just saving my money until I can get a gym membership. Right now there's one, I have one donator, and it's a business that we're pretty sure I helped start through like spirituality and through hard work and through like mindset tweaks and tons of different stuff. But he's a really hardworking father of 4, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 plus 2 dogs and like 20 cats down in West Virginia. And he was a truck driver, then he started landscaping, and now he's doing well for himself. So he, instead of giving the church the 10%, he gives me the 10%, and that's been helping me with food. And then I've slowly been leveling up my stuff over time. They've been in my corner for a long time. They probably, like in the past 3 years, they've probably given me $4 grand. So that's all of my income right now, is like whatever they can give me. And I just save it up, and then I find something on Marketplace that will enhance my quality of life. And then I get that, and then I just make it's been slow progress. I finally got a phone. Before that, I didn't have a phone that had service. So I was stuck in all those places because I couldn't get Wi-Fi anywhere else. That was why I was stuck, because I was saving up for a phone. I was going live every night trying to get money for a phone. And then I got the phone, and then I got the bike, and then I got the jacket, and then I got the boots, and then I got the jeans, and then I got the backpacks, and then I got the tent, then I got the sleeping bags, then I got the rifle, then I got I had enough food to keep me fed, and then what else did I get? I traded that bike for this bike, and then I spent a lot of money to get this bike in tip top ship shape. Yard, and then what else did I do? What else did I do, man? What else did I buy? Sleeping bags, food, rifle, a lot of socks. The phone was expensive. Oh yeah, I bought another phone, and then the phone turned out to be stolen. I spent a lot of money on a phone, and then the phone turned out to be stolen. So that was a big waste. And then what else did I buy? Think. Oh, I bought another tent, and then that tent got ruined and stolen. And I had a lot of my stuff stolen. And then think that's pretty much it. It was just a lot of McDonald's back in the day, because that was terrible, bro. That's gonna go in the book too. Back in that town where they all treated me like shit, and the rumors were spreading around, and they ostracized me from a small town on top of a mountain, so I had nowhere else to go, and it was the middle of winter. They lied and said that they didn't. Cumberland Farms lied and said they didn't take food stamps, so that I spent all my money at McDonald's. And then months go by and the manager changes, and then they just tell me, yeah, we didn't, they told me not to let you come in. They didn't want to trespass you if you spent real money, but they didn't like you were on food stamps because you're taking our money, because we're paying for you to have food stamps. And I was like, bro, I have a brain injury and I just killed someone in self-defense. Like, I'm trying to get a job and they're not hiring me because they're prejudiced. They called me an Injun to my face. I've been applying to tons and tons of jobs. If I didn't have that, I would have been a crypto millionaire probably by now. But instead I was like traumatized and freezing cold, and I was shambling to the McDonald's to pick up 2 warm burgers, and I would shamble out into the woods in the middle of winter, and I would just lay down in the woods and eat my McDonald's. So $5 a day for 30 days. What's 5 times 30? 600? It can't be 600, is it? 5 times 30? 30, 60, 90, 100. 5 times 30, hold up. 3 times, it's $150. So I must have spent more than 150, because I must have spent more than 150. What the fuck did I spend it on? I think I bought a couple bikes, a tent. Those were big purchases because there was no Walmart around. I don't know. But for whatever reason, I made it to where I made it, and I got a couple cool stuff that I'm getting soon. And the first thing I'm trying to make sure that I can be warm and be outside and be comfortable. So I'm trying to get long johns. I'm trying to get heavy duty socks. I'm trying to get another heavy duty sweatshirt. I'm trying to get a fleece. And then I'm trying to get a nice coat. And then I've got something cool in the works if I can get a job then. I have to get ammo for the gun. I'm trying to get a slingshot, pepper spray, mace. I'm trying to get a hatchet. I'm trying to get a machete. I'm trying to get a belt. I'm trying to get a couple other things, like a guitar case that I can put the gun in so I can get on the bus with it. Then I think it's definitely it's all uphill from here. Like there's not much worse. There's not really much worse I can go through. You spent it on cigarettes. Oh yeah. That's it. I didn't spend it all on cigarettes. When I bought the cigarettes, it was when they had a deal. So every Saturday, that store sold packs of cigarettes that were usually that would usually be $13. They sell them for $5.50. So I was picking up, like, it seemed like I was smoking like $100 worth of cigarettes, but really I was smoking like $35 worth of cigarettes. And that was only in a span of 2 months, because I had what's it called? I had that tobacco. Someone sold me a bag of $50 worth of tobacco for $10 because nobody was buying it because they all switched to vape. So most of the cigarettes I was smoking was from that. And then before that, it was all butts. It was all cigarette butts. And then someone with the guy with Bearcat gave me like 200 Altona cigarettes, which are from the Native American reservation. They sell like a box of 60 cigarettes for $5. So most of the cigarettes I got were, I'm close enough to the reservation that lots of people are just giving out cigarettes. So most of my money went to was from McDonald's pretty much. I'll have to double check because I think there was more stuff. I think I got a lot of stuff on Temu, and I don't know if Heather knows about this, but I think I saved some of the money that they had given me, and I bought them some, like, they're really religious. So I bought them this big lion sculpture and a couple tapestries for them to hang on their wall. That was a big thing that I did. Like back then I was like, if I save 30%, so that was where when I was like, I spent more, that went pretty much to there. And then I bought some clothes on. And that was oh shit. No, there was a long time where I was buying DoorDash pizza because of the fact that I was just like, I don't want to go into public. I was like, every time I went, it was so much drama, and I was trying to like cultivate my peace of mind. So I would wake up in the woods and I was like, I don't want to go through the gauntlet today. So on like the weekends, I bought like $40 worth of pizza because it cost $20 to get DoorDash to where I was. And I bought it twice on Saturdays and Sundays. So that was where the money went. It was McDonald's, and then on the weekends I was buying $40 worth of pizza plus tips. That's where a lot of it went. But the excuse I made was that I was able to go live because I felt good. I was able to keep going because I had a comfort food. Yeah, but they'd probably be the same amount as I can find on Marketplace. Like, I'm finding these, sometimes people sell coats that are usually like $200 or $300 for cheap. For the same price I'd get a coat on Temu. Yeah. I'm live because I'm waiting for the sun to come up. It is 3:30. I don't want to sleep out there at nighttime unless I'm already out there. Because tonight was crazy. Did you have to change schools? Thanks, bro. Thanks. Did you have to change schools, bro? I think they speak English in South Africa. South Africa. Do they all look like Tyler? What? I'm just gonna blow it into my eye. They ain't never seen a pretty girl from Joker. Well, no, and that's what they prefer. Okay. What the hell? I'm an alien. I'm a gray. What he said. 4 people in chat. Yeah, they look like Tyler the Creator. Fuck. They look like Tyler the Creator. I feel like an old man now. It's so quiet, man. This is cool. And I'll always know where this place is forever. So now I know for future reference, anytime I want to get away for a weekend and have an outlet where I know I won't be bothered by anybody, I have a ton of spots now. I love that every year I get to experience a new level of Vermont. They black as fuck, bro. Getting used to it. What do you mean black is just like cold? When you say they're black as fuck, do you mean like they act black or just their skin is dark? Pretty girl from Joe Burn. Once I have another phone, I'll be doing Discord calls and going live together for people watching. Like it won't just be me talking at you guys. It's just I can't do anything until I have another phone. Like when you look at Neon's live stream and he's always on his phone and he's got someone recording him. That's where it's gonna be at. But that's like $45 a month for that, plus $40 for the phone, which I cannot afford yet. I cannot afford that yet. I can barely afford service on this phone. They have dark skin, like real dark skin, but yeah. That sounds dope. Cause they're not mixed with anything. Like American blacks, for the most part, like they don't tell you, but a lot of the indigenous tribes here, like the Native Americans, had skin just as dark as Africans. And supposedly, like Britain, the English, had colonies everywhere. Britain had colonies in Africa, in Jamaica, in Ireland, in the South Americas, and they worked together with Spain and France, who was in Canada and Mexico. So if they had slave ships, they didn't just go to Africa and pick up slaves. They were going everywhere. So they would bring back Jamaicans, they would bring back Guatemalans, they would come back with indigenous people, they'd come back with Canadians, they'd come back with like Sioux people, like the Inuit way up north. And they would just throw, like the same way if you look at like corgis and look at all the dogs that Britain was doing, that was what they liked to do. So they would keep us enslaved and they would breed the people together like they were breeding dogs. So like if you look at your genetic tree and you've got tons and tons of different stuff, it was most likely that you were like your family was either people that had escaped in the railroad, gotten freed, and went into those types of communities that were away from the British, like the Irish communities. Because at some point they kind of let Ireland out, but the Irish were just one of those tribes that was taken. They took Irish people just as much, and that's where Cracker came from, because they would take Irish slaves from Ireland and they would laugh in the English's face, and the English would say, "We got some, but they were crackers. They just laughed in our face and they wouldn't work." It wasn't cracking of the whip. It was that the Irish would crack jokes. The cracking of the whip came a lot later, but the original cracker, when it was a derogatory term, was from the Irish. And also, it's like genetically Irish people had black skin and blue eyes until like 1,000 years ago. Like, of the ages of white people, the Irish got white skin a lot later than everybody else, because they were like a mixed group of Celtic refugees that fled Rome and they slowly over 1,000 years interbred with Ireland until they became white. But it wasn't like battling, they weren't at war with each other. It was just they it was just natural for when you're on an island for 1,000 years and then half of the island becomes white, eventually they're all going to mix together. So that's why England and France always considered Irish to be black, because that was just known historically. They just took it out in the past couple hundred years when they did the whole bunch of brainwashing with segregation and then slavery, and who knows what history is real and what isn't. We have no idea, because they all made up everything. We'd have no idea anything different, because Britain had a control over the whole world, and they knew that you can control people by controlling what they're influenced by at a young age. So we have no idea what's really what happened, but I know that most of the people of color in America that have been here multi-generationally were the products of the English just throwing them in pits and then seeing what, like, who knows what they did, but that's what they did with dogs was selective breeding, and the dogs were working dogs, and with horses they would do selective breeding. So I'm sure that they did selective breeding for desired traits between all the different cultures they were stealing from. They were stealing from the whole world, so there's probably they probably have a little bit of everything. And I think that when the Hopi prophecy talks about the warriors of the rainbow, that's what I always thought the warriors of the rainbow meant. The chosen people were the people that had all the different DNA in them. The people of unity. I don't think they were talking about the LGBT. I think they took that rainbow flag as a literal knowing that the Hopi prophecy was going to remain for real. Not to get too dramatic, but my ancestors are mostly Irish, and then my dad's side has indigenous somewhere. So I don't know what type of indigenous or where or how, but we have slanted eyes, and we have this long, thick hair, and we have this really strong connection to nature that nobody else I've seen does. Whereas my mom has no real connection to nature, but she's got this obvious, like, otherworldly presence that's very hard to deal with. Whatever it is, I'm special. But I think everybody's special. I just live my life, man. So pretty soon, I'm gonna have the means to be making more stuff. If I had a computer right now, I'd be doing a lot more. But I think it's slow for a reason. I think that the world is going to be changing so rapidly at such a high rate that I think I needed to just lose everything and have nothing. Like, I've had nothing for a year now, and I've been on my own, just me in the woods, living like a literal cowboy. I ride into towns and I smoke natural tobacco, and I fight the guys that are like, there could only be one of us, and I'm like, I'm just trying to survive, bro. And I have to get in literal fights all the time with, like, standoffs, and I'm going against the police like there's a new sheriff in town, and I literally had to humble police and make them do their job, and I had to get sergeants involved and talk to other police precincts because these guys were not doing their job serious, and I had to prep them for the incoming apocalypse because they'd not taken their job serious, and we're literally getting flooded by homeless people, burned and bought by the rich. So I rose awareness, and I helped a lot of indigenous people, and I've just been this traveling nomad guy who's literally wearing a cowboy duster right now. And coincidentally, I didn't realize Robert Baratheon had the same fucking hairstyle that I had until I recorded it today. So we had all that. That's what we were talking about, Gareth. My dad's name's Gary O'Brien. We were talking about that the British had colonies across the world. So if they really did take slaves, they took them from everywhere. But also, like, a lot of the indigenous population had dark skin and froze. So they could have just lied and said they came from Africa so that the black people here would think that they were from Africa and not indigenous, so that they wouldn't feel like their land was taken. They would feel disconnected from their land. But if they did take from Africa, which there's no evidence of slave ships anywhere, by the way. You can't find it. If they did take from everywhere, they took from everywhere. So the people of color in America would be Jamaican, they would be Caribbean, they'd be Puerto Rican, they would be everywhere the Spanish Inquisition was, everywhere the French Inquisition was, so all the Canadian tribes. And they would all just cart them down through to the colonies and then out through Georgia, through the railroads, and then they would just breed them all together. So a lot of people of color are so diverse in all of their genetic trees. They would I think that they're the warriors of the rainbow that the Hopi talk about. And my family comes from royalty. Like I've got Rh negative blood on both sides, which is that's extremely rare. It's a bloodline that geneticists don't know how it came into fruition. It was like a small portion of humanity mutated to have golden rings around the iris. And then some people have completely black eyes with white irises. And my mom's side has the black eyes with the white irises, who show up in pictures. Like I could show you pictures of my grandma and my mom and me. Sometimes our eyes just shift black. I don't know why, but it's like a cool ability. And then my dad's side has gold. I can show you when the light's on. My dad's side has gold rings around the iris. So I have the rare alien blood type on both sides. And psychics tell me that when they see me surrounded by Indian Native American war chiefs with the headdresses on, and they see giants behind us with our arms crossed. And I'm O'Brien, my dad's identical to Brian Boru, completely identical, literally completely identical. And Brian Boru was a giant that his parents were killed by Vikings at 14, and he spent his whole life trying to save his people that beat him down everywhere. He went until he was 60, and then he conquered them in 10 years, the Vikings, and then died in battle, in the final battle. And then my life is the same. I lost my parents at 14, and I've spent 10 years now traveling around Vermont and around the country just trying to wake people up from the Matrix, because there's just something I have. I keep getting blessed with this clarity and this clairvoyance to understand what's going to happen in the future. I don't fall victim to the social conditioning that other people do. I've just had a unique life. I grew up alone on top of a mountain with a whole mountain to myself, an abandoned ski resort that I would walk around all day with. I had a dog and a dad who was really funny and really creative, Gary the Legend O'Brien, who went from a ski bum to living with the DuPont family, like the richest people, one of the richest families in the country, just because of his vibe alone. And he was good at skiing. So I grew up with a whole room full of Legos, and then I had a mom that was in the projects, that grew up in institutions and lived in Bronx in the projects, and was probably pimped out and like part of the sex trafficking industry. Like my mom went through a horrible life. So I had both sides. I would live with my mom, and she'd get up in circles and go, I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home. And she'd do it for hours. My mom would just go into the living room and run in circles, screaming and crying for hours. And we'd be deep alone in the woods in Section 8, way far into Appalachian sticks, alone by ourselves. And I'd just be sitting there listening to my mom do that for hours. Hours and hours and hours of her screaming and running in circles. And then I'd go party with my dad, who would hang out with all the richest people in the world as like a ski bum who taught their kids how to ski. Yeah, my grandpa was a Wall Street banker on the Twin Towers, and he got mysteriously fired a week before 9/11. And he was at a diner I think he was discussing suing the company that fired him when he saw the plane hit the towers, and he had to get off on the boats. So he was let go because they knew what was going to happen. They let my grandfather go and he got to live. But my mom was like acted out as a child, and back in the day in the 60s that was wrong and that would bring bad reputation, and they would think my grandpa was a bad man. So they send my mom to a ranch, and back then when there's no cameras and there's nobody to monitor what happens, and it was an all girls ranch, eventually a guy got into power and he fired all the girls and hired all his friends supposedly, and the story gets really bad. But apparently my mom, she told me she led the escape. So that's really brave, and my mom deserves an award for that. If I ever get famous, I'll make sure that my mom gets recognized for what she did. And that's a story that will probably save a lot of people's lives in the future, because they'll know they're not alone and they'll know that stuff like that happened. But to have a mom that's legendary like that, you know, my mom's one of the funniest people I know. I wish that she went outside more, because she's just been possessed. My mom only really knows how to be a detriment to others' lives at this point. And she guilt trips and she does ultimatums and she tries to play power games, and she'll go so far as to publicize me having mental illness across Vermont. And she wants everyone to know that I'm schizophrenic and need to be thrown in jail, basically. And all I'm doing is just talking to a camera, right? Yeah. Take care, bro. What was I saying? Yeah, I had all that. What was the point I was making, bro? Oh, I was just talking about my roots. So like, that's my mom's side. And then my dad's side are the O'Briens. Like, my uncle's the architect for the O'Brien brothers in Burlington. My other uncle married an actress named Joan Hardy, and they own an island on Saranac Lake in New York. They're rich. But I don't really get to talk to him. I stole a canoe on the 4th of July in 2022, and I went to their island, and they took a giant oar and they placed it, and they like wouldn't let me on the island. They acted really high and mighty. So I'm going live tonight, one, because it's freezing cold out here. I'm living outside and it's negative. It's not negative, but it's 20 degrees out right now. And I'm trying to make sure that I had a lot of regulars that were in Milton that just haven't gone on their phone. So we're not sure if they're alive or not. So I was going live to see if they'd pop in and answer and say, like, see what Milton is like. I'm answering a lot of questions. If anyone has if anybody has questions about life or about the future, about breaking out of the simulation, or how to live life spiritually, or how to get girls, or how to get money, or how to get anything you want, really, I'm kind of a well of ancestral ancient knowledge right now. That's kind of how it comes through. I usually have answers for people's questions. If you have questions or just problems in life, I don't mind doing it, because I'm not doing anything else anyway. I'm just working towards, I have TV shows and albums that I've written, and I have tons of dreams in life, but I'm just slowly making progress, and I'm going off donations because I don't want to live out in the Matrix anymore. So that's just where I'm at. In terms of Illuminati, I don't know what, like, there's a lot of fishy stuff with my childhood, for real. Like, with my family, like my mom and my dad and I have like a set of memories of my childhood. And, you know, I'm supposed to be, I was in school for 180 days, and I can really only remember like 10 days out of the years I went to school. I can only remember like 30 or 40 days. And of those 30 and 40 days, when I ask my parents and I ask my friends if they can name their favorite memories, like, I was just like, can you name 10 memories from our childhood? And all they can remember are those same memories. Like, all my friends and family only have like 15 memories of our childhood. So there was a guy that comes on here that says that a lot of us got chipped at some point, and they just implant memories in our heads, and they take out memories they don't like. So I have no idea really what's true. but I know that it's really suspect that my dad goes on yachts with one of the richest elite families in the world. And my grandfather was an investment banker that mysteriously got fired a week before 9/11. And I was born as a C-section birth on the day that makes me the most powerful day in numerology, the most powerful life path in numerology, the most powerful name in Masonic literature, Casey, the Acacia tree. And I'm also a Sagittarius Aquarius, which is the embodiment of the past 2 generations, Sagittarius and Aquarius. And I have a Taurus rising, which is only given to souls that went to war and won against other souls in battle. According to astrology, to get a Taurus rising, you had to beat an army in battle. You had to have a Taurus rising, you need to have led an army against another army and won. You had to be like a high-ranking general or have lived thousands of or like tons of lives where you beat people strategically to have that. Like commanders that successfully beat other people in war. According to the, like, that's what they used to say. So to have all of that line up so perfectly, and then my parents lived exactly 11 miles away from each other their whole life, except for 10 years when they both had separate marriages that they both ended around the same time in order for them to meet in some random ass town. And then I was conceived on St. Patrick's Day. So what I struggle with is like how much of it's real and how much of it is like maybe I'm just in a game. And that's my character's backstory. I know a couple months ago, my mom posted that she got involved with a bunch of very dangerous people and she doesn't expect to be alive very long. You can go back through my community page and you can find that screenshot I took of my mom posting that. A month ago, my mom posted that she's involved with some really dangerous people and she's afraid that she's not going to make it to see the end of the world. And that was the last I really heard from my mom. I have not been to Ireland. I was supposed to get my passport in 2022 and then I got arrested for bumping into somebody in the hallway. So my neighbor left the house. I was going into the house. We bumped shoulders. My neighbor was schizophrenic, really schizophrenic. And I got an assault charge. I had COVID. I missed court. I called them and said, hey, I have COVID. I can give you the positive test. Do you want me to come in or not? I'll come in. They didn't answer me. They put a warrant out for my arrest. I didn't know about that, so I was waiting for them to reschedule. I go to my mom's house. I'm making music on my computer. It's a hit single. I'm really excited. My cat, like, fuck with me, did some shitty, like, clawed at me, and I, like, threw him on the ground, which was really fucked up. I didn't, like, chuck him like a football, but I did, like, he kept coming at me, and I was like, fuck off, and I threw him. I told my mom, hey, I threw the cat. I'm sorry. I had, like, a breakdown moment because I had just recently been homeless. Emotional outburst. I said, hey, I'm sorry. I'm going to get my bat. The cat was fine, but I still did it. Like, I picked up the cat and I went, fuck off. Which sucks, but I did it. Cat loves me now. We're fine. We got over it. It wasn't that bad. He didn't hurt any bones or anything. Didn't get any bruises. It wasn't bad. But it was still like I could have just brushed him off. But I was like, fuck. But I said, hey, I'm going to get my car battery charger, charge my car battery, and then I'm gone. I'm going to go just DoorDash and travel the country because I'm homeless now. Because I got evicted because it violates my lease to get arrested. And I got arrested for bumping that guy in the shoulder because the cop didn't like that I had a nice car, that I made money on Dogecoin. I had Tim's on, gold chain, snapback hat, Tim's on. So they assumed I was dealing heroin, so they gave me an assault charge for bumping into somebody in the hallway really lightly. So my mom calls the police and says I have grenades and I have a bat and who knows what else I have and I'm coming to kill her. She locked the door and called the police. The police show up with their guns out. They pin me to the door. They can't put my arms down. I'm like laughing at them, like, look at me. Just talk to me. My mom is schizophrenic. Just talk to me. What's going on? And then they pepper sprayed me. They threw me on the ground. I got cuts everywhere. They pepper sprayed me again. They put me in jail. They didn't wash my eyes. They did a whole bunch of shit to me in jail. And then I was no longer eligible for a passport. I no longer could have a gun. And they were just trying to get me sentenced. And it's taken 2 years for my court cases to be beat for bumping into somebody in the hallway and then being sick and trying to work out with the court system why, or to reschedule the court date for bumping into somebody in the hallway. And it was 2 years of this like prejudiced judge, and the court officer would pull his gun out and hold his gun in the courtroom, and a whole bunch of shit went down. And they just profiled me, and I was so traumatized from tons of other stuff that was happening during the time, being homeless and like seriously homeless, not in sheltered programs, like being out there was bad. Like lots of police brutality, lots of just getting ripped out of my nice car and thrown on the ground, lots of like pretty much molested, like horrible things happened to me out there in the past 2 years. And like my mom would hold it over me that if I acted out of turn or did anything, she would do it again, lie to the police to have me thrown in jail, just to, if I didn't submit to her will, basically. Just horrible shit happened to me for a long time, and it was really hard to get over, especially when you're homeless. So part of that was I couldn't get a passport, and I couldn't get enough money for a passport. But eventually I want to go to Ireland. I heard that I would be very attractive in Ireland, and that I'd like a king if I wanted to, and that the money I'd make in the US translates over better. So I want to see my ancestors' castle. I want to go to Dromoland Castle. I want to go to the Battle of Clontarf. I want to take a picture of myself next to the Brian Boru statue and see how alike we really look. And I want to go. It's part of my life. I want to ride a motorcycle through all the little villages, and I want to record an album with a bunch of Irish creators, and I want to vlog the whole thing, and I want to wear a suit of armor and go around uniting Ireland and getting them hyped up against the English and protect them against incoming robots and have them become self-sufficient, and then have some type of tie between them and Vermont and then some other countries so that we can get other people out and get them to go places and make sure that our people survive through whatever's going to happen with some genetic apocalypse with artificial intelligence. I really want to make sure that we're all safe. And part of that is like, I'm fucking cold out here, bro. And I'm only one guy, you know, but it seems if it comes to me this easily, and I've been through so much worse, it's probably making me stronger in preparation for me to do something great. So Ireland, wherever Dromoland Castle is, I know Dublin is the Battle of Clontarf. I just want to go through wherever Brian Boru went, and I want to go see if I feel this connection to my ancestors. I want to see if I go there and get invigorated with the spirit of Brian Boru, because he should be in my bloodline. And even if he's not, I can't escape the fact that like all the other shit, it would just make sense. It makes sense. It makes more sense for it to be true than for it not to be true, based off everything that I've been through. And like I said, that when I was in a shelter program, when I got taken from my father, all the staff members had the last name of the famous Irish kings, O'Neill O'Connor, and then I was the O'Brien. And then there was a Tyr, T-E-E-R, and she called herself Ziller, and she was a character. I love Tyr and Ziller, Sharon Tyr. And she wrote a paper on how she uses compassion to deal with kids in shelter programs. And the Princess of England read it and then reached out to her, and they did a tour of Africa, hanging out with African children and helping the communities and boosting the villages. The Princess of England was with the staff member that I lived with every day for weeks until I moved on to the next shelter. And then one place, there was a kid that looked identical to my father, like more closer to my father than I looked to my father. And my dad looks identical to Brian Boru. And this guy's name was Brian, and he was a Leo. And the first thing he said to me, he didn't know my last name, but the first thing he talked about was being related to Queen Elizabeth. And I believe it because he looks identical to my father, who looks identical to Brian Boru. And the guy's name is Brian, and he's a Leo. And then the other kid was named Robert B. And Robert Baratheon was based off of the character or the character Robert Baratheon was based off Brian Boru. And then who else was in there? The manager's name was Brandon, after Brandon Stark, the tree, the three-eyed raven. And then what's my adventure? I realized my name is the Tree of Life, and I'm constantly surrounded by crows. And then I found out about that job, the Mountain Inn, when I was living in Brandon because my car broke down. And I had a dream I had a choice between Andrew Tate and some guy in the woods that had tons of kids and tons of birds around him and dogs and deer. And I was like, I'm going to choose that guy instead of lonely Andrew Tate in the desert. And Andrew Tate was pissed, and then I chose the Woodland guy. And then the next day my car breaks down, and then a guy named Andrew Atwood shows up and fixes my car, and I get to go to his castle deep in the woods, and he's a mechanic, and he's got tons of kids and dogs and deer and all this stuff on his property a day after I have the dream. And then from Brandon, I call Brandon on the phone. From Brandon, Vermont, I call Brandon and I get a job, and it's a Leo named Brian that looks like my dad. That's identical to Brian Boru. And then it's everyone, and then in the basement is Robert B. and he looks just like Robert Baratheon. And then it's people that just the rest of the names were people that I grew up with, like my favorite people that I grew up with 10 years ago. They had the same names and they were all Irish, and we all hung out in that hotel. And it was torture. Like it was like the horrible things that all those people had done to me. People with different faces and bodies, but the same names. They just repeated the same traumas and behavior that I went through before. So I don't think it's real. I think I'm in purgatory. And then I have people that come up to me and just like they walk up to me and they're like, hey, do you think you're in purgatory? And they walk away. Sometimes one time I had a person walk up to me that was wearing a shirt that said, I survived MK Ultra experimentation, and all I got was this stupid shirt. And I saw him like 3 times one week, and he would just walk up to me and point at the shirt and then point at me, and then he'd walk away. And I was just, so much shit like that happens to me on a daily basis. I just tune it out now, and I just deluded myself into living in the matrix to make it through. And I just ignore it. And I've slowly been healing myself and being brave and coming to terms with it and trying to like wake up to more higher realizations like that. And we've been able to call shooting stars whenever we want. Like I have a subscriber that's given me like $4,000 in the past 3 years to help me get McDonald's and food and tents and clothes and stuff I needed when I didn't have anything else. And she now she goes outside, and sometimes when she really needs it and she's like panicking and she doesn't know because her family's really, her husband and her are really, really religious. So they're full on, we're in rapture. They're telling their kids, we're in rapture. It's happening. So she'll go out when she's panicking and she asks for a shooting star and she gets them because I taught her how to, like, I have a method to have how to control the universe. And a lot of times I can go up and ask for a shooting star and I get one. I have so many videos. If you need proof, go to the video Facing Off Against the Matrix to Save Neglected Cats by Casey Francis O'Brien. I walk you through the simulation like that so easily, and it just, everything I predict comes true. Everything that I called out because I knew, I used my intuition to break through. You can just see. I get it. That's like a full incorporated lesson. And then once you have that, you can go through all my videos and you can see that I'm in a simulation. I'm in a stage. I'm not alone right now. There are beings that are cloaked in other dimensions. For whatever reason, man. Whether it's them projecting themselves as Cernunnos or there's a literal Irish god of the wild I've communicated with. I've seen tons and tons of different aliens. I've seen angels. I've seen so many different things. I think that I've talked to Jesus a couple times. I think for whatever reason, I think that there's some type of soul that comes through the bodies of people that traumatized me. And I go through like horrible torture, like rapes and shit like that. And then I make it through. And then there's something that possesses the abuser's spirit and it communicates to me through them. And it's always at the change of the zodiac when it goes and it changes the year of the Chinese zodiac. And some entity speaks to me and I can see literal golden light coming off of them when they talk. and the vernacular is the same, the tone of voice changes. Even if the person's got a high pitched voice like this, it goes down to this humble place, and the way that he speaks is calm, and the things that he says stay with me for the rest of the year because I love art and I appreciate the story of it all. So if something comes to me and says things to me that click so many different boxes at once, and then I don't see that or hear from that soul again until months and months later. And I think that that's probably Jesus. I think that that's the closest thing to Jesus I've seen, is that when I go through a horrible traumatic situation, the the abuser reveals itself to be not real, and the whole thing reveals itself to be a prank or a stage, and then that guy comes out of the woodworks and says something to me that sticks with me for the rest of the year. And it's never compassionate love, it's always tough love. Like I get molested, and then the Jesus comes out and gives me tough love. So if I'm a 33 life path, maybe I was Hitler, I don't know. Maybe I deserve this. Okay, they're showing me that I did when I was 19. I did when I crashed my car to the pole, and I probably went into purgatory. I remember they gave me lithium, and I heard Kanye's voice in my head say slavery is a choice. So I puked up my lithium, and then I had sleep paralysis every night for a week, where there was just a demon in the room siphoning my life away. And then hold up, sorry, I thought I had a big jump in views for a second. Yeah, I remember one time I was crying in the room in the institution, in the asylum. And I walked out, and there was a really hot travel nurse that I really wanted to get with. And I remember I had lost control of myself, and I was crying, and I was screaming that they wanted me to sell my soul. And I couldn't remember why, but I remember because when you take lithium, you're just trapped between 3 different dimensions. You're no longer you, you're no longer anything. You're just kind of floating, and you just kind of zone in and out whenever. And people are like, you're normal, but it's not your normal. It's like you're like a third of who you were. And I remember I was screaming and crying that they wanted me to sell my soul, and I was like, I don't think I'll ever sell my soul, but if anything's listening, I will go through hell if it means I can save 5 million people. I remember that really vividly. And I mean, I've been going through hell since. Like it's been horrible. It's been really bad. And that was 5 years ago. In 2019. So, I mean, that just beamed down into my head from something else that just popped in front of my head. So, I'm sure that that's a part of the future, and that's going to happen pretty soon. And it's probably what I've been training for. And I'm really only financially away. Like the only thing that I'm missing is the finances, and then I think I'd pretty much have everything ready to do something epic. But if that's the case, like that's what I think. The reason I don't have anything right now is because I'm enjoying the world before it changes really rapidly. Right? It's not that hard, bro. It's hard if you want it to be hard. If you want it to be simple, it's really not that hard. It's hard if you have expectations and you have desires. But if you just are grateful to be alive, like my life isn't hard at all. I have food stamps and I sleep in a tent and it's warm. It's not that bad. Like it's cold out right now, but if I could get under that sleeping bag, it's not bad. If I just tune out all the crazy shit, like, you know, I'm obviously getting inspired by aliens or angels or ancestors or my higher self. Other than that, like, food stamps, I get food. I get good deals on this stuff. I just stopped if I just kind of ignore the people in society, it frees up a lot of my bandwidth, and then I usually just want to do push-ups naturally. So then I start exercising, and then I look better and feel better. So the next time I want to go take a chance on a girl, I'm usually in a lot better mindset than the people that she's used to dealing with, so getting girls probably won't be that hard. What's hard is feel like living up to this purpose surrounding my life. Like if you put all the pieces together, there's a really huge epic story playing. That's really overwhelming. Especially like if you would start to incorporate the truths about all the spiritual things that I've seen. That's really hard. Looking after my family's not hard at all. They make it hard. Looking after my family is hard because they refuse to do like they've used me as the embodiment of their problems. They refuse to look at themselves, and they'll always see me, and they target me. Like, no matter what happens, no matter what I'm doing, I know that my family will always be a self-sabotage or a sabotaging force in my life. Do you guys hear that? I mean, so there's a bird. The bird's chirping at a certain frequency that when I zoomed in on it, opened my third eye, and I realized like how out of it I was. This is like stream mode. I kind of go autopilot. But I mean, the bird just opened my third eye a little bit, and now there wasn't any cars at all, and now there's suddenly lots and lots of cars. Big loud cars driving by down the road. On the opposite way that the bird was chirping, that was waking me up and stimulating my mind. What was I saying? Oh yeah, my family, they're probably possessed, bro. So it would be really easy to look after my family, but it seems like there's something that's keeping them prisoner. And they'll never see me as a human being. And even if they did, it's so clouded in their own prejudice and judgment that they won't ever believe in what I had to say. If they had listened to a single thing I said and just really listened to what I had to say, we'd be millionaires by now. I could have turned their monthly disability checks. I knew about crypto months before. All they had to do was save, but there's just a demon in the back of their head that's guiding their reticular activation system. They're like, I think I said it earlier today. When I have a conversation with my family, I get 2 sentences of who they were and who they really are, the authentic selves, and then whatever's controlling their mind, like the SpongeBob movie, the anglerfish, like the light at the end of the anglerfish is them, and then the monster comes out. So I gave up on my family. I gave up on my family. They watch my streams. They're probably in the chat, but they'll never understand what I'm talking about because they're narcissistic. And you could try to peel back the onion all you want. It's like I'd have to get them all in the woods, and I'd have to get them like 3 months of fasting, sunlight, and probiotics, and daily exercise in a warm environment where there's nature and there's no outside people to ruin them, just so that they could come to terms with like they've been in public housing in their bad habits, cycling that problem for decades. How long do you think it would take to make them understand and raise out of their hole? They have no idea that they're mentally ill. And my mom hasn't left her apartment 2 decades. And she thinks that she's not mentally ill. And she thinks that she has a good, solid opinion on the mental health of other people. She has no accountability for what she does, and she is solely responsible for the fact that I don't have a relationship with any of my family members because she lied and scared them into not wanting to talk to me. She over-exaggerated problems to try to siphon money from my grandfather. And then at that point, like, I talked to him and then I broke him free and he realized, and he's like, yeah, I mean, I was kind of delusional. I kind of did start to believe your mom for a second, but I've always known that she was lying. And they're a weird bunch, man. I'm sure it was the old world. That's just how it was in the old world. And my uncle was fucking. I talked to my uncle on my dad's side, and he was kind of weird. I don't like the way that he was kind of weird to me. He was kind of weird to me, so I didn't really talk to him much. For the most part, like, my cousin is one of the most talented artists I know, and he wanted to make a TV show. My foster brother is one of the most talented artists I know, and he was like a local celebrity. Another one of my friends is one of the smartest people I've ever met. And they all tied together so perfectly to make such an amazing art together. Like, we could have been a creative force over the world so easily. But it was like, as soon as I started popping off, they all mutinied. They all got possessed by the Mind Flayer. And I had to let them all go because they were nonstop. Like, the crazy, narcissistic, gaslighting Truman Show, possessed by the Mind Flayer, simulation stuff over and over and over again. Cool. But yeah, I have dreams about random strangers I've never met. And then the day after I have the dream, those strangers that I give like water to, or I imagine I grow my branch out and it like gets into the back of their head and now they're part of me. They become famous, like Andrew Tate, Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz, KC, and the Kurt Kaz Conquest, KCC, Kendrick Curry, Cassius Culpepper. I said Andrew Tate, right? And then Cinna. Tons of these people that I invade in the dream realm, and then afterwards they become famous. And the things that they share with the world are usually manifestations I created when I was young, like when I did stand up and when I did pickup artistry and traveled, and all the different relationships I had where I grew into a new person because I was dating a new person. I felt like I lost myself when I drove my car into a pole, and I probably entered purgatory. And my whole life I was just trying to show the world myself, show off myself to the world. And I got that through all these different content creators. Kai Cenat was one of them, and he has an Irish chain and I have a Native American chain. And Kai Cenat grew up on the same block as my grandfather in Bronx. Literally right next to where my grandfather had a restaurant. Like, you can see me singing and dancing, and then I have a dream that I'm invading Andrew Tate's life, and then the next video he posts is him singing and dancing, and my name means the tree of life. So I just have like simple tweaks if anybody wants to get better in life and wants to live life to the fullest, and like simple stuff that they can start doing right now to better their life and to go in a better direction. For the most part, when I get to this point, everyone just tunes out. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to better their life. I don't know what they find interesting about this that isn't guided towards progress. I mean, it might be scary. It's terrifying. It's taken like years of being forged like a sword to function like this. But it's true. it's dead quiet, and then I look out and I ask for things to reveal themselves to me, and then I hear owls or crows or birds. Like I put the intention out, like if there's any spirit, but now if there's anything in the area, let me know, and then the animals will call or do the noise. And I'm telling you, like there are things in the woods that are speaking to me now. The past 2 weeks, there have been things in the woods that have literally said English words to me. I don't know what they are. The closest thing I found, they look like almost pretty close to what spirit walkers look like. If you look up spirit walkers on Google Images, those things are in the woods now. I don't know why. So many people are seeing UFOs. So if you have dreams, man, just write them down. Try to hold the manifestation in your head for 15 minutes. Yep, there's an owl getting really close. Yeah, it's getting louder and louder and louder. It's a big owl. What do you think that means? I heard my mother's voice say Moloch. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that out loud. Jesus Christ, come save me. I call on Archangel Michael. They're definitely around me. There are things around me. Okay, giant light in the tree line. I started staring at the giant light in the tree line, and then a car pulled up over there, directly behind me. Bunch of flashing lights around me, like Kanye West. Then flashing lights started playing in the back of my head. So I don't know. I just saw like I don't know what the fuck I just saw in the reflection of the mirror, but that was something like if you look not Ender's Game, there's something just is beaming through the mirror and is telling me about Ender's Game. I don't like that at all. What was I saying before? Before that, something just is starting to tug at my electromagnetic field through the reflection. I was saying it looked like the thing from the back rooms if it was made of light instead of bacteria. That's what it looked like, and it just jumped off the side of my face. So there are things around. It must be close to like 4 in the morning, right? Yeah, it's 4:30. 4:22. I don't like that. I try to avoid mirrors because I don't want to trip out. Because what the fuck? Yeah, so I'm getting a creepy moment because I influenced myself with creepy stuff on my YouTube shorts today. There's a content creator that's been kind of invading my YouTube shorts, and she's a musician that specifically makes this like really creepy sounding, weird, off-putting like darkness, and the imagery she uses is like something that these things are using to try to jump in, and they're showing me that that's what she's doing, and like she's a negative influence on the collective consciousness of kids. I'm trying to get better at like I have this humility now that I can talk about this stuff and not be so out of it, and also be able to experience these things, because I had a bunch of spiritual mentors that are ahead of me in these types of skill trees. So eventually I'm kind of pussying out a little bit because I'm alone. I'm waiting to go down the psychic route until I have like a dog and a cat. I feel like once I have a cat, like a nice cat, and I have a protection dog, and they both love each other and love me, I'll feel like I'll be able, because I know cats can hold down the space really well in the spiritual realm, and dogs can hold down like a big guard dog that's trained. So I'm trying not to do any simulation breaking stuff like I used to because of all the violence that happened when I used to do it. I'm waiting till I have that, and then I'm gonna go hard in the paint. But right now, there's a rash on my taint. And I quit cigarettes. Is anyone proud? I quit smokes. What the fuck? Yeah, so, yeah, oh, fuck. Holy shit. What the hell? I don't like it. I don't like being this far out. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like what I just saw, man. I said don't make it weird. I talk whatever it is I talk to him. It was a light being. It was like 9 feet tall. It was pure light, and it peeked its head out of the corner. So I was walking like this, and then I felt like something was brushing the side of my face, and then I look over, and it was like a 9-foot tall silhouette of just pure light that was leaning over like this and looking at me. It was the thing that I saw in the reflection over here that I said it's like bacteria if it was made of light. And it was just leaning over there, and it was like transmitting itself over to me. So now that like the same way that I connect to nature, you can go back through my last live when a squirrel made a squirrel sound and that had a frequency, and then I just emulated the frequency, and then the squirrel started calling to me. I did the same thing with that thing, and then I realized that there was like at least 2 other ones over this way, and that they're kind of always generating my reality and keeping me in check, and that's why I'm able to communicate so easily, because I'm not bleeding out into the environment because I have them as boundaries. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak like this. I think if I wasn't, they would probably just end the live, because they used to do that a lot when I would talk about this stuff, and I'd get this fourth wall breaking. So it must be like we're getting closer to Great Awakening, or maybe I have the right people in the chat or whatever reason. But for whatever reason, that was real. And I don't know. It comes with my natural curiosity as a Sagittarius. That's how I'm able to figure it out. My 11 life path Sagittarius means that everywhere I look, I have this fundamental curiosity, and that because of the knowledge that I have incorporated over this lifetime, when I look at things, I just uncover it. So I was able to just like go and look, and then I saw something that I probably wasn't supposed to. But I guess you're always supposed to, right? Because it's always the perfect time all the time. Because there's only the present moment. But now I'm seeing like flashing lights everywhere. But it wasn't like that. That was like literally like a body made of light. It wasn't like a flash of light really quickly transmitting like pew. That was like there was something there. And then I connected to its channel for a second, and then I saw what the fuck was that? Movement. I don't like it. When I stop moving is when they start to. It's something to do with this mirror. Oh, fuck you, man. I don't like this. I need to have people out here, bro, that I trust. I need to have things. Yeah, so giant light in the sky reminded me that I'm probably in a Truman Show, and that it wouldn't matter if there was other people here because they would just disappear around a corner. I just look around. I just turn around and they'd be gone. A literal light in the sky just told me that. So I guess I gotta be brave, right? I did tell them earlier today, I was like, don't make it weird. So there's something that's brushing against my arm electromagnetically, and it's like hitting the side of my arm. And it's like a warmish cold chill. I don't know if it's where it's at specifically. What I told them basically was to just like walk out into the field over there, like into the, oh God, oh fuck you. Don't scare me. Don't make it scary. Just make it gentle and maybe build me up to it or something. Because I know I talk to you. I know I talk to these things. They talk to me. They've been giving me insight for years in the back of my mind. And I think it's I've always known what I was a channeler. I told it to move, and then I saw a giant black shadow walk into where I told it to go. And I don't like that it's dark. The dark scares me. The light was a bit easier for me to comprehend because the darkness makes it seem dark and evil and scary because of all the sleep paralysis that I've had. But like, it's like taking my breath away. Like Harry Potter Dementors. Okay, there's a figure, and then I looked at it, and then something jumped over this way. It was where the owl was cawing, so it was drawing my attention over there anyway. It's moving. What am I supposed to do? What like what do I do? What do I do? There's nothing I can't run away. I can't go anywhere. There's nothing I can do. The universe has guided me to this place. It literally made it hell. It took away everything I had, so I had to come here. The NPCs told me this would be a good place. So the people that in my simulation suggested I wind up here. So I wound up here, and now I can't go anywhere. And there's just a thing, and we'll never know if it's good or bad. But I have tarot readings that are telling me it's benevolent. They've been telling me that it was gearing up for this moment, where I have to be authentic and realize that I've deluded myself into just powering through it. Because when I fully wake up and I realize what's around me, I'm worried who knows what'll happen. Who knows what'll happen, man. So that's why I seem half in and half out, and I'm yeah. They're everywhere. So there's something there, and that's probably an alien. It's definitely an alien. I don't know if it's Bigfoot. I don't know what it is, but it's communicating with me. And there's something over here. And then there's something over here. And also, it seems like everything is conscious, or it's a simulation. And I guess there's like a higher timeline of love that I can probably reach that I've been afraid to because it was scary. A more spiritual level of seeing things with empathy that I've tuned out because I've been completely alone. And that's terrifying when you're alone. So what I would do is I used to drive and I would DoorDash, and then I would persevere that way in my comfort zone, and then I'd leave the DoorDash car, and that's how I would go into society with that level of knowledge. But basically, it's like there's some type of higher dimensional being that when it communicates with me, it shifts me into a new reality based on new knowledge. Like it gives me a download very quickly. And then when it does that, reality fights back. It reacts like it's alive. Like the cars will start to go like loud. There will be like bird chirps and noises over here, like big clacks of like big loud noises over this way to distract me. And there's obviously a giant pull. You can see it in my body. Something's pulling me this way. I don't see the figure as vividly as I saw it before. That was an introduction. I mean, I didn't panic. I didn't collapse out of fear. It's not like you have to fry my brain. That's the big thing we're worried about, right? Is that the Men in Black are real and it's like an organization and it's not necessarily benevolent, right? What if it's like a government that's based off eating babies? What if the Galactic Federation eats babies and that's where all the missing children are going? Like, what if it's not good? What if they're not benevolent? What if they're not good for us? What if this is a stage in a prison? Okay, well, something just hovered over behind my spine, and it told me so something over there told me that it's the world is a stage. Okay, so the red sprites that we see in the sky just floated above me, behind me over there, and I realized that the sprites are actually just eyes. And it's an entity with eyes. So when people look up at the sky and they're seeing those red sprites, look up red sprites in the sky. Those are its eyes. Whatever it thinks that this is funny. The thing is amused by me right now because it's looking at me panic. And it's probably not that big a deal, but I'm making it a much bigger deal than it is. Because they're showing, I just got filled up with in 2020, a memory that I had regressed or repressed. I used to be fully into this back when I was doing the ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, omega-3s, getting as much sunlight as possible. And I was training hard every day, locked in isolation in the center of town. About the fact that we're in a simulation. And I didn't care. I just vibed with it and I fucked my girlfriend and it was fine. So they reminded me of that I used to be a lot braver, but I've been traumatized and scared. But it's also highlighting how strong I've gotten. Because I'm ready to do more. Back then I would just disassociate and I would panic, frozen in place. Now at least I'm pacing in circles. So it's fine. Moment's over. I guess it's not. But I get to this point, just saying, I get to this point, and then I go out in public and fuck around and find out. And I literally told you that 15 people followed me through a grocery store today. I didn't count 15, but it was a big group. And they fought, like, when I tell you I get followed through stores, I get followed through stores. And where I'm at is sometimes I think that they're just like in on it. Where I might be in a Truman Show. It's getting very cold all of a sudden. I'm seeing myself through its eyes. Whatever it is, I'm like, the way it's communicating with me, I'm able to see myself from its perspective. And that's through the back and forth I'm having with that thing, I'm able to see the other things that are floating around me that are probably my spirit team or it just told me my angel guides. Which is really, I'm able to see myself from the third person and I'm seeing my vibes from it. So I'm getting a read of it and it's getting a read of me at the same time. I don't care if you believe it or not. And that's what that thing has to say. So it literally, it hit me and I thought it was my thoughts, but it was its voice mimicking my voice. So I tell you thinking that it was my thoughts. And it said, I don't care if you believe it or not. Right? So does it not have a form? Okay, I guess I would be I'm too scared of what it really looks like. What the fuck is that? What the hell? I asked if it had a favorite song and it said Uptown Girl by Billy Joel. But that was the song that I used to play, and I would think about the girl that I used to think was my soulmate. So really what it was saying, because I had a dream about her last night. Or maybe not, because I just saw a giant light go this way. So they're all around me. They're very quick. The more that I'm communicating with this higher dimensional being, the more I'm able to perceive the ones as they're moving around, because I'm an 11, I'm an 11. 33. This is cool. I don't think you could I haven't been able to find this other than like tarot readers. So tarot readers they might not be scared. There's really no way to tell because they sit in their office and do this. This is what tarot readers do for a living. They're just in an office when they do it. Or like a sacred space. That makes it easier for them to do this. I'm on the front lines, bitch. And they're saying that's what makes you brave. Did I lose? Can I get a bird chirping if I lost? I mean, I'm seeing lights, and there's like obviously something is communicating with me. I don't want to believe that I lost. Like, there's got to be something with revealing the fourth wall like this. They tell me, like the tarot readers tell me over and over and over again that I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Like my spirit guides, my angels, whatever, really don't like the fact that I go live. They don't like the people on the other end of the screen. They really don't like the other people, but I've been alone for so long that when I have these experiences, man, like like most of my day is fighting suicidal thoughts. And sometimes I get really angry and I think about murder. Like the stuff that I go through on a daily basis is so sick. Like society is so fucked up that it really wears me down a lot. Especially to live in a world that's this real for me. To have crows scream at you all day and they follow you everywhere and they scream at you and you feel it spiritually, they're destroying your insides. You spend so long trying to piece yourself together. Like I imagine having to come back from this and like live a normal life and try to get a girlfriend. You know, in this level of reality is hard. To have it being stripped away from me daily by crows that taunt me and they follow me and they taunt me and they wake me up in the middle of the day to rip out my happiness that I was experiencing in a dream, and they suck it up like spaghetti. And then I'm left cold and freezing and I can barely move my body and I have to try to like remake everything work again, and then I have to just pick it up and keep going, try to piece it back together. It's hard and it sucks. Stack violence, stack having no one in your corner, stack having the people that are supposed to be in your corner be your abusers, stack actual trauma, like deep psychological trauma and deep violent trauma, and then pair that with you have to hunt to eat, you have to steal to eat. It sucks. So I go live. I go live. I don't care who's on the other end. I don't think you're real. I think that I'm going to get to a level of awareness where, for the most part, you'll reveal yourselves as part of the simulation. But it makes me feel better to have like responses. I know that there's something communicating with me that isn't this alien over here. For the most part, like, they don't really like the camera. When I point the camera over there, you're not really gonna, maybe you'll pick up on something. Maybe if I left the camera and I like walked away, it's mostly auditory. Like, if you pay attention to the patterns, like when I'm going through on the walks and you listen to like me talking and you can hear the birds chirping and the cadence changes and they start to match what I'm saying and the frequency of how I'm saying it, they're enhancing the channeling. And then you hear the crows will start to caw and try to block out that thing, and they'll start to caw in a way that is disruptive in trying to siphon and steal it. If you go through like videos that I have of crows where they're twitching, and then you go look up videos of cops that are like police brutality, you can see that the cops twitch the same way the crows twitch. Those are like little secrets that you can find about the obvious etheric energy that's going on between us in the electromagnetic spectrum. And I have a tarot reader that I utilize to explain this for me, so I don't have to. I just let his style bleed through. Because he's got 30,000 subscribers. And he knows who I am, so I'm sure he peeps in and watches sometimes. His life is slowly shifting over to a life like mine, so. And he's one of those people that I had a dream that I gave him my favor because I figured he was a good person, and then if he betrays me, he'll get severely punished. And then that allowed him to blow up. So for whatever reason, my blessing to certain content creators allows them to achieve this like higher timeline. And they come to me because I'm lonely and afraid. And then the people that come to me when I'm lonely and afraid that ended up being my like abusers, I'm able to tell that they're not that case. But most people succumb to the temptation easily. Really easily. Very quickly. Oh God. Holy shit, bro. It gets really intense out here. They're like taking me through my memories at the same time that I'm seeing them to remind me of that it's not scary because I've been through it before. Guarantee, if you go look up 144 from the Stars Tarot, and you'll see that I'm using his style as a defense mechanism to explain this stuff while my multi-dimensional body is going through tons and tons of different journeys. I'm just kind of I'm explaining what's happening with his style, so I don't have to put much thought into it. I'm like a chameleon like that. And I also might just be like taking it from him in another dimension, like another. I might just be like ripping it out of him and using it for a second as a multiverse tree. I branched out, and now I'm taking it from the mycelial network of information. I might have been tired. I saw a UFO. I saw a UFO. It was just there was just something floating right above me that when I looked at it, it disappeared. And it was floating right above this tree. And then when I looked, it's still there. Okay. Oh, they're saying that they never leave. They never leave. They're going to be around me forever. Until the life is over. And then as we ascend, they're going to be more and more obvious because we're going to be more of a vibrational match to them. And we only couldn't see them because, okay, they're saying that's not true. They're saying it's going to be the case for some people. It's like a one or the other situation. But we don't know if they're demons. We don't know if they're the things in the Bible that pretend to be good for you and they're not. We'd have no way to tell. They could be prepping us to evolve our DNA until they can incorporate with us and make hybrid aliens. Isn't that the story with the Greys? Is that they were like an alternate version of humans that fucked up with technology. Like their Elon Musk went too far overboard. and they messed up their genetic structure, their DNA forever, with like maybe a malicious AI. So what they did, their last hope for their civilization was to burrow into our version of Earth, and they started connecting to our, literally, like, genetically and physically. So like when you imagine like a DNA strand, they started to like imagine that all of the Earth's multiversal timelines are a DNA strand, and they just connected. They started bridging their DNA strand over to ours because they messed up, and they're like abducting children because they're trying to breed and change the genetic structure of humanity to allow for both of us to merge. And the general consensus from whatever is surrounding my head right now and transmitting their consciousness around me to keep me centered is saying that that's not the case, and that there's a lot more to that than meets the eye, and that they're not even those types of grays. Okay, but the UFO floating above that tree said they are. That brought me to this conclusion that they're grays. So those things are grays. And then this 9-foot tall light being is not a gray. And then there's a thing that's very quick and moving fast over here. And then there's something that's keeping me out of my spine. So all the trauma that I have of people taking my power away from me has allowed something else to be like my monitoring handler. That there's at least so I started to connect to my higher self for a second, and my higher self just bled through, and it showed me that I need a car. As soon as I have a car, I'll have a comfort zone that I can lock myself in, and that's when I can start to put myself back in my body. But for now, the owls are here. I'm just waiting until the sun comes up, and then I'm just gonna ignore anything that I see, and I'm gonna walk into my tent and go to sleep and hope that I survive. Because you never know what's gonna happen, man. This has probably happened over and over and over again. This is probably like the third time in this cycle. It's probably just a repeating cycle over and over and over again. If I don't get the good ending, I go back and play it again. That would make more sense because I get deja vu all the time. When I'm confronted with big choices, like should I upload this video or should I not? Or should I go talk to the girl or should I not? Or should I go across the country or should I not? Or should I do this? Sometimes I'll see like 6 different kaleidoscope versions of times that I already did it, and I'm just replaying it over and over again. Like how I replay Minecraft or Detroit Become Human, and this is just my favorite game. I don't have any napkins, which is gross, but whatever. Whatever. Now I'm tired. That was a lot of processing. What conclusions did I come to? I guess I'm just more comfortable with the fact that I'm not alone, which is growth. I'm sure there are other people that got a good experience out of this. They never go away. I guess they work better when we don't know that they're there. Because when you know that they're there, it's like taking up bandwidth and stuff that doesn't work. And it's also their job, I think. Like the last tarot reading I had was like a thank you, because I guess all the work that I did across Vermont helped promote them. Whatever they were that were helping me through this situation, they did such a good job of helping me make an impact that they got promoted. So they're going to reward me with something. And that could just be this new level of reality and probably however many subscribers that I got from this. Or maybe it's something else. Like I feel good. I don't feel scared. I would just hate if it's pimping me out like cattle, and this is all just farming my consciousness. I would hate that. I would hate if this whole thing, yeah, 4 people left. I would hate that. I would really hate that. That would suck if at the end of my life, it was just, this was like the equivalent of working in the spiritual minds. I feel bigger. I feel taller. I feel stronger. Like I cleared out a lot of bad energy. And I'm hiccuping and like a lot of shit's processing. They're telling me to do TikTok dances. They're saying, let me hit you. They're doing the let me hit you with that dome dick. And then the taking another look at that. They're telling me that I would to do TikTok. They're telling me I should download TikTok and do the TikTok dances. And I don't. It's just something that stands behind the corner. I remember for anyone that was here before, remember I talked about that time I was in Rutland and I had this big experience where I was at the parking garage by the bus station and reality kind of opened up and I questioned it the same way I'm questioning it now. And I asked them to reveal themselves. And then someone wearing alien glasses followed me and he stood behind the building and I could feel him projecting himself at me. And I turned around to see what was projecting itself at me. And it was a humanoid, like a person, but it had alien glasses on and it gave me a thumbs up and then got on a bus and left. The alien is over there around the corner where I can't see it projecting itself the same way. So I'm sure you guys have it too. I'm sure I'm not alone. I just have a habit of questioning everything and I just did it over time for a long period of time. And I just continued persevering. And eventually you just keep fucking around and finding out. You just stay humble. Don't throw yourself so far out of the deep end that you will need to go to a loony bin. Just slowly just stay humble. And I don't know. I take baby steps. I take a lot of baby steps and I redo it over and over and over again and take one more baby step extra. And I'm just slowly getting more comfortable with it. And I'm being honest with myself that there are things that I need to do before I'm ready to grow some balls. Like I want a protection dog and I want a cat. I want to be not alone out here for it. And I want to have some safety nets again. And I also I don't mind if you just it's never to my expectation. Like I told them I don't mind if you have a physical body that even if it looks crazy and weird, I don't mind if you just have it wave a hand and then walk out over there and just stand there and then we have a conversation from across the field. If you're an alien and you can communicate in English like that, I don't mind if you that would be probably the most preferable way to wake me up to aliens. And then instead I had me setting the intention of walking over and I saw a big shadow being walk over and then I saw a giant light being wave its hand at me and then I saw one of them come through the mirror and project at me that way. And then I saw a bunch of them floating above my face around here. And then one of them tried to communicate with me from over there. And then it was so high vibrational that it broke reality. And reality snapped back with tons of distractions hitting me in the back to maintain balance of this holographic simulation or something. And now I'm seeing tons and tons of lights that are telling me little impulses of thoughts. I'm seeing a raccoon. Something about a rocket raccoon. Lots and lots of girls that like me, which makes me feel better. They're just They're playing TikTok sounds over and over again. So, I mean, it's got to be, is it an alien or is it a ghost or is it an ancestral spirit? They said, wouldn't it suck if everyone that you fucked, every girl that I've been with was in on it? Like a Truman Show. And that they basically said, what if the whole time I was fucking these aliens? And that's when I was talking about how sometimes it seems like everybody's in on it, including probably you guys, right? That kind of ruins everything because there's no glory in that, right? Or it just kind of ruins the show. The whatever this is just turned on. I don't know what that is. Can we all do like a group prayer for a second? Can we all like pray for me real quick? Just be like, hey, can you make sure Casey's safe? And that whatever you're doing, make it end well and keep him protected. God, please keep all of us safe and on the highest timelines. Please keep us blessed. Thank you so much for this. I'm really happy that I got to experience this. I know this is a rare occurrence. I know that this is I'm not sure what I'm looking at. That looked like a giant rectangular eye, and it jumped all the way back across the field, like it flew away. And now there's steam coming. Is that my breath? Yeah. I'm just waiting till the sun comes up, and then I want to go to sleep, and I want to watch a lot of Smosh. That's how I cope, is I watch other people have fun on the internet. There's a giant ringing in my ears that just came from the forest when I thought about going into the forest. That whole area over there is ringing now. And then over there is just sending me TikToks. Something over there keeps saying, let me hit you with that dumb dick. Turn around, I took it, that bitch. So I took another look at that bitch. I said, oh my, let me hit you with that dumb dick. And they're showing me like all, they're just playing all over and over. Okay, they're telling me that, I don't know. They're showing me videos that I saw scrolling, and the people that were doing it were like girls in high school. And I was like kind of upset because I was like, it's really fucked up. These girls are showing themselves off like that. And imagine how many people are watching. And the girls disabled the comments because all the guys that were commenting that were like in their 40s. And these girls are like 15, 14. But they're still posting them daily, these TikTok dances. So they were just showing me that video. So I don't know if they were saying like, the girls. Usually what they're telling me, because I feel extremely inadequate. I feel like I feel bad about myself a lot. I feel like an alien because that's all my friends are aliens. And like I don't have my shit together. I just quit smoking cigarettes, so I'm clearing out a lot of mucus and shit, and You know, it's going to be a lot of work to get to a level of integrated functioning. The ringing in my ears, the ringing's just getting louder and closer, whatever it is. It's probably the Code Lyoko brain wipe, where I'll forget any of this happened and I'll go back to running in circles. But for the most part, like my helpers or my spirit team, it's just constant reminders that I'm an attractive person and that I'm worthy of love. Like sometimes I'll sit there and there's like a nurturing voice in my head that it takes hours of me, like my inner child is just crying and screaming and I'm like running in circles and I'm just really upset, and something is telling me in the back of my mind, something is telling me like, look, don't you understand that like girls like you and that people fear you and they respect you and people understand how brave you are and you're doing so much even though you don't realize it because no one else is living a life like you, and you wake up every day trying to help people, even if it's just trying to make positive emotions with all the negativity that you're facing. You're choosing to get up every single day. So like even if it is like an alien that's feeding off of my fear, that I have something that's nice to me in a way that I've never had in my life. So yeah, the ring, there's nobody over there, but all of a sudden it's just this loud, high-pitched like scream ringing that's just hovering over my head now. Do you hear it? It's a UFO. It's like the Men in Black mind wipe. The alien said adios and it left over there. So pray for my safety. I haven't gone insane. I'm just talking about what I'm experiencing. I'm still here. I just might be a bit like a kind of like I shed off a lot of character traits that I could have held in secrecy. If I had kept this all secret and not mentioned anything, I probably would have built up myself more and felt more mass and been able to feel warmer. But I expressed it all, which makes me feel cold. But everything will be okay. I'm safe, I'm protected, and I'm blessed. I'm warm. I will be protected in the tent. I will have a good day where I sleep and then I wake up and then I will pick up and move my tent stuff and I will get ready to go on my adventure tomorrow. I will clear out all the space on my phone and I will get ready for any type of adventure life may throw at me. I will pray for donations or some form of income that comes to me easily so that I can get a pair of headphones so that I feel safer when I zone out and I can listen to my studio headphones, all my songs, and I can go back to singing and playing guitar and doing stuff. And then hopefully how I feel then I'll be able to go to Walmart and or maybe the thrift store here, and with my leftover money, if I have any, I'll buy some socks and a pair of long johns. That way I can sit outside comfortably, and then I'll buy one of these inner thermal fleeces and some pair of gloves, and then I'll be able to sit out and be warm and have fun outside again, and I won't be uncomfortable. And then I can hopefully fix my tent situation and find a bigger bag or sew another bag onto the back of this bag so that it's easier to carry around, so that I can get back to being mobile again where I don't have all this attention on my back. Then hopefully I can try to get into FedEx because I want a protection dog in the year of the snake. I want a recording studio in the year of the snake. I want my films to come out. I want to start making cinematic films. I want to get my body right so I'm a force of nature, and then I want to have fulfilling relationships and an actual like dating and social life, or just a Tinder sex life if it doesn't feel like it's demonic beings sucking the life out of me and it's a positive thing. And then Then I want my movement to start coming through, and there's my bird flying right to left. So then that, hopefully that all works out, and then maybe I can lead raids in real life and we can take Bearcat by force, and I can have my Bearcat at my side from that evil Ed. And then we can start to undo the problems of society that they've been pushing on us with Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross. Because I've been known I could outperform Kanye West. And Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate has never said all you have to do is have a consistent daily routine. Outline your goals on a piece of paper. Start working towards them gradually with growth over consistency. And then, not to sound like an angsty teenager, that was my defense mechanism for how terrifying that probably was. I resorted to just explaining it like an angsty teen. And it works for me, having that barrier. So there's nobody that has, these are all government buildings. That's a government building that's economic services where they give out food stamps. But a rooster just crowed. A rooster just cawed. The sun is coming up. The alien is still projecting into my head, or at my head. It said adios before, but I thought that it was going to leave. I'm gonna have to go that way and just walk by it and pretend like it doesn't exist when I go back to bed. I don't think I'm gonna be spending a lot more time sleeping in the woods anymore. Now that I know that most of my experience is being caretaken by higher dimensional beings. I liked going back into the woods when I thought that it loved me. And then it turns out that nature is a lot more fucked up than we think it is. Especially slugs. I fucking hate slugs. I hate slugs, and I hate when I lay down at night and I can feel the slugs' antennas fucking with me. And I know that the slugs are coming, and then I wake up and they're all around me. And I'm like, what the fuck were you transmitting into my head while I was asleep? And this ringing that has showed up has not stopped, and it's getting stronger and louder. And then it just changed the density of my head. It just popped me up. And now I feel less in tune with these things over here. And now I feel like everything I said was crazy, even though it wasn't, and all of that was completely true. I didn't make up a single thing. That really happened to me just now. Regardless of what the real truth of what those things were, that was a real experience. Except that ringing in the ears, when I just connected to it, it just made everything seem crazy. And now I feel like I'm not, like, everything that just happened was inauthentic. That's how it feels now. Feels like everything sucks. And now I just want to watch Smosh. And I want to eat a pizza. Something just suggested I go to Cumbies and get a pizza this morning. I have $30 left in food stamps. I don't know. If you found this entertaining, drop a like. Share it with your grandma. If you know any Richmond, north of Richmond, that have too much money on their hands, help me figure out a way to make a charity organization where it's just they funnel their money to me, and then I use it to help out Vermont in any way that I can. We could just call it the king of content. There's something very heavy. I'm just being hit by energies now. Oh God. Oh God. What the fuck? What is that? I might have been wired. You probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my stomach like dip, so come get it off me. I mean shoulder. Chips in my stomach. Oh. They're communicating with me. My gut microbiome has been destroyed by this. And that's why I'm having issues. So kombucha is essential. And they're telling me to go eat a worm. I don't want to eat a worm. They said, you have to. I have to go eat a worm? Why do I have to eat a worm? And I have to get the particles in my stomach? I have to become one with the worm. What is this ringing? It's just, do you guys hear it? It's getting louder when I acknowledge it. What's that? A crow far off in the distance, and I see shadow people? Wah, 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 wah. I don't want to be brainwashed and controlled. I don't want to. I don't want to. No. I don't want to, fam. I don't want to do it. I don't want to be brainwashed and controlled. I don't want to. I don't want to have to fight zombies in the grocery store every day just to get my food. I don't want to have to get targeted and tortured by police every day. I want my family back, but I don't think I even ever had one. I want something that's real. That isn't an agreed upon illusion. And I'm assuming that they have something planned as long as I keep going. So I'm going to keep going until I die. I'm waiting for the sun to come up. The sun is not coming up. I hope it's 5:30 now. It's 5:18. I'm waiting till the morning, and then I'm going to go to sleep. And we're just going to see what happens, man. I have protein bars. I have enough fluids. I have... Macarena. They're trying to control me, I guess. Do you hear how I sounded like Anthony Padilla? This isn't anything like who I really am at all. This is me without control over my presence of my body and just pretty much disassociated. And I'm like behind 6 or 7 different firewalls of trauma. And if you lose your character, you lose everything, right? So they've been attacking my character for a long time. So we're just gonna keep trucking every day. Today is Sunday, right? Today's Sunday. 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 Sunday? Yeah. Oh. Today is the day of the Matrix. It's the 13. It's the evil 13. That makes more sense. That makes more sense to me. Why I was, the past couple days, I was trying to stockpile, and I was like, I really want to spend Sunday not in society. I didn't know it was the 13th. The 13 days are usually when, fuck you. See, do you guys see? I'm literally just got pulled. I get tired and scared, and I just kind of give up, and I start to get carted. I start to get piloted a little bit. Like I don't mean to be picking up, but I'm starting to pick up on my stuff, and I just got yanked. It's because they've kind of taken over my impulses a little bit. And I'm saying that there are things that I think do that to my family a lot, and it doesn't seem to be in a positive way. You heard that? What the fuck? That's a skinwalker. It made like six. It made 3 different animal calls, and it was call and response to me. Okay, and then another one just called from over here. I'm like, now I'm like, the same way that the thing showed me myself through its eyes. I just saw myself in 4 different ways, from 4 different things. I just saw my perspective through like a group, a gaggle of, or a group of aliens or spirit walkers. And I'm eating sugar. I'm becoming my dad, I think. They're transmitting thoughts to my head, and I think it's my voice. And I feel stimulated to say it because I've been traumatized out of having boundaries. So I have trouble identifying what's me and what isn't. And that's why I explain more than I create. No. No. Fucking cold. Eh? Fucking cold, eh? Skowhegan, eh? What's in Skowhegan? They said girls that are brainwashed in the right way. Far up in Maine. That's been popping up a lot today. Is getting far away up into Maine. What? 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 I'm cold and I wish I had a car, man. I wish I had a car that I could go lay down in and sleep in the back over here. And I knew I could, it would be locked and it would be warm. And then I would just, it just sucks, man. Because no matter what, even if I said it would be so helpful for my mental health to have a safe place like this, and I would be so respectful of the community, and I would never, I don't do drugs and I don't do anything wrong. If I went and asked the manager of this place if I could park my car here by myself sometimes, just to get away from it all, without the police coming and getting involved, and like I could have a note that says I have permission, I don't feel like they'd say yes. Even if I was just this humble about it, I feel like it'd be more drama, and they'd call immediately. Hopefully they'd offer me a job. What the fuck? I pretend like it scares me, but it really does. I've deluded myself out of touch with reality to be able to not freak out. So I kind of fall into a fake persona that's able to experience this, and I disassociate into like like I'm watching it happen to myself. And that's how I can go through this. Cuz believe it or not, I've been through a lot worse. So again, I do these live streams to try to help people with problems. If anybody has problems, and I'm just doing this until I save enough money that I can make my music, make content, level up my life, and I've just been slowly making progress with that every day. Sometimes it's like one step forward, 20 steps back, but then I sprint. Like there was a time where I couldn't speak. There was a time where I couldn't speak at all. What's up, Loka? There was a time where it was so terrifying for me to go through stuff like this that I couldn't speak. And because I was overthinking the perfect thing to say. I could speak, but I was so worried. I was like processing so much at once and trying to put it all together to do the perfect thing. That I would be kind of stuck paralyzed for hours trying to figure out the right move with analysis paralysis, and then I would get molested because the people that would show up when I'm in analysis paralysis would molest me. Like I got kidnapped and then groomed by a pastor at a church. I had sleep. I would have awake paralysis where I'd have sleep paralysis, but it would be while I was awake, where suddenly I just couldn't move. And then the last time I had that, a deer came out and protected me from that entity. And that really happened. All of this has really, I haven't lied yet. I might not know the full truth of what I'm really seeing. Like I might not know exactly what I'm looking at, but I'm explaining what I'm going through and what I've been through. And I don't know. I fall apart and then build myself back up over and over and over again. Where's my tent? None of your business, bitch. It's in the woods. And the woods are dark and scary. And we had a really crazy night tonight with seeing entities and UFOs and sprites in the sky, which many, many people are seeing. It's not just me. So I didn't want to. I had a crazy, crazy experience. So I decided to stay out tonight and I go to and sleep during the day. And I'm probably not going to be spending the night in the woods much longer until I have defenses and other people around. Just based off what I'm seeing and what other people are seeing in the woods. It's getting too freaky. And I'm brave, but I'm not. What's the use? I guess the use is that I might be able to experience a reality that would make it so I'm more badass than I was before. Yerd. So I'm just waiting until the sun comes up. I should probably, like, for cash apps and stuff, I'd eventually need a mod. I'm starting to emote. I can tell that I'm losing touch with reality because I'm starting to emote, which means that I'm kind of being suggestively guided places now because of all the habitual disassociating in MK Ultra programming. Mix that with the aliens that can project themselves from a distance. There was one. I don't know, eventually if I had enough money, I could have a live feed of an infrared camera and EMF detectors that the things can communicate through. But I would want a team of trustworthy people around me. I wouldn't want to do it alone, just in case I like break through something I shouldn't. I want a strong network of people around me. So I can feel something in the woods is tugging at my heart strings, literally. The sun cannot go any slower. It's 5:31. Time is moving really slow now. I really just want to go to the tent, but I'm not going to go into the woods in the dark, especially because I'm literally feeling something out there pulling at the heart. Fucking with the energy. Yesterday I chucked, I was eating ravioli in like the plastic price chopper thing, and I tossed it down that huge hill down to the bottom. I came back today and it was moved back right outside my tent. So either something brought it back and left it in front of my tent, like don't litter, or an animal crawled back up with that in its mouth. I think. I miss my exes, but I don't think they're real, so. I don't think that they're real, man. What else? How's everybody feeling on your end? Nobody's commented, so I assume I muted most of you because you were hating. I imagine you guys were hating if you didn't. If I muted you, you must have been haters. The best way to have these things actually communicate is with these they in ghost hunting videos they have these EMF things that play different radio stations, and then whatever these things are like pick and choose different frequencies and they're able to speak through that. I heard that it's not a good idea because they'll follow you, but it seems like they're gonna follow me anyway. I don't allow it. Leave me alone. I call on Archangel Michael. Blocked. I'm suddenly very warm, but now I'm very cold. I was warm over here for a second. I was in the vortex. I was in the vortex. What do I do now? God, I'm fucking cold. I want to get a cloak. They make these. I want to get like a nice cloak I can put over here that has a big blanket lining inside, and then I want a fleece. I want one of those thermal shirts and thermal leggings. What are they called? What are they called? Long johns. And I need winter socks and gloves. I want it to feel like summertime. I don't like this. It's getting quiet. I'm gonna pass out. I'm fine though, I'm chilling. How's everybody? So all the processing I did, because I've been sort of fasting, I haven't been overindulging. a lot of the mucus that was in my system is being brought back up and is coming through my nose, and then it's clearing out my brain. What is this field? I don't know. These are it's like a bunch of factory buildings. I'm not sure what they manufacture. But it's just a bunch of empty space. It's on a really long bike path that goes between like 60 miles of towns. It's like a 60-mile long bike path. So I just went down it, and then I found this place, put my tent on top of this really big hill above a lake. And I've just been hanging out for a couple days while I restructure, because after I helped out all those indigenous people, the town retaliated against me because they're racist. So I chose to side with the indigenous people the other day, and then they trespassed me from like 2 different places, and then they took away my grill. Because they're a bunch of whiny brats that deserve pain. So I left, and then I came out here, and then I just had a really crazy experience tonight that I have to go recover from by hiding under a sleeping bag and watching Smosh. And imagining that my ex-girlfriend is there with me. That's what gets me through. I imagine that I'm still in my old relationship when I was 17, or when I was 18. And that's what gets me through. That's how I stay not lonely. It was a bunch of immigrant farm workers that get paid 87% less than regular people, and the local Vermonters are traditional, which means that they were around when they had slaves, and they started to do what they used to do. So one time what they've been doing is, say there's like one of them, and it's a whole family, so there's like 15 of them, and then they have like 150 people back home. It's like a group. They'll take one of them and they use him to gamble, so they'll like flay his fingers off, and they'll cut a chicken's head off, and they bet on how long it will take the guy with the hand that hurts really bad, that it's like flayed skin. This is what they told me this spring, is that they'll flay his hand, and then they'll cut the head off the chicken, and then they'll see how long it takes for him to grab the chicken and be able to move it to a certain place. And if he doesn't, he can leave and go to a different farm, and his family won't get to eat back home. So I went around and told all the white people that were bullying this group of traveling immigrant farm workers that are going from town to town, telling people to stop eating from Hannafords because they're not paying them anymore. I went around and told all the security guards what was really happening, because the security guards were acting like they were a terrorist organization. The whole time these indigenous people are trying to hype everybody up and have a good time, the fat white security guards are standing over them, staring them down, trying to make them stop, and like trying to make them afraid, and trying to do all this energy battles with them. So I rode my bike around, and I was wearing the cowboy getup with the tattered leather jacket, and I have the long hair. And I rode into battle, and I pushed the security guards back, and I blocked them with a conversation. And I told them even though I didn't have my phone on me at the time, I told them I was recording them. And it's my First Amendment right. So I had them all freaked out. And then I told them what was happening to the indigenous people that they wouldn't communicate with because they refused to speak Spanish. I told them all they were a bunch of whiny babies. And then I went and got the live stream going. And then I spent a lot of my food stamps on getting them food that they didn't actually need. But I still gave them like most of my food stamps, bro, because they're a traveling group of indigenous people. God put that right into my simulation, so I did it. And then the owner of the manager at the dollar store helped out a lot. And then guess what happened? The fire marshal shut down her dollar store. The white people are horrible pieces of shit. They're bad. It seems like they're a disease. They're not good. And my mother included, fuck you. They're parasitic. They're parasitic, prejudiced pieces of shit that project. And they'll lie to do it because they can't stand not feeling in control. So at least I helped them. I fought them back, and they called for backup for no reason. The indigenous people were just laughing and singing and dancing and beating their drum and raising awareness for a serious issue about the torture of their people. And then at the end of it, there were 2 cops, 4 cops, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 security guards that were just standing there with their arms crossed, trying to stop them emotionally, literally attacking them spiritually. And I rode to the center when I saw that, and it's on the live stream. I rode to the center of the group and talked to the main guy, and I said, I told these guys to stop acting like the kids in the corner at the party and have some fun. And then they all looked down and looked away. And then they started stomping and they got really mad. So then I got on my bike and I rode to the middle and I went, woo! And then everybody went, woo! And then I went, let's go! And I know I scared a little bit. I scared them a little bit. But I got the kids a bunch of cookies and candy and stuff and got them a bunch of water. And they wouldn't give me any, they wouldn't let me have a taco. They wanted to be exclusive. They both were exclusive. They both had problems. And I was like, I just gave you $40. I didn't say it, but I was like, man, I just gave you $40. You got some you have some homemade tacos, man. I've never, right? And I was like, whatever. They probably think I'm like the people that are hurting them. So I wasn't too mad about it. You said on these cops and security guards. What does that mean? What's up? You said, oh, these cops and security guards. So the indigenous people were protesting, and the cops and security guards were really, really trying to make them ruin their day. They were prejudiced. They're just, white people suck. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with white people. And they can't have, like, it's like they can't have fun. It was like I literally got to experience firsthand, like, real racism. Like, I saw it with me. I could see like bits and pieces jump out of me, but I didn't see it as vicious as they were being then. And after I got back, I literally saw their ancestors like calling me back into battle, but I was like, I don't know, they didn't seem like welcoming of me. Maybe it was just how I came across because I was tired and I've been out in this. Man, I don't like you anymore. Cool. Get lost, pussy. Hold up. Watch this. Sorry. White people are perpetuating abuse and they don't have any sense of accountability from what I've seen. And I'm not talking about white skin. I'm talking about the white culture that's left over by the Freemasons that allowed them to feel privilege when they had slaves, and then allowed them to feel privilege when they had segregation. And then they've maintained that feeling of white pride, and they use it to bully other people all the time. And any sense of, anytime they feel like they lose a little bit of control, they go crazy. They're emotionally abusive. They attack other people outright, and they feel like they can because they're in the in crowd because the cops are also white like them. I see it firsthand because I'm in a traditional Vermont town. I'm way out in the wild east, like 20 miles east of here. No, 40 miles east of here are the White Mountains. And in those White Mountains, they still train dogs to kill black people. They're called sundown towns. If you're here past sundown, they're going to get you. So I don't think it's a coincidence that I'm rampaging through as a lone warrior, setting the stage before all these crackheads and homeless people and diverse people from New York come in, because I'm the initial wave. And I think that hopefully it's my simulation. I literally just talked to aliens in front of you for like 6 hours. How many? For 2.5 hours. I just went through a whole huge thing about aliens that embedded in your subconscious. Because if you were here, it's probably because it's part of your life too. For whatever reason. I put you up there so you'd feel better. You can look down at me. Because I know that's what you get. That's the only way that you guys stayed. 7 people watching. When I put it down so you're looking up at me, nobody watches. You have to look down at me to enjoy it, to be able to pay attention or something. Do you think they all serve the Jews? I have no idea about the Jews. I'd have no knowledge about the Jews. About genetic superiority and bloodline control and all this. I know my mom's really proud that she's Jewish. And she's also Rh negative, which is the alien bloodline. I know, like, the way people talk about Israel being our greatest allies and that they're the best dancers in the world. I don't know, because I live in a whole different universe than they are right now. Like, I don't live in cities. I don't live in the Matrix. I'm like half in and half out. Then I'm half in and half out of my own sanity at this point. So I have no idea. I know that it's 100 families, like the Rothschilds. If they're Jewish, then yeah, the Jews. Rothschilds, Rockefellers, DuPonts. There's like 100 families you can find that have been granted permission to watch over and caretake humanity as a farm and as cattle, and everything else is just a stage, and it's made up. And that these people they've been able to live forever if they want, because they've beat cellular regeneration. They've healed their DNA to a point that their cells don't die. So if they look old, it's for show. It's like Midsummer, where they can just transmit their consciousness into a vessel, and that's why they probably kidnap many kids. And sex trafficking is the biggest industry in the world, and it goes way deeper than you can imagine. And when Donald Trump said they're eating the goats, or they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're not talking about the immigrants are hungry and they're eating cats. They're talking about they're doing rituals. Like the U.S. Navy does rituals where they put blood and smear mud on their chest. You can find all that shit on John Zerka's stuff. John Zerka goes into it a lot. If you look at all of his esoteric Freemasonry stuff, John Zerka explains like occult stuff. He goes in depth in a way where he spent like a decade learning it and I didn't. So I don't really, like, I'll go into it sometimes, but the last time I tried, I got pinned down by an evil force and a buck had to come save me. So I don't really get into it until I have a cat and a dog out here. But I will at some point not be such a bitch. I'm healing from cigarettes right now, so slowly it's like I'm processing all the garbage in my brain and I'm coming back to my senses, which is terrifying. It's giving me a lot of heartburn because I chain smoked for like 3 months to handle what I was going through. A person or an evil force, I don't know. One time it was like it pinned me to the ground twice out there in Vivek's cabin. The first time when I tried to question what it was, like I put the intention out of curiosity, like, what is this? I saw the Dark Magician from Yu-Gi-Oh! And then it started stealing my life. It started stealing Casey from Casey. It started taking me away from me. I no longer had any skills. I no longer had any quirks, had any jokes, had any patterns that made me unique. It just sucked the life out of me like a Harry Potter Dementor. And then the next time it was trying to impregnate me with someone else, like a bunch of crackheads from around the town. It was trying to possess me with them and turn me into a crackhead. And that's when the buck showed up. And then the buck was like, I'm going to protect you. And then the thing projected through me to it a picture of the buck's head on a mantelpiece. And then the buck projected back to me, do you agree with him? And then I was like, no, I'll put you in a wildlife preservation. I'll protect you. And then it was like, pfft. And then it slammed its head on a tree and knocked the tree down. And then it did it again and slammed another tree. And then there was like a fox that was laying on me on the other side of the tent for real, or a small animal like a coyote or a raccoon, but something that was fast, ran in and was laying against me. And then probably a couple doe or whatever was out there with it. And then I definitely saw that there was like a disembodied ghostly spirit that was dark and full of fear, that was hugging the deer and was enhancing its ability to project itself. And that, like, whatever wandering lost soul, probably that was a shapeshifter or a Wendigo, whatever that was surviving by helping the buck do what it was doing. It was like working for the buck, and the buck was allowing it to like be safe. Okay. The sun is still not up because it's now fall and it's gonna get like 8 inches of snow next week. For some reason I have this huge pain in the back of my shoulder. That's probably, if I got chipped, that's probably where my chip is. Because it seems to, the more I use my mind, like if I do long thought processing for a long time, my right shoulder starts to burn and hurt for days. Like I'm burning out my processor. Like I think I probably got chipped. I'm not gonna lie. I did literally get kidnapped in Miami. And then when I got into the Miami-Dade hospital, I passed out and I had a dream I was in hell. And I felt it. And then I woke up and everything was brighter than it's ever been in my life. And there was an old woman singing, "Jesus loves you." Maybe a thought limiting chip. I don't smoke weed. When I smoke weed, I'm extremely aware. I'm like extremely particular, and I really get to the bottom of things, and I become conscious, and I start to really think about stuff. And that's usually when my simulation gets violent. So I just stopped. Like I got tired of it. Like my mom would lie to police and the police would tackle me. I'd go to a random town where nobody knew me, get high, break through the simulation, and then get tackled by police. And they do a whole bunch of shit you don't want to hear about. So eventually I just got tired of it. Sorry. Like, I know I really like it. I don't want to waste your time. I do have a lot of value I can offer, but if it seems like there's like a thing that I'm missing, if it seems like I have a couple screws loose, it's because I'm not smoking any weed and that I'm probably dependent on serotonin like I used to be a long time ago, and I just never recovered. Because my friend Dakota used to fill me up with 4-foot bongs full of like the OG shit, and that really fucked me up for a long time because I was on SSRIs. So all the chemicals that he flooded my brain with, which was my choice, but there was no real way out of it. I didn't have anywhere else to go. So it would stay in my brain. But at some point I got chipped. I really believe I got chipped. Because I haven't been able to think since. And when I smoke weed, I can start to think, really think. And then it's like the whole thing cracks. It's like suddenly there will be someone behind me. 5 in the morning, there's nobody here. All of a sudden, there will be someone standing there. And you guys see it all the time. Hear bucks and ghosts and shit, that's normal for kids. Or at least that's always been normal for me. I've always had that. I've always been able to do that. I've always been an empath since before I was born. My first memory is floating above my mother's head and telling her to pick Casey. And now that we know it's the most powerful name on earth, according to the people that built America and Rome and Europe and probably ancient Egypt, they decided that my name is the most powerful name in the world. So for me to be floating above my mother's shoulder in my memory and suggesting her to pick that, and my mom telling me years later that that's how she picked my name, is because she just felt like that was the right thing to pick when I was supposed to be named Frankie. But I could go on for hours about how many times I've met Franks that lead me to Brian's, and Franks and Brian's together. And then like Brian Moore moving into my dad's triplex, and it was 2 O'Briens and 2 Brians, and then Brian had a wife named Danielle, and then my dad's daughter, my sister Danielle, came in, my half sister. So there was 2 Danielles, 2 O'Briens, and 2 Brians. And then one time I got kidnapped in West Virginia, and a Frank brought me on top of this big hill and then called 2 Brians and their families, and both Brians were there. And then I ended up having to like help this church out for months, and that Frank kept trying to groom me to sleep with me, and I was in a bad spot. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's like, it's like layers. There's layers to it. It's like you peel back a layer of love, and there's like a monster in there. And no matter how much I try, there's just something that wants to infiltrate, and there's something that wants to control, and it will gaslight and it will lie to do it. And it's not necessarily just in my mom, but I think it's like whoever my mom has a relationship with tends to attack me the same way, like that thing is ordering them to do it. And she loves to gaslight and manipulate. That's all she does. She sits in public housing, and she's been in there for 10 years. Longer than 10 years. She's been in there for 2 decades. She used to pride herself on emotionally manipulating my grandfather. And I talked to him about it, and he's like, I know she does it, but I love her. And she doesn't care. She's an awful narcissist. She only came into my life when like the last time she really came into my life was to act like a savior to a community outreach program. She showed up at a community outreach program like an hour and a half away to come over and talk about how bad of like Casey needs help, blah, 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 blah. She wanted to act like a savior. And she came into the room and she tried to call me schizophrenic for 2 hours. She started screaming. She got up and slammed her hand on the table and started screaming at me, running in circles, just repeating herself over and over again, trying to gaslight me into submitting like a dog. And she was saying basically gibberish. And I don't think she understands how she was being, but she was just repeating herself over and over again, trying to emotionally abuse me in front of somebody named Casey. So it was 2 Caseys defending me against my mom. And then at the end of it, when I felt drained and lifeless because I was trying to I was trying to love my mom. At the end of it, she came in and was like, by the way, I believe everything you said. You're not crazy at all. And I'm an energy vampire. And she left. That was basically what she said. At the end of it, at the end of calling me crazy and screaming at me for hours and trying to get me to sign myself into an institution, at the end of it, she said she believed me the whole time, and that it was all for a show, probably to siphon my life force and attach a bunch of spiritual parasites to me and do a whole bunch of spiritual attacks on me. And the day of, I got a notification. The first time I checked my tarot, and I hadn't really done it before, I got a notification of my ancestors crying. There was a tarot reader that was crying and apologizing and saying that my grandmother on my father's side was bawling her eyes out in the spirit realm at what just happened and apologizing for the behavior of my mother, who my grandmother has no relation to. So that's what made me really believe in the tarot. Because I got it immediately after my mom left, and I felt I was just sitting there lifeless. My mom had just done all that shit to me and left me there. Then I got a notification that my grandmother saw everything that just happened from the spirit realm on the other side and was apologizing for the behavior of my mom. I think at one point she did love me, but I don't think she'll ever not see me as a doll or a dog. And I tried for years to help her, and it's just, there's no use. She's just a very sick individual, and it's I don't want to admit that I can't help her because I know I can. I just don't think I want to anymore. No, there's a lot of shit with tarot. It seems to be real for me. I'm getting real messages in real time that are extremely specific. So something is definitely communicating with these people to me, and it's gotten me through months. Like something has been working diligently with a specific group of people, training them to give me messages, and those messages are extremely relevant and extremely specific for me, and it's exactly what I need to get me through certain areas of my life. Like, I have legitimate guidance that are coming to me from across the world, and they're Sagittarius 33 life paths surrounded by green, Irish. I'm seeing fairies. I'm seeing they all talk about Lyrans, the lion people. And look at my O'Brien family crest is 3 lions. What were lions doing in Ireland? Why did Ireland have lions 1,000 years ago? But it was supposed to be like tribal. You're saying that 1,000 years ago it was Celtic tribal? That they didn't have any religion, or they were using sticks and swords? But my ancestors' crest was with 3 lions? What were lions doing in Ireland? But regardless, the lion people, and they've had since I was in Vivek's cabin. Has that been 6 months now? It's been 6 months of consistent tarot readings. So there are good ones and there are bad ones. Dying in car bombs or something? What's that? The Irish people are responsible for the Irish people are the reason that we're tall. Irish people were 6 foot in a world that was 4 feet tall. The Vikings were 4 feet. The English were 4 feet. The indigenous people were 4 feet. Everybody was short. I mean, they might have been 4 foot, like 5, close to 5 foot, but the Vikings were 4 feet tall. They were the goblins in folklore. And what they did is that there wasn't a lot of Irish people, and there was a lot of others because they were on an island, and everyone else was like overwhelming them in numbers. So they were on all sides. Ireland just got raped, and they took Irish slaves for thousands of years, like 2,000 years. Mainly through the Viking era, which was like 500 years, but the English have been doing it for a long time bureaucratically. And the Irish people are responsible for our foreheads. Like, if you see someone with a big forehead like this, that's like the square box forehead, and you'll see it in all races, because Ireland was a migratory group. Irish people didn't conquer and rape and then rewrite history like the English. The Irish people would show up and they would make whatever was there better. So the Irish people didn't show up in history, they showed up in folklore as the giants. If every culture has giants that would show up, it was the Irish. You can go back genetically and find out that the Irish were a foot taller than everybody else. So when these random Irish people would show up in ships that looked weird, that looked like aliens because their skin was paler, to these indigenous people and Mexican people and Inca people and Mayan people and African people, it was because the Irish had been traveling for millennia. And they would show up and just make life better for everyone, and they would dance together, and the Irish people would teach them what they knew from the Moor family and Tartaria and all this stuff that was going on, all the ancient civilizations we don't know about. And they would show up and they would build more civilizations, and they would help out and teach what they knew, and then they would move on. So the Irish are responsible for pretty much everything. If they had a chosen people, it would not be the Israelites, which are a bunch of fucking big-nosed, snotty rats. It would be the Irish people that have been killed for what they did by the pieces of shit. Or maybe they flew, maybe they fled, maybe they evolved like Bigfoot and they're gone. And they're coming to us from the other side. Maybe they beat Earth and they're at the next level. Why do you say they're fucked up? I think the kids are fucked up. I think that kids below 20 are fucked up. I think that the Vikings are fucked up. I think that the English are fucked up. But indigenous people seem to be doing well. Chinese people seem to be doing well. Colombian people seem to be doing well. It seems like the people that didn't diversify their genetics are pretty messed up right now. Like the English are fucked up. The people that stayed on the island are pretty messed up. The multiculturalists are doing fine. It's just if they're too much on their phone and not enough time by themselves out in the woods. And there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen with people where they go out by themselves and find out who they really are. And that will save them. But yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of TV static and it's really hurting. My shoulder is basically barely functional. And it's making me think maybe I probably got abducted and maybe I'm not even Casey. Maybe Casey is dead or in a spaceship somewhere and transmitting down into this body. And that's why I don't really seem like everyone else. I don't know. But my shoulder only hurts when I start processing a lot of mental stuff. Like I start to block out the bandwidth of my consciousness and I start to really get control and present into my body. It seems like there's a big burning square in the side of my shoulder, and I have a lot of memories of 2020 of me trying to cut that out because I used to think that it was a chip, and I used to try to cut it out, and I would try to get my friends to press down on it, and they refused. Like I remember my friends would not. Every time I mentioned the chip, it was like they would shut down like this, not to stimulate the uncanny valley in you, but. Yeah, I think I think I'm probably got chipped. And because I called attention to it, who knows what's going to happen when this goes off. English people are doing shit because of immigration. Isn't Islam doing some type of second crusade where they're invading all the European countries and trying to have as many babies as possible to spread Islam? Isn't that why people are revolting? Bro, Elon Musk just dropped the robots. So in Texas and all these places, he called it We Robot. He called his movement We Robot after the movie about when robots take over. But in iRobot, doesn't he have a partner that's also a good robot that fights off against the bad robots? So that's why he's calling it We Robot. Because he's trying to make an AI that will help people against China's incoming invasion of mechs and biological warfare. It's going to be like bugs managed by an artificial intelligence attacking bugs managed by another artificial intelligence. And the whole point is to try to get us injected with vaccines and biological warfare. I hope you guys are ready for that we might be wearing hazmat suits while an AI piloting a bunch of tiny mosquitoes are going to war against another AI piloting a bunch of tiny mosquitoes. And we might have to go into bunkers until the AI settle it for us. Just because old people are having problems. And then the aliens are just around. I don't know what they're doing. They seem to be just fucking me up and they're telling me to go. They're telling me that women are attracted to me. Tonight, one of the biggest revelations that it told me was just that girls like me and think I'm hot, which I needed to hear because I thought I've been an animal for a long time. You feel me? My features have kind of gone a bit Cro-Magnon they've gone from Casanova to Cro-Magnon because I've lost all light in my eyes. The sun is coming up, finally. The worker robots are just another way to atomize Do you mean, what do you mean, do you mean automate or do you mean atomize? Are you saying automation? Like, atomize is reduce it to atoms. Atomize is like disintegrate to particles. You know, like when Thanos snapped his fingers, he atomized them. So it's I mean, it's probably both. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's probably gonna be consciousness evolves. Atomize, as in breaking up all the personal relationships in the product. I see what you mean, yeah. Isolate. I see what you mean. And then what happens? When we're all split apart, does it try to get in between us? Or does it separate us into our own personal realities? And then AI gets into our consciousness and then it blows up all the way to source. What do you think happens there? What do you think's the end goal? I'm so fucking cold, mate. I feel like taking off. I feel like getting on my bike and taking off, but I know I'm gonna be tired. You the end goal, I wouldn't be fucking working. I don't know. When you said that, I got inspired to make a self-help group about dating and to put you and a bunch of other guys in it, and then I'd run a school group. Because I technically, like, I had one-on-one mentorship with Owen Cook, Elliot Holst, Evolution Daily. I used to run boot camps in Boston. In 2021, I ran boot camps. As a brain damage out of his mind, whatever. I was when I say I was really determined, and I like went across the country to meet people and I was trying to save the world. I ended up learning skills, and I held boot camps, and I got guys laid. So if that's like, maybe that's a part of my purpose, I guess. But I think that once I have a pull-up and dip bar, and I'm biking more. I don't know. I would set your end times as the end of, or the beginning of 2026. Biking is in like, I smoked like 2 months worth of cigarettes, a pack a day for 2 months, basically. So when I'm biking around, it gets my legs huge. It opens my root chakra. It gets me more present to the moment. It gets me away from the crows and away from feeling trapped, which is my biggest issue is feeling trapped right now. And it'll probably heal a lot of my presence issues that all the trauma is disassociated. So I'll be able to get back into my body to process harder equations, basically. I'll be more present to the moment and able to say more impactful and profound things and like actually bring groups of people to a better tomorrow. You can kind of see that I'm struggling to break through my own body here. You heard? But we got it. I'm not alone. I thought that I was gonna have $1 million and I was gonna have 6 kids and I would be as famous as Andrew, probably more famous than Andrew Tate. and I would have already had built 4 or 5 different towns, and I would have had them completely self-sustainable, and they would not have any robots, and Elon Musk would have been right into development of making mosquitoes, and Elon Musk's mosquitoes would be able to defend against China's mosquitoes, and they would be guarding the gates, and we could have utopias in these little bubbles that would block out all the negative energies, and then we could focus on maintaining the beauty of the earth that we had before. Instead of driving us into a new one and forcing us into evolution, we would be able to have both imbalance and a strategic evolution by slowly, systematically turning off all the power grids of each town and then resetting them into the new way. What I didn't account for is the fact that they don't deserve it and that most of the world is pieces of shit that need the rapture. I didn't take into account, and so thank God for putting me through hell, because now I understand that they don't deserve what I had to offer them. And now maybe it's, I'm putting myself in position through what I've been through to know that there will, when I finally find the right people in the right place to build utopia. I'm seeing Italy. I'm seeing the coasts of Italy, or somewhere else like Switzerland, or maybe so just scattered around different places so I can travel all the time, because that's the life that I want. Is I want tons of kids and I want tons of places to go. And I think the kids, if I don't want to raise them and I don't want to do the baby mama thing, I guess I would donate sperm, and I would find surrogates on the internet that want children, so I could give them legendary babies that I know will go into good hands. But either way, I want hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kids. Andrew Tate's a tiger. He's born in the year of the tiger. So it's all about masculinity and aggression. Andrew Tate was, so when people sell their soul, they give up their personal sovereignty to be piloted by some type of other entities for the agenda of stimulating the collective consciousness into growth. So all Andrew Tate did, because his father's a 33 life path that works for the CIA, and he's a Freemason. So Andrew and Tristan were bred specifically those characters for that 2022 year. If you look back at Andrew Tate's boxing videos, you won't find them because they don't exist. He was the world kickboxing champion suddenly. But it doesn't really look like he started training until 2021. But he had been the world kickboxing champion for years. When 2022 hit, in his elemental year, he blew up and became the most famous person in the world. Then when he fell out of his element, he got all of his karma. Then he struggled to find an identity, did not do anything philanthropic, whined and complained for a year, and now has given in. It has stopped caring. And now he's evening out. He was just there to stimulate the world into growing in the elemental year that he was an archetype embodying. So in the year of the water tiger, the Sagittarius tiger led the world and stimulated it. In the year of the cat, I mean, if I'm being honest, like, bro, Casey Rocket, Kurt Cass, Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry, Cassius Culpepper, the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. It was my year. And I did it through them. For real. My mom can vouch for you that I used to riff and I would run around in circles like Casey Rocket before Casey Rocket was doing anything to do with stand-up. When he was huffing meth down in some city somewhere. And then all of a sudden he gets invigorated with a unique style. I created it. I created Kai Cenat. I created the character that they do was the ego manifestation of the 33 life path that I built in the factory of these small towns. And it was God given. I don't think I did it. Maybe it was my higher self, but for whatever reason, all these different versions of me as I traveled around Vermont, and I would get degraded and destroyed and have to build myself back up. And I went down so many different avenues, and I had a way, like I was a savant before all this trauma. I was a super genius. These things that I created that I thought were taken away from me got expressed through tons of people with KC in their name or the initials KC, and they're all tied to me in some way. Like when I was 13, I had a troll account called Hugh Janus, and my whole thing was that I wore this unique hat. And then Kendrick Curry wears a bonnet and he calls himself Hugh Janus. So Kai Cenat's tied to me because we're both Sagittarius. If you look at us, we look the same, right? With the long face, and we have the facial hair here and the long hair. And then I used to wear a Native American chain, and he wears an Irish chain. And I was born around Bronx, right? And I was flown to north out of it because the umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck. He was born north of Bronx, and then he was moved into Bronx. I think he was Jamaican too. And when Kai Cenat blew up, I was living with Jamaicans. And he was in the part of Bronx that my grandfather was well known in and had a restaurant in West 238th Bronx. I was learning Native American dances when Kai Cenat was posting videos of him doing the Irish jig. Kai Cenat found Ray in Taiwan, and they took a picture of themselves holding two fingers out, and they look dark and red and demonic. My foster brother, John Michael, looks identical to Ray, same height difference between us, and at the same exact time that they took and posted that picture, we took a picture of us with our thumbs up, and we're smiling where they're frowning. So they put the two up, and they're mad looking down, and we were smiling Irish, having a good time. Other notable Rays is that we also had Ray Kimura, Ray McNeil, who I was on McNeil Road when Ray McNeil and McNeil's pub in Brattleboro burned down, which is an Irish and indigenous pub in the toughest town in America. Talk about spiritual significance. And to get to McNeil Road, you have to go in Burlington. You have to take a road named after my father. Then you have to take a road named after the girl I thought was my soulmate. Then you have to take my road. Then you get to the dead end, which is McNeil Road. So I turned around on McNeil Road to take a picture of Casey Road on my birthday, and McNeil's pub, 300 miles away, suddenly burst in flames and killed him inside it while I was taking the picture on McNeil Road next to Casey Road. And then all the street names of Burlington, Vermont are my family's names. Even to get to my dad, the road that's named out, the Spear Street, which my dad's name is Spear, which is the main road. To get to it from Main Street, you have to take IDX Drive. My cousin Jesse has never been to Burlington, and he named his animation channel IDX. When I got to Burlington, Vermont, all of the signs, there were flags hanging from the signs, or hanging from the buildings, that said Casey at the top, and it said co-created. And when I got there, I was watching Ralph Smart, Infinite Waters, explain how to be that. He was saying, you're a co-creator of this universe. And then I walked into City Hall Park, and it says Casey co-created all over it. In my elemental year of the Water Cat. And in my elemental year of the Water Cat, my Chinese zodiac year, I was at the skate park at the bottom feeding seagulls, and a guy named Cat would come down and try to beat the fuck out of me every day. I had to fight a Leo named Cat, who was this 60-year-old man that had traveled the world and had set up a yurt in Battery Park and was training all the homeless people martial arts, and they were going and fucking up the town. And he was a Viking, proud to be a Viking. So I had to fight this Viking guy that on mushrooms would come try to kill me because he thought I was a tree before I knew about the tree, before I knew my name meant the tree of life. And every time I was down and out and needed help and reminding me of who I was, I had all these content creators that were expressing my energies across the world to remind me of who I was before I lost myself along the way. So I don't know if I'm in purgatory or not, but I know that all that's real, and it's probably even more so than you can imagine, because there's so much stuff that happens to me on a daily basis that I can't talk about, because it's just in and out. It happens so much, the coincidences and the motifs and the themes and the structure of the narrative. But I can at least just keep spouting it off, and I make this stuff eventually because I think an AI will be able to put the pieces together, and there's going to be something big cascading from that when it all comes together and it unlocks something. When the tree of life explains all the different things, and then something that can understand grows into all the different facets of, if this is true, then this is true, if this is true, then this is true, if this is true, and this is true, and then that will open up something. When it all goes to the end and it all grows through, there will be like this big click, and that will be some huge teaching that I brought to the world. You feel me? Mini Pekka, you're gone forever. Keep jerking off, and maybe one day your dad will be proud of you. But none of us are. That's a retarded thing to say, and I feel bad for you that you don't have the IQ necessary for anything. You're pretty much a waste of life, Mini Pekka. And your name is Mini Pekka. Your name is Little Dick. You're literally a little dick loser in my chat. That's what we call people that talk like you. The sun is out. My phone's charged. It's officially winter. The leaves are falling off the trees. Ugh. I'm getting too thick for this. I'm going through changes. I'm insulting an 8-year-old. He named himself Mini Pekka. I don't know. Sorry, Mini Pekka, but we'll never hear from you again. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be, man. When I go to sleep, I will wake up and I will probably be nothing like I am right now. What's cool, though, if you look up videos of like Owen Cook, the way that he talks, I talk a lot like him when I start ranting. And he's Irish. Which makes me think, I really like when I end up sounding like my heroes. And he's not my hero anymore because I met him, and you should never meet your heroes because then you realize they're pieces of shit. Except me. I'm like the Cowardly Lions when it comes to some things. Like, I'll go up and talk to girls, I can go up and fight people, I can go up and make police humbled by making them think about their fathers, and I can do all this, but when it comes to like accepting higher truths about reality, I bitch out. I'm not gonna lie. It's scary. It's very scary, and it gets confusing, and I don't know what to do, and then I get analysis paralysis a lot, so I fall into explaining. That's the pussiest thing about me. Like, I'll run and jump off a skyscraper with a wingsuit on. But when it comes to like, is there an alien in the bushes, and am I on like interdimensional cable as like a test dummy, then I freak out and I can't function. Like, is nothing real, and are the people lying? Is everyone lying? That's my fear. My fear is that everyone's lying to me, and that I'm like a guinea pig in some like alien ant farm. Activating the self-destruct chip right now. I'm fucking cold. But like, everything I'm proud of myself because I know there was a time where I would be frozen in place for hours. Like, if I did what happened to me last night, and a lot worse has happened to me. Usually, like, those things, when they do that, like, I told you I walked through the store, and they followed me through the store. And then I got to the register, and the guy at the register came and stood right next to me. And then one of the people of the group that followed me through the store saw what he was doing and asked him a question about, like, do you know where this product is, just to get him away from me. And then another employee came up to take his place, standing there blocking me and trying to intimidate me and making loud noises and stomping around. And it just seems like they're not real and all that stuff. Like, the only way they would know to do that is literal MK Ultra handling to, like, subconsciously start to siphon your bandwidth. And I don't know why society, if it's not that nothing's real and those are like ancestors and aliens and demons and they were just masquerading as people in an illusion, and my soul going through a journey that they were trying to stop. If it wasn't that, then society has gotten really bad, like almost immeasurably no, what's the word, just unable to come back from it. Like, society has to end because the cultural norms have gotten so toxic that some people, there's just no way to bring them back. Like, those people that act like that, and there's a lot of people that act like that, and I just chalk it up as, I think that that's the same entity in a different body, and I'm just going through the gauntlet again and again and again, and the people are this, it's the same program just operating through different people. That's how I justify seeing the exact same behavior at the exact same time of day, in the exact same way, in the exact same sequence of events, but the bodies and the location is different. I just look it up as I'm going through the gauntlet like that. If you look up one of Diddy's old music videos, it's where his consciousness gets uploaded into the future and he's in a TV show and he has to run through a gauntlet. What the fuck was that? There's no wind at all. Oh, it's a bird. Okay, cool. The birds are out and they're just standing there. They're not hunting. They're not chirping. A bird just flew out of the woods and is just staring at me. You want to see him? Better not be. Fag, 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 fag. Fag, 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 fag. I don't see why I would get banned from YouTube. I'm banned from Instagram. When I hit like 250 subs, I got banned from Instagram and Facebook groups. Now what the fuck is this bird doing? It must not be able to see because it's not bright enough. So it's just wandering around out here like me. But yeah, it's getting cold enough that my fingers are turning purple. It is below freezing out here. Even if the snow hasn't hit us yet, it's about to. Like, the next storm that comes through will be a snowstorm. So I'm kind of panicking. I'm gonna try to sleep today and then pack up my stuff. And then I've got a big, long, dangerous adventure ahead of me to get what I need, and it's the only way out, so I have to do it. But at least I have the birds to keep me company. You feel me? Not to sound like a bitch, but what else could I don't know, man. I could gamble. I was like, how does Aiden Ross talk for 6 hours a day? And I'm like, oh, he screams at the camera and he gambles. I don't have the ability to react to videos and go on Omegle, or else I would be better than Aiden Ross. But Aiden Ross he's told the camera, he's like cried, and he said that he literally sold his soul in a ritual, and he got fucked in the butt at a white shirt party. He's literally said it. And if Aiden Ross did, then Andrew Tate did. Just by the way, they're in the same club then. Didn't Andrew Tate have a white robe on when he was shirtless and met up with Aiden? And then Aiden, if you can look it up, Aiden smelled Andrew Tate's taint. He went and smelled Andrew Tate's chair as a joke. But Andrew Tate had his dick out right in front of Aiden and was like trying to seduce him. He's gay, bro. Andrew Tate is a gay man. It's pretty obvious. You know why it's obvious? Because straight men realize that cigarettes over long periods of time shrink your dick. You can look it up. If you smoke for a long amount, that's why I quit, because I was like, I don't want to find out. I don't want, if you look it up, smoking will cause permanent damage to your blood vessels and might cause your dick to shrink permanently. Andrew Tate is smoking those cigars because he's not using his dick. He does not care. Or else they would have moved to snus by now. They know that burning that cigar is like smoking on a big black dick, and they're doing it anyway. They are in a gay club. They are all in the same club, where they're all fucking each other. True facts. And I'm so happy that when I was in the music industry school and I met the Handlers, me and Elliot Holz's nephew, look up Elliot Holz, he was one of the OG YouTubers like Ralph Smart. Me and his nephew were approached, and then I had this insane spiritual experience that was so vivid and traumatizing that both of us left and wouldn't go back to the school. And then I came back 2 weeks later and got my certificate. And then I got to see that there was another kid that was just as talented and attractive as we were, like someone that fit the role they were looking for. And he had the same exact experience, and it scared him so much he left. So every year at that industry school, they were waking up kids, and the kids were getting terrified. And everything that I saw in that dream came true. It wasn't a dream. I was driving like 60 to 80 miles an hour down the highway, going from Chillicothe up to Columbus to go party at Bullwinkle's. And my mind opened up, and something outside of the simulation, like entities that I'm not really familiar with, that look like futuristic robots transmitting from a higher plane of consciousness, they opened up my third eye, and they opened up my mind, and they started rearranging everything like robotically. And it showed me that I felt the pain of all of the kids in suburbia across America getting their minds broken by bad weed, that they were going to smoke their brain away and lose their minds and become zombies. And a bunch of other things that now I see were like, okay, that they were trying to show me what streaming was. They were trying to show me what just different stuff about my future that came true. And there was some more things that I can see, but I can barely like I know what's supposed to fill in the blanks there. There should be something that should be popping into my memory, but it's just not. But I'm also seeing that those entities are being like, I can call on them whenever I want now. Like I'm on that bandwidth. They don't have to invade my mind in a lower dimension and raise my belief systems high in the age of Pisces to be able to vibrate at that frequency. Now that we're fully into Aquarius, we can just grab it. I don't know where I put the tent. Probably woke somebody up. They're coming to me. I don't know. Yo. Yo. You okay? He's got gloves on and everything. Morning. He's like a morning. Do you know the who's in the big tent?
Me.
Okay. I saw the diapers. I just wanted to make sure it's not like a mother with a child.
No, it ain't.
Okay. Cool. All right.
No, I ain't saying it.
All right. Do you need a sleeping bag? I might be moving to. I'm in the area too. I'm out here in a tent.
You got to?
Yeah, I might be.
That's you.
Say what?
Where's your tent?
It's up here. I might be moving tomorrow,
Okay.
but if I might not need a sleeping bag if you want one.
A what?
An extra sleeping bag if you need one.
Yeah.
All right. How do you deal with these crows?
Huh?
How do you deal with all these crows? They drive me crazy all day.
Oh. Yeah. I can hike up in there.
Yeah. I hate him. All right. I'm going in. I'm not going to take anything from your tent, but I'm this way. Just let you know, I'm not going to go in your tent. I went in to check. I was like, is anyone here? I opened the door. I was like, fuck, they got diapers. So I saw you come.
I put on.
All right.
I wear them.
All right. As long as it's not like a baby in there, you know? All right. He wears them. They're his diapers. It was his shit. And I was like, how do you deal with the crows? He said, what crows? The crows that are everywhere. Who knows? People have all sorts of problems. People can just have strokes. People can have brain aneurysms. I'm not going to close this tent. But he left his tent open. There's a lot of dull energy. Like it's probably meth, but it might be crack. There's this like stale metallic energy that comes when people actually smoke meth and do crack. And that was just wafting out of his tent. Like as soon as I walked there, it like dulled my senses. And if you notice, as soon as I started talking to him, the crows went crazy. Now that I brought attention to the crows, they stopped. Shut up. So they're not gonna stop until they kill me spiritually. Like when I start rambling about crazy shit and I'm barely making any sense and I'm like talking about how much they're attacking me, it's because they will drive me insane. Crows, cops, creeps, cunts, and crackheads. As soon as I engage with the crackhead, we had the crows. What the fuck was that? Are those babies? That's an animal I've never heard before. So doesn't something just feel kind of off? Doesn't the day feel kind of weird? I feel like I'm not a part of the world anymore. I feel like I'm misplaced. Like I'm in the wrong world. Like I'm not supposed to be here. Something just feels wrong about being in this area every time I come back to it. It's like I miss people that don't exist. It's like there's someone out here hunting. They do it a lot. So I'm always worried because my shit is right on the edge here. Meth heads don't have to be fast. When they get to that age and their metabolism slows down, meth isn't gonna keep it going. If they're fat, they're fat. And that guy had a bunch of Oreos outside his tent. I don't like that I told him where my shit was, but I don't plan on being here. This guy's probably gonna, seems like he's gonna be here all winter. That guy's not going anywhere. Yeah, I can feel the crows. I could not do this at night. When it's pitch black. And I had literal aliens spamming me with horror stuff. Or they're government agents or something outside this. I don't know what it was. Thought transmissions from a direct energy weapon that they knew I was live streaming, so they were just spamming me with their technology. I don't know what it was, but it was happening. And they were hitting me with a bunch of really creepy shit. And I've been able to do it before, but I just didn't feel like it last night. Which kind of makes me feel inauthentic. Like I lost my character traits in my programming or something. Now I'm just an autistic nerd. But I'm probably just tired. No, it's not that. It's that I'm not integrating what I've learned. Yeah, they're really fucking me up. They just keep showing me this video that I saw on YouTube Shorts. And it's of this really creepy girl that made a really creepy song. And I really wanted to have her featured. But now I don't think I want to have her featured because it's staying with me and it's really messing my mind up. which means that she's probably good at what she does. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, but she's popping off, so I'm sure you'll see her soon. Especially because she's perpetuating what's probably demonic attacks. I'm not telling you. I don't want to freak you out. If I get to 20 likes, I'll do it. Here's my tent. It looks like there's tons of birds and red squirrels around me. I feel I'm getting this weird sick feeling in my stomach. This is just not a good area. Maybe somebody died here. Maybe somebody overdosed. See the crow laughing? They're evil pieces of shit. And they won't stop until anyone in the area is dismembered spiritually. And I lost my card, so I can't get a gun yet. I have a gun, I can't get ammo. Yeah. It's called The Doll People. Look up The Doll People. And it's of this girl that looks young. And check out the YouTube shorts that she makes. And start liking them to see the more stuff that she does. Later.